provide us with remarkable amounts of information about the Roman Empire of the 2nd century of the Common Era. You can read them as if they were one continuous comic strip, spiraling up for their full length and made of over 100 vignettes featuring a great variety of characters. Marcus's column is made of Carrara marble and tells the various episodes that took place during the Marcomannic Wars, the same conflicts lasting from 166 to 180, during which the emperor wrote the Meditations. You can look at the column and imagine how Marcus's experience of these events prompted him to reflect and to write down his most intimate thoughts. One of the most interesting scenes on the column depicts the miraculous rain that saved Marcus's legions when they were surrounded by a much larger force of members of the Quasi-Germanic tribe. The story is narrated by the historian Cassius Dio, who lived during the reign of Marcus's son, Commodus. It tells of the Quadi blocking the Romans from any nearby source of water and just waiting for them to die of thirst and hunger. The legionaries were in no position to fight their way out, nor could they retreat. Suddenly, however, the gods caused a torrential rain and a fiery thunderstorm. The rain was concentrated over the Roman camp, so that the legionaries could quench their thirst, while the thunderstorm hit the Quadi with a number of lightning bolts, setting fire to their positions. The supernatural help turned the situation around, and the Quadi soon surrendered. Marcus magnanimously spared them, and his soldiers enthusiastically acclaimed him Imperator, that is, Commander-in-Chief. Something like this probably did happen, but Marcus Aurelius, raised on a hefty diet of philosophy and a corresponding disdain for superstition, would not likely have believed that the gods had personally intervened. He understood that the Romans got lucky because of a timely and somewhat freaky natural phenomenon, though this did not stop him from taking full advantage of the situation. This is the man who wrote the book we're about to read together. His full name was Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, the latter part signifying that he was a member of the Antonine dynasty, having been adopted by his predecessor, Antoninus Pius. In this course, you'll see how the Roman society into which Marcus was born impacted his worldview. We'll discuss the basic tenets of Stoicism, the ancient Greek philosophy, which emphasizes focusing on those things that are within our power and letting go of the rest. We'll also explore the thought of the individual philosophers, both Stoic and belonging to other schools, who influenced Marcus and indirectly shaped the book that would become expected reading for statesmen and philosophers for nearly 2,000 years. This, in spite of the fact that the Meditations was, apparently, not meant for publication. The first extant mention of the book dates to the 10th century by Aretas of Caesarea, a Christian bishop with a penchant for collecting ancient manuscripts. Aretas informally referred to it by the title of Ta eis e auton, which translates to Things to Himself. And that is the title the Meditations had when it first was published in Latin in 1558. The reason the book had no title and was not meant for publication is because it was the personal philosophical journal of the emperor. There is a big difference between a regular diary and a philosophical journal, and we will explore other examples of this form of writing in a future lecture. Fundamentally, though, philosophical journaling is a tool for ethical self-improvement, that is, to become a better human being, which is why Marcus wrote the Meditations. In the central part of the course, and then especially in Lecture 11, we will talk about the ancient concept of spiritual exercises, which we see Marcus using in the Meditations, and which can be very useful to us in the 21st century. In fact, the Meditations itself can be seen as one long exercise in the form of analytical journaling. You will notice that Marcus often writes in the second, not the first person, as if he were writing to a friend rather than to himself. As we read together, I will also point out occasions in which he goes to extremes in order to avoid emotionally loaded language, trying to convey as best as he can an objective description of what happened and how he felt. Both of these techniques are recommended by contemporary cognitive behavioral therapists, whose discipline was founded in the 1950s by psychologists who had read and were inspired by Marcus Aurelius' meditations, as well as by one of the greatest influences on Marcus, the early 2nd century Stoic philosopher Epictetus. The Meditations has 3 more features you may expect from a personal journal. It has no internal structure, it is redundant, and it's a bit preachy. These elements, which may sound like flaws, also have a benefit, giving us greater insight into what mattered to Marcus and what challenged him. The lack of internal structure, with one exception which we'll get to in a minute, is the obvious result of the fact that Marcus is writing about whatever bothers him at a particular moment in time, which also explains the second feature, redundancy. Like most human beings, Marcus runs into the same problems over and over again. For instance, he seemed to have had a bit of an anger management issue, which could be pretty dangerous as an emperor. If he lost his self-control at an inappropriate time, it could cause an international crisis. Since Marcus is aware of his shortcomings, he chides himself repeatedly for not having addressed them yet. Hence the somewhat preachy tone of parts of the book. He is preaching to himself, not to an audience. I said that there is an exception to the lack of structure within the Meditations. That's the first notebook, in which Marcus thanks a number of people who have been important in his life, articulating exactly why he is indebted to each one of them. From this, we learned a lot about a number of important figures of 2nd century Rome, and how their influence shaped Marcus as an emperor and a human being. Let's take our first dive into the Meditations, starting with the first notebook. Near the top, we read, "From my mother I learned the fear of God and generosity, and abstention not only from doing ill, but even from the very thought of doing it. And furthermore, to live the simple life, far removed from the habits of the rich." The first reference is to fear of God, which sounds very Christian until we realize that he's talking about the Stoic God. We'll discuss Stoic theology in another lecture, but for now, keep in mind that for the Stoics, God was the same thing as nature, and that providence is another name for universal cause and effect. Next, Marcus is grateful to his mother, Domitia Lucilla, for teaching him the importance of generosity, a virtue that we could all practice to good effect, but that is particularly crucial for an emperor, who wields enormous power that can be used for good or evil. Domitia apparently not only did not engage in immoral behavior, but was even incapable of thinking about doing so, and wished her son to develop the same mental habit. I don't know about you, but I find it difficult enough to act in more or less the right way, let alone to have only pure thoughts. Still, according to the Stoics, this is possible with continued training. And it is astounding for the time that Marcus praises a woman for having achieved a condition of near sagehood. Finally, Domitia attempted to live a simple life, steering away from the sort of excesses that have always been typical of rich people. This must have been a bit of a challenge, since she was one of the wealthiest women in the empire. Domitia had inherited from her mother a brick factory that not only exported its products all over the Mediterranean world, but also provided construction material for monuments like the Colosseum, the Market of Trajan in Rome, and the Pantheon. Marcus, in turn, inherited the factory, the remains of which had been found near Bomarzo, 40 miles north of Rome. The fact is, however, that Stoics like Marcus had an interesting and very unusual take on wealth. It was classed as a preferred indifferent, an apparently oxymoronic phrase that actually means that wealth can of course improve one's life, and yet makes no difference to the most precious thing a human being can have, a good character. We shall explore this peculiar concept in depth later on in the course. Shortly after mentioning Domitian, Marcus says, "From my tutor I learned not to side with the green or the blue at the races, or to back the light shield or the heavy shield in the lists, not to shirk toil, and to have few wants, and to do my own work, and mind my own concerns, and to turn a deaf ear to slander." We do not know who that unnamed tutor was, and scholars think he was likely a slave. He must have had a large influence on young Marcus, though, and taught the future emperor not to take sides when attending sporting events. The blue and the greens were two of the four major teams competing in chariot races, and the light and heavy shielded were two kinds of gladiators. We know that Marcus disliked gladiatorial combat, reduced its frequency in Rome, and even ordered the fighters to compete with blunt weapons to decrease the chances of mortal injury, which, it must be said, probably were not popular measures with the Roman public of the time. But what Marcus is talking about here is the broader Stoic notion that sports are just not important, and probably also that an emperor should maintain a neutral stance toward the competitors, as a matter of decorum and fairness. This, we are told by contemporary sources, was not at all what most emperors did, with some openly supporting a particular chariot team, or even going so far as engaging gladiators in combat themselves, including, most famously, Commodus, Marcus's own son. Strangely, the emperors somehow always managed to win the contest. The unknown tutor also taught Marcus what we would today refer to as a good work ethic, minding his business, working hard, and not unloading his duties on others. Marcus learned not to mind being slandered by others, which is another important aspect of Stoic practice. For a Stoic, a verbal offense is not really something to be concerned with, because words cannot actually cause any damage, unless we allow them to hurt us. No matter how insulting someone tries to be, it is up to us to remember that all that is happening in reality is that another person is opening their mouth and sound comes out of it, nothing more. We could all use that sort of self-restraint, especially in a modern era characterized by a culture of easy offense. But for a Roman emperor, this was crucial. Reacting angrily in the moment to a perceived slight could mean that someone was going to lose their head, literally, not metaphorically. From Rusticus, I learned to show oneself ready to be reconciled to those who have lost their temper and trespassed against one, and ready to meet them halfway as soon as ever they seem to be willing to retrace their steps, and to make the acquaintance of the Memoirs of Epictetus, which he supplied me with out of his own library. Quintus Junius Rusticus was a Stoic philosopher, and by far one of the major influences on Marcus Aurelius. Rusticus was no armchair philosopher either. He served as consul in the year 133 of the Common Era, and then again in 162, the second time having been named to the post by Marcus himself. Interestingly, his grandfather, Arulenus Rusticus, was a member of the so-called Stoic opposition, a group of senators and philosophers who resisted what they perceived as the tyranny of the emperors Nero, Vespasian, and Domitian. The elder Rusticus was condemned to death by Domitian because he had written a defense of another Stoic, his friend Thrasea. It speaks volumes about Marcus's views and character that he considered a lifelong friend, a man whose philosophy had at least occasionally been hostile to the rulers of Rome, and one of whose ancestors was directly involved in political resistance against the emperor. Notice what Marcus is thanking Rusticus for. We find, again, a reference to tolerance toward those who err, a recurrent Stoic theme, and also to the Stoic teacher Epictetus. We will encounter Epictetus several other times in this course, but it is worth pausing for a moment and learning something more about this figure. Not just pivotal for the instruction of Marcus Aurelius, but in fact one of the least appreciated and most influential philosophers of all time. Epictetus was born around the year 50 of the Common Era in Hierapolis, then part of the Roman Empire, and near the modern city of Pamukkale in western Turkey. Epictetus was not his real name, which is unknown. The word simply means acquired because he was a slave. He was bought by Epaphroditus, the personal secretary of the Emperor Nero, and brought to Rome as a young man. He was brilliant and was therefore allowed to study philosophy with the renowned Stoic teacher Musonius Rufus, another member of the Stoic opposition, I should point out. Eventually, Epictetus was given his freedom and began to teach in the streets of Rome, which didn't go very well. In the Discourses, a book by Arrian of Nicomedia that describes Epictetus as a teacher, we are told that he was punched by someone who didn't like seeing a former slave preaching philosophy. Epictetus learned the lesson and started a school, wisely waiting for his students to come to him. At some point, he and other Stoics got on the nerves of the Emperor Domitian because of their annoying habit of speaking truth to power. As we know, power often doesn't appreciate being spoken truth to. Epictetus and many others were therefore sent into exile. He moved to Nicopolis in northwestern Greece, where he restarted his school. The joke turned out to be on Domitian, though, as Epictetus became one of the most sought-after teachers of the entire Mediterranean area, and a later emperor, Hadrian, visited to pay his respects. I should note that Hadrian was also the one who saw something special in young Marcus, giving him the nickname Verissimus, meaning the most true of all. Hadrian then instructed his own designated successor, Antoninus Pius, to adopt Marcus so that he would one day inherit the reins of the Roman Empire. During our discussions, we'll get more familiar with Epictetus, his blunt form of Stoicism, and the enormous influence he had on Marcus. But for now, let us return to the first book of the Meditations, where Marcus thanks Claudius Severus in the following way. Knowing Thrasea, Helvidius, Cato, Dion, Brutus, and the conception of a state with one law for all, based upon individual equality and freedom of speech, and of a monarchy which prizes above all things the liberty of the subject. Severus was an Aristotelian philosopher, notice, not a Stoic, which tells us that Marcus's education was wide-ranging and not limited to a single school of thought. Indeed, the Aristotelians were direct rivals of the Stoics. We will see throughout our in-depth dive into the Meditations that the emperor philosopher, while considering himself a Stoic, does not hesitate to draw from the wisdom of a number of thinkers belonging to different traditions. Truth, as the Stoic writer Seneca put it, belongs to everyone. Let us take a closer look at the list of names in the quote. Thrasea Paetus, whom we've encountered a few minutes ago, and Helvidius Priscus were members of the already mentioned Stoic opposition. Cato the Younger was a Roman senator who lived during the 1st century before the Common Era, and was a strenuous opponent of what he perceived as the tyranny of Julius Caesar. He fought Caesar first in the Senate, then on the battlefield. And when he lost everything, he committed suicide in order not to be captured and used as a political pawn. Seneca considered him the quintessential example of a Stoic role model. Marcus Junius Brutus was the famous leader of the conspiracy against Caesar on the Ides of March of the year 44 before the Common Era. In antiquity, he was thought of as a freedom fighter, and still today, biographer Catherine Tempest refers to him as the noble conspirator. Dion of Syracuse was a student of Plato and the leader of a successful plot to overthrow the tyranny of Dionysius II in 357 before the Common Era. Do you notice a pattern here? Marcus, an emperor, let us recall, is thankful to have been exposed to the deeds of a number of people who were famous for having fought against tyrants in the name of freedom. Which makes sense of the following sentence in that quote, where Marcus says that he is glad to have been taught that the law should be equal for all, that people should have equal standing and enjoy freedom of speech, and that individual liberty should be prized above all. Now, we shouldn't read Marcus Aurelius here as invoking anything like the modern concept of universal human rights. After all, the economy of the Roman Empire, like that of any empire of antiquity, was based on slavery. And let's not forget that women had little or no say in public affairs. So words like freedom and liberty ought to be interpreted with more than a grain of salt. Nevertheless, we see his desire to be a just and fair emperor expressed again in his thanks to his adopted father, Antoninus Pius. From my father I learned mildness and an unshakable adherence to decisions deliberately come to, and no empty vanity in respect to so-called honors, and a readiness to hear any suggestions for the common good, and an inflexible determination to give every man his due, but most of all, a readiness to acknowledge without jealousy the claims of those who were endowed with any special gift. This praise corresponds to what we know of the historical figure of Antoninus. He was nicknamed pious or holy precisely because he was perceived to have all the characteristics that Marcus attributes to him. He was a hard worker, always laboring for the benefit of the empire. The final section of the first book of the Meditations features Marcus thanking not individual human beings in particular, but the divine in general. He says, "From the gods to have good grandfathers, good parents, a good sister, good teachers, good companions, kinsmen, friends nearly all of them, that I was subordinated to a ruler and a father capable of ridding me of all conceit, and of bringing me to recognize that it is possible to live in a court, and yet do without bodyguards and gorgeous garments and statues and the like pomp, that my body holds out so long in such a life as mine, and that when I had set my heart on philosophy, I did not fall into the hands of a sophist." As I promised, we should talk more about Stoic theology. But for now, remember that when Stoics refer to God in the singular or even gods in the plural, they might as well, at a first approximation, be talking about nature or fate, or the laws of cause and effect. In the first place, then, Marcus is thankful for the luck of having good family, teachers, and friends. The Stoics put much stock into the environment of one's upbringing, considering it the first school of life, which helps shape our character, hopefully in a virtuous fashion. Second, Marcus again thanks his father and the understanding that just because he grew up in a royal court, he didn't need to be enamored of its trappings, from bodyguards to expensive garments. He is moreover grateful to fate for having granted him sufficient health to withstand the rather harsh life he had conducted, spending many years in the field as a commander-in-chief, despite the fact that he was never of a particularly strong constitution. And finally, he is happy to have been able to nurture his interest in philosophy without falling prey to a sophist. They were teachers of rhetoric, an approach that was antithetical to the philosophical one being taught by Plato and preferred by Marcus. Now that we have arrived at the end of Book 1 of the Meditations, did you notice what Marcus was up to? The entire section is an obvious exercise in gratitude, which was one of the Stoics' standard practices. They had a strong intuition of a truth that has been confirmed time and again by modern science. Mindfully practicing gratitude is good for our own well-being. For example, a white paper prepared by the Greater Good Science Center at the University of California, Berkeley, has shown numerous positive effects of expressing gratitude: improved mood and increased degree of self-reported happiness, more satisfaction with one's life and a less materialistic attitude, better sleep and physical health, less fatigue and more resilience, and increased levels of humility and patience, among others. Moreover, according to researchers Joshua Brown and Joel Wong, expressing gratitude, even just to ourselves, as Marcus does, decreases the experience of negative and toxic emotions, reduces episodes of unproductive or self-undermining rumination, and shifts our attention and general mental resources toward positive, healthy emotions. None of this is truly new, of course. Philosopher David Hume, for instance, wrote in 1739, "Of all crimes the human creatures are capable of committing, the most horrid and unnatural is ingratitude." And the Stoic Seneca wrote a whole book on benefits about expressing gratitude for what we receive, as well as mindfully getting into the habit of giving freely to others. We don't know whether the first notebook of the Meditations really began the original manuscript. Reading it as we now do, in that position, makes it feel like a dedication of sorts, though it is also an important Stoic exercise. And it's one that you can try yourself by beginning a philosophical journal of your own. After about a week, pause and reflect on how you feel and whether the practice has been helpful. Then do it for another week, and so on. I suspect you will find, as I did, that it gets better and easier with time, and your life will improve accordingly. I welcome you to share in this journey through the Meditations, to learn how this book has influenced generations of thinkers, politicians, and peacemakers, and helped readers achieve self-awareness and a greater understanding of the world at large for thousands of years.
Lecture 2. Marcus Aurelius, Emperor, Philosopher.
Who was Marcus Aurelius Antoninus? We began forming an indirect idea of him during the latter part of the first lecture, when we looked at some of the people he thanked in the opening notebook of his Meditations. Knowing who these people were and why Marcus thanked them says a lot about the man who was doing the thanking. But in order to understand the time and person of Marcus Aurelius, we need to broaden our horizon a bit outside of what he wrote for his own use and take a look at the immediate historical context. In this lecture, we'll discuss how events in the Roman Empire around that time can be linked, both directly and indirectly, to some of the major themes in the Meditations. These include the notion of virtue in its many forms, the concept of divine providence, the duties we have toward the great family of humanity, and the metaphysical relationship between wholes and parts. Marcus was part of a line of emperors. In fact, it was the fifth and last of the so-called good emperors, formerly known as the Nerva Antonine dynasty. The Roman Empire at the time had reached its maximum extension, so much so that a momentous decision was made by one of the good emperors, Adrian, to stabilize the frontier and cease wars of expansion. We can see still today one of the results of this decision, Adrian's Wall, which separates England from Scotland and at the time marked the northernmost extension of the Roman domain. The founder of the Nerva Antonine dynasty was Marcus Cocceius Nerva, born in the year 30 and who died in 98. He became emperor at age 66 after having served under Nero and all three emperors of the Flavian dynasty, Vespasian, Titus, and Domitian. Domitian was a tyrannical ruler who was killed during a conspiracy orchestrated by the Praetorians, the personal guard of the emperor, thus demonstrating that despots really can't trust anyone. The Roman Senate at that point declared Nerva to be the next emperor, and he reigned wisely and with moderation, though he died of natural causes after only 15 months in office. One of the crucial decisions made by Nerva was to select his own successor among the ranks of the army. He chose the popular and very capable general Trajan, thus setting the new dynasty on sure footing. Trajan was so good at governing that the Senate called him Optimus, meaning the best. He was the one who expanded the empire to its largest historical limits, but also introduced social welfare reforms, for instance, providing subsidies to orphans and poor children throughout Italy. He built the magnificent markets bearing his name, which we can still admire in Rome. When Trajan died, possibly of a stroke at age 63, he was succeeded by the man he had designated, Hadrian. He was the first emperor to assess accurately that further territorial expansion was not sustainable, and preferred to focus his energies and resources on stabilizing what he conceived as a pan-Hellenic empire led by Rome. Hadrian was very much a hands-on emperor, traveling far and wide across the Roman provinces and becoming personally involved in a number of building projects, including the stupendous and still standing Pantheon in Rome. He was a complex character, and the last years of his reign were characterized by a decidedly not benign behavior towards political enemies, though the change may have been due to a combination of chronic illness and the psychological impact of the death of his beloved Antoninus, a young lover who died tragically drowning in the Nile during an imperial visit. Hadrian gave quite a bit of thought to his succession, adopting Antoninus Pius, who became emperor after him, on condition that the latter, in turn, would adopt Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus in order to further the line of succession. Antoninus was benevolent toward the Senate and worked with that ancient institution to guarantee a time of peace and prosperity throughout the empire. He was a very capable administrator, leaving a considerable surplus in the treasury for his successor to use. He also expanded access to drinking water and passed laws that facilitated the enfranchisement of slaves. When he died in 161 at age 74, he was succeeded, as planned, by Marcus Aurelius and his adopted brother, Lucius Verus, who for the first time in the history of the empire ruled as co-emperors. This new practice, a testimony to just how difficult it had become for a single man to handle the vast Roman possessions, was later expanded to 2 senior and 2 junior emperors by Diocletian near the end of the following century. Marcus and Lucius then were in charge of things from 161 until 169, when Lucius died. He turned out to be a bit of a non-entity. Although his brother put him in charge of the frontier war against the invading Parthians in the east, Lucius was far more interested in partying hard than in fighting hard. He likely died of the Antonine plague that his legions brought back after the war. At that point, Marcus remained solely in charge until 177, 3 years before he died. After hearing a bit about the life and deeds of this line of emperors, you might be starting to wonder, were the 5 good emperors really good? And how did they become grouped together in this way? The term was introduced by the Renaissance political thinker Niccolo Machiavelli in his Discourses on Livy, published posthumously in 1531. He wrote, "From the study of Roman history, we may also learn how a good government is to be established. For while all the emperors who succeeded to the throne by birth, except Titus, were bad, all were good who succeeded by adoption, as in the case of the 5 from Nerva to Marcus. But as soon as the empire fell once more to the heirs by birth, its ruin recommenced." Machiavelli here put forth the most popular explanation for the goodness of the 5 emperors, the fact that they picked their successors, instead of transmitting power to their biological heirs. There may be some truth to this, though the strategy was likely dictated by necessity rather than choice. 4 of the 5 emperors simply did not have a male offspring who survived to adulthood. The exception was Marcus himself, and we'll return to that point in a few minutes. Also, there have been other examples of emperors designating their own successors outside of the bloodline, beginning with Julius Caesar, who adopted Gaius Octavius, who eventually became the first emperor with the name of Augustus. He in turn picked Tiberius, a very debatable choice. And Claudius later on adopted Nero, an even more questionable one. Nevertheless, Machiavelli goes on. Titus, Nerva, Trajan, Adrian, Antoninus, and Marcus had no need of praetorian cohorts or of countless legions to guard them, but were defended by their own good lives, the goodwill of their subjects, and the attachment of the Senate. Titus is not one of the 5, as he was Vespasian's son and lived earlier in the 1st century. But the point Machiavelli is making is that virtuous emperors could rely on their virtue rather than on bodyguards, as tyrants are forced to do. This may sound strange from a man who criticized the leaders of his own time for talking too much about virtue. But the targets of Machiavelli's criticisms, for instance, various popes, were referring to Christian, not Roman virtue, and they most definitely did not practice what they preached. Machiavelli is not the only one to eulogize the 5. In his The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, published in multiple volumes beginning in 1776, Edward Gibbon wrote, "This was a time when the Roman Empire was governed by absolute power under the guidance of wisdom and virtue." I think Machiavelli and Gibbon were largely right. By the standards of ancient Rome, and in fact of the ancient world in general, the 2nd century was a period of uncommon peace, prosperity, and even social progress of sort. And the 5 people in charge were at least in part responsible for it. But then Marcus picked his son Commodus as his successor, and the latter was so bad that some historians have even suggested that the choice marked the beginning of the decline of the Roman Empire. You may remember Commodus from the 2000 movie Gladiator, directed by Ridley Scott, in which Commodus was superbly portrayed by Joaquin Phoenix, opposite the title character, the fictional General Maximus, played by Russell Crowe. In that movie, Marcus makes an appearance early on, played by Richard Harris. The movie takes more than a few liberties with history, beginning with the imperial succession itself. Scott opted for the unlikely story that Commodus actually murdered a frail Marcus in order to hasten the process. In reality, Marcus probably died of the plague, or simply of exertion during the Marcomannic Wars, coupled with an always fragile health. Regardless, why did a thoughtful and wise emperor, one who studied and practiced philosophy, decide to break with the by then well-established tradition of the Good 5 and make the misguided choice of anointing Commodus? This is one of 3 major criticisms often raised against Marcus, and we need to take them seriously, because after all, we're looking at the emperor-philosopher not just as the author of a book, but as someone who honestly attempted to live wisely through the guidance offered by Stoic philosophy. If it turned out that he was not practicing what he was preaching, one might reasonably be skeptical of the whole of the Meditations. We have already briefly discussed one of the 3 criticisms in Lecture 1. Why did Marcus not adopt a more humane attitude towards slavery? We shall go back to this point again in more depth in Lecture 3. The second issue is that of Marcus's treatment of the Christians, which we'll discuss later on in this lecture. For now, though, let us focus on the problem posed by the choice of Commodus as a successor. The situation was complex, and how Marcus handled it tells us quite a bit about him as a person, as well as about ancient Roman society more broadly. To begin with, Marcus had actually made elaborate succession plans, just like Hadrian and Antoninus Pius before him, demonstrating that he was a thoughtful ruler and aware of the potential issues involved. Specifically, while he was still co-emperor with Lucius Verus, Marcus appointed Commodus and his younger brother, Marcus Annius Verus, as Caesars, that is, junior emperors or emperors in waiting. Presumably, the idea was that Marcus would die first and would be succeeded by Lucius Verus, who was younger and healthier. Lucius would then train Commodus and Marcus Annius. Fate, however, intervened, killing both Lucius and the young Marcus Annius in the same year, 169. That left Commodus as the only one remaining in line. At the time, he was only 8 years old, and it would have taken a clairvoyant in order to figure out that he was not, after all, emperor material. From that point on, Marcus kept a closer eye on Commodus, as much as it was possible, given his own involvement with the Marcomannic Wars. Commodus was elevated to Augustus, that is, co-emperor, in 177, 3 years before his father died. He was then 16 years old. By this point, Marcus must have suspected that Commodus was not the ideal choice, because he approached one of his lieutenants, the general Tiberius Claudius Pompeianus, on which the character played by Russell Crowe in Gladiator is largely based. Marcus betrothed Pompeianus to his own daughter, Lucilla, who was the widow of Lucius Verus and already an Augusta, that is, empress. At this point, Marcus invited Pompeianus to become Caesar, junior emperor, but the general refused. Indeed, Pompeianus has the interesting distinction of having turned down the purple 3 times, not only when Marcus approached him, but later on, when he was asked to replace the assassinated Commodus, and even later by Julianus, who was emperor in 193. It's hard to tell why Pompeianus declined the honor, but he may have been aware of the perils of such a choice, which could have easily led to civil war. Indeed, when an emperor eventually did prefer a meritocratic appointment to his own son in 306, the result was a whopping 18 years of internecine conflict. Marcus's choice of Commodus was controversial even in ancient times. The historian Cassius Dio, who lived during the time of Commodus, writes of the latter. This man was not naturally wicked, but on the contrary, as guileless as any man that ever lived. His great simplicity, however, together with his cowardice, made him the slave of his companions, and it was through them that he at first, out of ignorance, missed the better life, and then was led on into lustful and cruel habits, which soon became second nature. And this, I think, Marcus clearly perceived beforehand. Commodus was 19 years old when his father died, leaving him many guardians, among whom were numbered the best men of the Senate. But their suggestions and counsels Commodus rejected. Commodus was killed in 192. He had decided to begin the previous year by doing away with his mistress, Marcia, his chamberlain, Eclectus, and the Praetorian prefect, Quintus Aemilius Latus. Marcia, however, discovered the plot and poisoned his food. Commodus survived the attempted assassination, so Marcia summoned his wrestling partner, Narcissus, who strangled him. The Senate immediately declared Commodus public enemy of the state and condemned his memory, meaning that all traces of him throughout the empire should be eliminated. After Commodus was assassinated, a period of turmoil followed, known to historians as the Year of the 5 Emperors. Not to be confused with the 5 good emperors, 5 different men claimed the title of Roman emperor in the single year 193. Eventually, the one left standing was Septimius Severus, who founded a new dynasty. He too commented on the Commodus issue, saying that Marcus should have simply killed his son in order to spare Rome so much violence. We can think of Septimius as a classic example of a successful Machiavellian ruler, preferring realpolitik to virtue, and of Marcus as, in many respects, his opposite. Which type is preferable, I will leave you to ponder. Meanwhile, let's talk about the second issue potentially affecting the moral stature of Marcus: his dealings with the increasingly popular new religion on the block, Christianity. Marcus has been accused of generally engaging in persecutions of the Christians, and in particular of ordering a massacre of members of the sect in the city of Lyon, France, during the year 177. How much of this corresponds to historical fact? The chief accuser was Eusebius of Caesarea, a bishop, exegete, and Christian polemicist. He wrote a book entitled Ecclesiastical History, in which he mentions a letter describing the alleged persecution in detail. including plenty of gory details of the carnage. One problem is that Eusebius wrote ecclesiastical history over 120 years after the alleged facts. And two Christian sources who were actually alive at the time do not mention anything at all about the alleged massacre at Lyon. One of these two sources is none other than the then Bishop of Lyon, who wrote a 5-volume opus entitled Against Heresies in 180, only 3 years after the purported events. But he makes no reference to the incident at all. The second source is the famous church father Tertullian, also alive at the time of the Lyon episode. Not only does Tertullian not support the story told by Eusebius, he actually refers directly to Marcus as a protector of Christians. Indeed, we have a telling letter written by Marcus himself in the year 161, when he became emperor. He sent it to the governors of the Asian provinces of the empire, warning them to leave the Christians alone. There seems, therefore, to be no historical evidence that Marcus persecuted Christians, and indeed, this would have been highly inconsistent with his Stoic teachings and his practice of philanthropia, or love of mankind. In the broad scheme of things, however, the new religion was still too small and not likely to be on Marcus's radar in any prominent fashion. This doesn't mean he had an easy life as emperor of Rome. During his 19-year reign, he had to put out one fire after another, with the fires coming in rapid succession from all over the empire. Cassius Dio wrote in his Roman history, Marcus Aurelius did not meet with the good fortune that he deserved, for he was not strong in body and was involved in a multitude of troubles throughout practically his entire reign. But for my part, I admire him all the more for this very reason, that amid unusual and extraordinary difficulties, he both survived himself and preserved the empire. I have already mentioned two such troubles, the war with the Parthians, long-standing enemies of the Romans to the east, and the war against the Germanic tribes of the Marcomanni, Quadi, and others on the north. Marcus found himself embroiled in conflict with the Parthians as soon as he acceded to the throne in 161, and his initial response, as we have already seen, was to send his co-emperor, Lucius Verus, to deal with the situation, on the ground that Lucius was healthier and stronger, and thus presumably more apt to the military life. Marcus probably also hoped that the assignment would finally take Lucius away from his continuous partying. That turned out to be a vain expectation, and it took until 166 for the Romans to finally repel the Parthians. Much of the most important work was done by an able and ruthless general named Avidius Cassius, at the head of the legion known as Third Gallica. More on him in a few minutes. Marcus and Lucius were not just busy with the Parthians, though. In 161 or 62, the river Tiber in Rome flooded much of the city, drowning a large number of animals and exposing the capital to the risk of a famine. Both co-emperors were personally involved in the management of the crisis. No sooner had the trouble with Parthia been settled than some of the Germanic tribes, headed by the Marcomanni, started making raids against Roman positions, and in 166 crossed the river Danube, which represented the northern frontier of the Roman Empire in continental Europe. This time, Marcus did not delegate and took command of the operations himself. On and off, he spent the rest of his life in that endeavor, achieving a certain degree of success by way of a judicious combination of military action, negotiations, and even voluntary resettlement of some of the former enemies within the confines of the Roman Empire. The Meditations was likely entirely written in this period, probably while Marcus was stationed in various places along the German frontier. Indeed, the second and third notebooks explicitly tell us where he was when he wrote them, respectively, while fighting the Quadi, another Germanic tribe, on the river Gran, a tributary of the Danube in modern Slovakia, and while resting at Carnuntum, about halfway between contemporary Vienna in Austria and Bratislava in Slovakia. Despite these brief internal notes, Marcus actually never talks in the Meditations about the specific problems he faced, preferring to focus on his own ethical self-improvement, for instance, on managing his anger issues. This is yet another reminder that the book is not just a straightforward diary. The emperor was writing in order to summon the internal resources necessary to deal effectively with the issues that faced him. One of the many practical problems that go unremarked by Marcus in his philosophical diary is the Antonine Plague, which raged from 165 to 180, and which probably killed both Marcus and his co-emperor, Lucius Verus. The Antonine Plague was caused either by smallpox or, more likely, as recent genetic evidence seemed to indicate, measles. Some of the ancient sources suggest that the plague originated in Mesopotamia in the course of the Roman siege of the city of Seleucia during the winter of 165-66, though it may have come from China instead. From there, the returning legions spread it to Gaul and along the Rhine. It was devastating. By all accounts, the major epidemic of the ancient world. Cassius Dio tells us that it came back in 189 when it killed 2,000 people per day just in Rome. The estimated total was 5 to 10 million deaths, roughly 10% of the entire population of the empire. The effects were so long-lasting that some historians point to this episode as one of the triggers of the beginning of the decline of the Roman Empire. Interestingly, similar plagues, or even the very same one, simultaneously affected the Han Empire in China, which at the time was connected by trade routes with the Roman one via the Indian subcontinent. It is fascinating to speculate what might have happened if Roman-Chinese trade had continued to expand in the following decades and centuries. As if 2 wars and a plague were not enough, Marcus was also the target of a revolt in the year 175, orchestrated by none other than Avidius Cassius, the general who had been instrumental in the victory against the Parthians. This episode is particularly interesting for our general project of understanding Marcus and how his philosophy of life played a role in his political decisions. Avidius was a Syrian who claimed descent from Augustus, the first Roman emperor, which is an important detail to keep in mind. He began his military career under Marcus's predecessor, Antoninus Pius, rising to the rank of legatus legionis, general in charge of a legion. After his distinguished service during the Parthian War, he was elevated to the Senate and later, by Marcus, made governor of the Syrian province. This was arguably Marcus's worst mistake during his entire reign, because it put someone who was born in a given province in charge of the army stationed there, a situation that was generally avoided because deemed too dangerous and an invitation to revolt. Moreover, Marcus also made Avidius rector orientis, in charge of all the eastern provinces, giving him power of imperium, that is, supreme military command, during a revolt in Egypt. Add to all of this the fact that Avidius could make a reasonable claim to the throne because of his familiar relationship with Augustus, and the stage was set for big trouble. The trigger for the actual revolt came in 175 from an entirely unexpected source, Marcus's wife, Faustina the Younger. She told Avidius that Marcus was on his deathbed, even though that was most certainly not the case. We don't know if this was a genuine mistake on Faustina's part or whether she actually meant to incite a rebellion against her husband. Be that as it may, Avidius declared himself emperor, supported by 7 legions stationed throughout the eastern provinces of Arabia, Egypt, and Syria. This, incidentally, gave him control of the production of grain in Egypt, vital for the survival of Rome. Nevertheless, he was outnumbered by the large force that Marcus was able to rapidly field in order to deal with the insurrection. And it is here that we see an interesting aspect of Marcus's character and philosophy at play. Before moving against Avidius, he addressed the Senate and asked entirely uncharacteristically for a Roman emperor to extend clemency to Avidius's family, which would otherwise have been ruthlessly exterminated. He argued that they were not responsible for Avidius's mistake, in agreement with the charitable attitude typical of Stoic philosophy, to which we find repeated references throughout the Meditations. In the end, though, Marcus was spared a direct confrontation. A centurion of one of Avidius's own legions killed him and sent his head to Marcus as proof. The rebellion was over. What happened to Faustina? She died the same year the rebellion was put down, while at the military camp of Alala in Cappadocia, modern central Turkey. There has been a lot of speculation about how exactly she died, ranging from natural causes to suicide, from an accident to retaliation by Marcus's supporters for her support of Avidius Cassius. Regardless, we do know that Marcus was distraught by her death, asked the Senate to deify her, and opened a charity for orphan girls in her name, the Puelle Faustinae, or Girls of Faustina. 3 years later, in 178, just 2 years before Marcus himself died, yet another catastrophe struck the empire. The beautiful city of Smyrna, modern-day Izmir in western Turkey, was destroyed by a powerful earthquake. Aelius Aristides, a friend of Marcus, wrote to him with the news of the disaster, reporting that she is a desert through which the west winds blow. Marcus soaked the parchment with tears as he read this, and immediately ordered funds to be set aside for the reconstruction of the faraway city. As we shall see when we discuss the 6th notebook of the Meditations, Marcus was very much aware that, as emperor, he had certain duties toward Rome. But he was also a Stoic cosmopolitan, literally a citizen of the world, and he did his best to act accordingly, feeling deeply for the devastated city of Smyrna and its residents. We now have a good idea of Marcus as a man and as the head of the Roman Empire in the late 2nd century. Before we begin a deep dive into the main text of the Meditations, let's take a closer look at the philosophy that informed his life, Stoicism.
Lecture 3. Marcus Aurelius becomes a Stoic.
Marcus Aurelius was a Stoic. Or was he? He only mentions Stoicism directly in one passage of the Meditations, where he says, "Things are, in a sense, so wrapped up in mystery that not a few philosophers, and they no ordinary ones, have concluded that they are wholly beyond our comprehension. Nay, even the Stoics themselves find them hard to comprehend. Indeed, every assent we give to the impressions of our senses is liable to error, for where is the man who never errs?" Here Marcus is practicing what philosophers call epistemic humility. He admits that most people, beginning with himself, don't know much, especially when it comes to metaphysics, the study of the nature of things. As we will see, he often entertains multiple answers to metaphysical questions, such as whether the world is run by a providential God, the Stoic position, or is made of atoms bumping into each other, as asserted by the Epicureans. According to the Stoics, it's next to impossible for a human being to consistently avoid making errors in evaluating what they call impressions, that is, perceptions of things out there in the world. Because, as Marcus states, our very senses are liable to make mistakes. These impressions will come into play again soon, so hold on to this idea. Marcus had studied philosophy since he was a kid, and many, but not all of his teachers were Stoics. Though we'll devote the majority of this lecture to talking about the influence of Stoicism on Marcus and his writing, it's important to recognize the wide range of Marcus's teachers, each of whom helped shape his character. We know their names because Marcus himself lists them in the 1st notebook of the Meditations, his long exercise in gratitude to those who influenced him. Another pertinent source is the Historia Augusta, a controversial book of unclear authorship and date, which modern historians consider only partly reliable. It was probably written by a single anonymous author sometime in the 4th century or early 5th century, and contains the biographies of 30 Roman emperors who lived between 117 and 284. The Historia says this about Marcus's teachers. He studied philosophy intensely, even when he was still a boy. When he was 12 years old, he embraced the dress of a philosopher, and later the endurance, studying in a Greek cloak and sleeping on the ground. However, with some difficulty, his mother persuaded him to sleep on a couch spread with skins. He was also tutored by Apollonius of Chalcedon, the Stoic philosopher. I find it endearing that young Marcus insisted on wearing the cloak of a philosopher and sleeping on the ground. Spartan style, to improve his indifference to comfort. And equally endearing that his mother, the bright and successful Domitia Lucilla, would have to bargain with him to make him sleep on a couch as a compromise. The first name we get from the Historia, then, is that of Apollonius of Chalcedon, who was indeed a Stoic philosopher. He taught Marcus before the latter joined the imperial family by adoption at age 17, and continued to tutor him afterwards. The Historia continues. Furthermore, his zeal for philosophy was so great that even after he joined the imperial family, he still used to go to Apollonius's house for instruction. He also attended the lectures of Sextus of Chaeronea, Junius Rusticus, Claudius Maximus, and Cinna Catullus, all Stoics. He went to lectures by Claudius Severus too, as he was attracted to the peripatetic school. But it was chiefly Junius Rusticus whom he admired and followed, a man acclaimed in both private and public life and extremely well practiced in the Stoic discipline. The list leaves little doubt that Marcus was primarily interested in Stoicism. He did also study Aristotle under the guidance of Claudius Severus, and we know that he was a student of the Platonist Alexander of Seleucia. But most of his teachers were Stoics, and especially the most influential one, Junius Rusticus. So we can conclude that although Marcus was interested in a wide range of philosophies, his main focus was Stoicism. But what exactly is Stoicism? The story begins several hundred years before the time of Marcus Aurelius, and in a very different place from Rome. We are in Athens, near the end of the 4th century BCE. A Phoenician merchant named Zeno of Citium, which was in modern-day Cyprus, is on a ship that carries a large cargo of precious purple dye, which Zeno intends to sell at the markets in Athens. His fortunes change when a fierce storm suddenly erupts, overtaking the ship. Passengers and crew are forced to abandon the rapidly sinking vessel. Zeno makes it to shore alive, and, once recovered from the shock of having almost drowned and having lost all that he possessed, eventually makes it to Athens. Now, what would you do if you had just survived a shipwreck? Naturally, you would head for the first bookstore you see in town, which is what Zeno did. While he was browsing the available books, he heard the store owner reading out loud some passages from the Memorabilia, a book by the statesman and general Xenophon. The Memorabilia is about the life and philosophy of Xenophon's famous friend, Socrates, who had died about a century earlier. Zeno was absolutely in rapture and asked the bookseller where he could find one of these people. What do you call them? Philosophers. Since he was in Athens during the Hellenistic times, there were plenty of philosophers around, and the bookseller simply pointed to a fellow passing nearby, saying, "Follow him." The guy in question turned out to be Crates of Thebes, a prominent member of the Cynic school. Zeno studied with him for some time and then moved on to other teachers, sampling a number of schools, including the Megarians, who specialized in logic, and the Platonists. Once he felt sufficiently well trained, Zeno began to teach. But at this point, he made a crucial move. He did not establish a physical school outside of town, like Plato's Academy, Aristotle's Lyceum, or Epicurus's Garden. Instead, he decided to teach like Socrates, in the public square, so that his philosophy would be accessible to everyone. He chose a covered colonnade just to the north of the main marketplace, the Agora. It was known as the Painted Porch, or Stoa Poikile in Greek, hence the name of the new philosophy, Stoicism. Initially, Stoicism was a synthesis of what Zeno had been exposed to and thought was useful. A good dose of cynicism, a bit of Megarian logic, a pinch of Platonism, and so on. A few years later, however, the logician Chrysippus of Soli became head of the school, and he cleaned things up, articulating the highly internally coherent version of Stoicism that we still study today. The most fundamental idea in Stoic philosophy is that we should live in agreement with nature. This doesn't mean we should strip naked and run into the forest to hug trees, though there is nothing wrong with that, I guess. Rather, the idea is that if our goal is to live a good life as human beings, then we need first and foremost to understand what sort of creature a human is, and consequently, what sort of things foster or undermine our flourishing. Consider an analogy. Say that you invite me over for dinner. I show up at your door with the customary bottle of wine and also with a present, a cactus plant. Now you are in charge of the cactus's well-being. What do you need to know? You will have to appreciate some basic things about cactus nature. For instance, not only that cacti are plants, but that they are desert plants. As such, they need little water and a lot of light. If you don't know this and think, oh, it's a plant, so it wants lots of water, and you act accordingly, you'll kill it. The Stoics say the situation is similar with human beings. We must appreciate that humans are a highly social species capable of reason. Nature hasn't given us the sort of evolutionary weapons that other animals enjoy. We don't have large muscles or big fangs. We don't fly, nor can we swim fast. But we instinctively cooperate with each other and have large brains that allow us to solve complex problems. So, in order to live according to nature, we must live rationally and pro-socially. Okay, and how do we do that? One way is to use the Stoic moral compass. It is based on 4 cardinal virtues, which are meant to provide us with guidance on how to act in life. The 4 cardinal virtues are wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. And the Stoics understood these in a particular fashion. Wisdom is the knowledge of what is and is not good for us. The Stoics had different ideas from most people about this topic. It is normal to grow up thinking that things like health, wealth, fame, and so forth are good, while their counterparts, sickness, poverty, obscurity, and the like, are bad. But in Stoicism, these things are actually neutral, because their goodness or badness depends on how they're used. That is, they depend on one's wisdom. For instance, wealth is good if I use it to help others and make the world a better place. It is bad if I use it to corrupt politicians and exploit people. So the only true good in Stoicism is one's own character, because from it stem all our decisions in life, including how to use externals like health, wealth, fame, and the like. Consequently, the only true bad is whatever may undermine one's character, since that's the most precious thing we have. The second cardinal virtue is courage. This is not understood just as bravery in the face of danger, but more specifically as moral courage, the courage to do the right thing. From a Stoic perspective, someone who dares to risk his life to impress his friends is not courageous, he's a fool. And a soldier who fights bravely for a tyrant is actually a coward, since he should use his weapons against the tyrant. The third virtue is justice, by which the Stoics meant the attitude of treating others fairly and with respect and dignity, just like we ourselves would like to be treated. Finally, there is temperance, the idea that we should do things in the right measure, neither too much nor too little. How do we use the 4 cardinal virtues as a moral compass? Consider a hypothetical example. Imagine that one day I walk into my place of work and find my boss harassing a colleague. This is entirely hypothetical since my boss is actually a very nice guy. Still, if something like that were to happen, what would a Stoic do? Wisdom would tell me that it is good to intervene and bad not to intervene, because my character would be undermined if I ignored the situation and walked away. To intervene would take courage, the second cardinal virtue. After all, I would be about to interfere with something my boss was doing, and I may have to suffer retaliation or other consequences for it. However, that is the just thing to do, because if I were in my co-worker's place, I would certainly want someone to intercede. Temperance would modulate my intervention. At one extreme, I wouldn't want to simply whisper something under my breath and pretend I've done my part. That would be too little. At the opposite extreme, I probably shouldn't charge into the situation and start punching my boss. Nobody's life is under threat in this scenario, so there is no need to use violence. The tempered thing to do then would be to step in firmly and say something that is both clearly audible and aimed at calming down the situation. Of course, this process should ideally be automatic, the result of meditation and practice, since in most real-life instances, we don't have the luxury to put the unfolding situation on hold while we cogitate about the application of the four virtues. That is why the Stoic philosopher Epictetus told his students that they need to keep practicing until the proper ethical judgments become second nature to them. During the COVID pandemic, I had to explain this to a lot of people who call me up or email me to ask for advice on how to use Stoicism under those stressful and challenging circumstances. I replied that I was happy to provide basic advice, but that they shouldn't expect miracles, because the instant results they wanted were equivalent to someone asking to learn martial arts because they're being threatened right there and then. Just like good martial arts techniques are effective but require time and practice, so does Stoic philosophy, or any other philosophy of life for that matter. The four cardinal virtues are an important aspect of Stoic ethics, but most certainly not the only one we should consider in order to appreciate what Marcus writes in his Meditations. He repeatedly mentions or implicitly refers to two notions that he gets again from Epictetus: role ethics and cosmopolitanism. In section 44 of the sixth notebook, Marcus tells himself that as a member of the Antonine family, he has a duty toward Rome in his role as emperor. But as a human being, he is a member of the cosmopolis, that is, the universal city of humans and gods. He needs, therefore, to find good ways to balance those two roles, especially when they come into conflict with each other, as they might. Epictetus' theory of role ethics, as it is often referred to, says that we all perform three kinds of roles in life. Some roles are given to us by fate, such as being someone's son or daughter. Other roles are chosen by us, given the circumstances of our life, for example, picking our career or electing to become a father, mother, or partner. The third role is that of a human being, common to everyone. The idea, according to Epictetus, is that the cosmopolitan role overrides all others. We should never, ever forget that we are members of the human family at large. But within that family, we also happen to play more specific local roles, which we need to learn to balance with each other. For instance, some of my roles include father, husband, son, friend, colleague, and teacher. On occasion, two or more of these may come into conflict. Do I spend enough time with my wife and daughter? Am I neglecting my duties as a colleague and teacher? And so on. Epictetus says that each one of us is responsible for achieving the best balance among the various roles, like good ancient actors wearing different masks when impersonating different characters. Nobody can tell you exactly what to do or not to do, but awareness of your roles is crucial. At one point, Epictetus is confronted by a father who has left his daughter because he was too distraught by the fact that she was sick. The philosopher asks the father, "Do you think you did the right thing?" To which the father responds that it was natural to feel bad in that situation and to seek relief by going away. Epictetus chides the man. Perhaps it was natural, but was it right? How would you like it if you were sick and your daughter or wife left you because they couldn't stand your suffering? The father, in other words, had not played well the role of father. While humanly understandable, his behavior was not right and needed to be corrected. I said a moment ago that the role of cosmopolitan is most important. But how on earth can we help or undermine the cosmopolis? After all, most of us don't have the kind of power that, say, the President of the United States has. In the Stoic sense, however, almost everything we do affects the cosmopolis, for good or for bad. If we get angry with a friend, we undermine the cosmopolis. By contrast, if we help a stranger, we also help the cosmopolis. If we act in a way that increases our carbon footprint on the world, we undermine the cosmopolis, while we'll help it if we act in the opposite fashion, and so on. Even small decisions will affect other human beings or the environment in which we all live, and we have a duty, according to the Stoics, to always act appropriately. But how do we know when to act one way or the other? Marcus pays a lot of attention to this problem and returns to it in several places in the Meditations. For instance, in section 11 of the third notebook, which begins with, "Nothing is so conducive to greatness of mind as the ability to examine systematically and honestly everything that meets us in life." Or in section 55 of the seventh notebook, which ends with the phrase, "The rational constitution should be free from deception by not rushing into assent." Time, therefore, to do a bit of Stoic Psychology 101. We need to consider three intertwined concepts: impressions, assent, and impulse. An impression is a precognitive, intuitive judgment originating from our previous experiences or our subconscious thinking. For example, cats are nice, or cats are selfish. The square root of 9 is 3, or the square root of 9 is 4. Assent is the confirmation at a cognitive, conscious level of the initial impression. Cats are indeed nice animals. The square root of 9 is indeed 3. Obviously, one can deny assent to other impressions, like that cats are actually selfish or that the square root of 9 is 4. Finally, an impulse is a movement of the will toward action that we feel because of having assented to a given impression. In Stoic psychology, the causal chain connecting these three phenomena goes like this: impression, assent, impulse. The impression, then, is involuntary. The assent, however, is the result of reflection, at least in individuals who are prone to reflect on things. And so the impulse also is voluntary, the outcome of a specific combination of impression and assent. Here are some examples brought up by Epictetus, the philosopher who most influenced Marcus. Provoked by the sight of a handsome man or a beautiful woman, you will discover within you the contrary power of self-restraint. Faced with pain, you will discover the power of endurance. If you're insulted, you will discover patience. In time, you will grow to be confident that there is not a single impression that you will not have the moral means to tolerate. Let's take the specific case of an insult. A stoically incorrect causal analysis of it would be: impression, someone is insulting me. Assent, it is awful to be insulted. Impulse, I experience distress. Consequently, I get angry. What should a good Stoic practitioner do instead? This: impression, someone is opening their mouth and moving air. Denial of assent, movement of air from someone's mouth cannot hurt me. Impulse, none. I just walk away, keeping my peace of mind. This, of course, is far easier said than done, which is why Epictetus warns his students. If from the moment they get up in the morning, they adhere to their ideals, eating and bathing like a person of integrity, putting their principles into practice in every situation they face, the way a runner does when he applies the principles of running, or a singer those of musicianship, that is where you will see true progress embodied, and find someone who has not wasted their time making the journey here from home. You may have noticed in our discussion so far that Stoicism isn't only about ethics. It concerns itself with other aspects of philosophy, which the Stoics thought were important in order to be able to live a good life. We will soon see that Marcus too writes about more than ethics. And in order to understand why, it is important to appreciate that Stoicism is a fully coherent system, not just a set of ethical precepts. In particular, the Stoics thought that we ought to concern ourselves with the study of three branches of philosophy: science, logic, and ethics. The idea is that in order to live a good life, ethics, we need to understand how the world works, science, and to reason correctly about it, logic. Of course, the science the Stoics had access to was very limited compared to what we know today. Even so, Stoic writers like Seneca were explicit that we should always learn from new discoveries and update our beliefs accordingly. The Stoics saw the universe as a living organism permeated by something they called the logos, a substance that endowed the universe itself with the ability to reason. That is why we will see Marcus using the words cosmos, God, and nature interchangeably, as three different ways to refer to the same thing. Moreover, everything in the world is made of matter, which means that things have causal powers. Consequently, everything that happens is the result of cause and effect. There are no exceptions, no miracles, and even what we call chance is simply a label for our ignorance of the actual causes. When Marcus engages in metaphysical thinking, this isn't just because he is curious or he wants an intellectual break from his duties as emperor. For him, metaphysics has implications on the ethics, that is, on the way we ought to live. For instance, if the universe is deterministic, then everything that happens was bound to happen, and our role in life is to play our assigned part willingly and to the best of our abilities. If the cosmos is a rational being, then we're literally his cells or other active parts, and whatever happens to us is for the good of the whole, the Stoic version of providence. One of the major implications of Stoic science is their view of free will. It can be summarized in this way: we do have will, but it ain't free. If by free will we mean that our judgments and decisions to act or not to act are uncaused, then this is impossible in a deterministic universe where everything is caused. A will independent of causality would be a miracle, and the Stoics don't believe in miracles. That said, we clearly do make decisions, so we have a will. The word used by the Stoics is prohairesis, which is often translated as volition. Our volition works by processing external and internal inputs. The external ones come from the world around us. The internal ones are originated within us. For instance, say that I decided this moment to get up, walk toward the refrigerator, open it, and pick up a beer. Why did I do that? Because I was thirsty, which is a way to say that I was responding to a psychological stimulus internal to my body. But why was I thirsty? Because the temperature in the room was relatively high, which contributed to my dehydration. The temperature is part of the external environment, while the level of dehydration is a characteristic of my body, and so on. For the Stoics, we are, in a sense, extremely sophisticated and complex decision-making machines, which is very close to the modern scientific view. We moderns would say that the human brain evolved to make the best decisions to preserve our bodily integrity, such as reaching for a drink if we begin to suffer from dehydration. Other than ethics and science, the Stoics were very much concerned with logic. And so is Marcus, who at various points in the Meditations engages in a number of logical arguments. For example, in section 13 of the 8th notebook, he reminds himself to practice all three. Persistently and, if possible, in every case, test your impressions by the rules of physics, ethics, logic. Moreover, in section 6 of the 10th notebook, he articulates a logical argument to the effect that anything that is good for the cosmos at large will also be good for him in particular. The Stoics developed a type of logic alternative to the one proposed by Aristotle, and their system was studied throughout the Middle Ages and early modern period. Indeed, Stoic logic was not improved upon until the end of the 19th century at least. The type of logic articulated by the Stoics is known as propositional logic, because it applies to statements, as distinct from Aristotelian logic, which is concerned with simple terms. For instance, Premise 1. All philosophy courses are incredibly exciting. Premise 2. All logic courses are philosophy courses. Conclusion. Therefore, all logic courses are incredibly exciting. Formally, this becomes: If X, then Y. X, therefore Y. This may sound straightforward, but things get really complicated very quickly once we begin to consider more premises and more complex sentences. Indeed, propositional logic is the foundation of all higher-order logics, meaning that the tools developed by the Greek Stoic philosopher Chrysippus and friends over 2 millennia ago are the building blocks of everything we do in modern logic and its multifarious applications. Stoic logic was not limited to formal reasoning. It also included dialectics, rhetoric, and epistemology. That is, it amounted to a comprehensive study of human reasoning and its uses. That's why Marcus studied it, together with Stoic ethics and science, because he was convinced that sound reasoning is crucial both in order to better understand the world we live in and in order to live well in that world. We now know enough about Marcus the man, the historical period in which he lived, and the Stoic philosophy that he practiced. It's time to start our deep dive in the Meditations itself.
Lecture 4. Marcus Aurelius on Preparing for the Day.
A couple of years ago, I was in Vienna, Austria, to give a talk at a conference. It occurred to me that I was very near the site of ancient Carnuntum, the Roman frontier city that Marcus Aurelius chose as his headquarters during the so-called Marcomanni Wars, which lasted from 166 to 180 of the Common Era. During this series of conflicts, Marcus fought against a coalition of Germanic tribes headed by the Marcomanni and the Quadi. The Carnuntum site is remarkable because of an unusual choice made by the archaeologists in charge there. Instead of leaving the unearthed ruins as they were, they completely reconstructed a number of buildings, painting them with colors approximating the original ones, and furnishing them with tables, chairs, altars, and everyday objects. The result is stunning. Visitors can really get a sense of what it must have been like to walk through the streets of a Roman town and drop by to see a neighbor. Even the local modern cafe serves food that is inspired by ancient Roman dishes. Considering this site helps us imagine the backdrop for at least part of the Meditations, which were written by Marcus at or near Carnuntum in the middle of the war. We know this because Notebooks 2 and 3 explicitly and unusually tell us so. Notebook 2 says, written among the Quadi on the river Granois, 1. The Quadi, as I mentioned, were one of the Germanic tribes, hailing from what is today Moravia, and the Granois is the modern river Rhone in Slovakia. Intriguingly, the 1 that follows is understood by scholars to indicate that this was the first notebook written by Marcus, even though all current editions numbered as the second one, after the series of gratitude exercises we discussed at the beginning of this course. Notebook 3 says simply written in Carnuntum, thus marking the location where it was composed, which at the time of Marcus was the capital of the Roman province of Pannonia Superior, at the northernmost frontier of the empire. Beginning with this lecture, we are going to engage in a close reading of the 11 notebooks of the Meditations that follow the one we have already explored. Armed as we are with background about the historical context, Marcus's life, and Stoic philosophy, we are now in a position to appreciate the actual content of the book, and especially the many life lessons that the emperor philosopher wrote down for himself, and that are still very much relevant to us, almost 2 millennia later. If you're reading the book along with this group of lectures, which I think is an excellent idea, there are a few things you need to keep in mind. First off, I am using the venerable 1916 translation by C.R. Haynes, part of the Loeb Classical Library, recently republished by Delphi Classics. I like this version because it sounds slightly archaic, lending the text a degree of gravitas that I find helps getting into the appropriate mindset. However, if you prefer a modern version of the text instead, my recommendation is to go with the annotated one by Robin Waterfield, which uses crisp language and yet still renders the meaning and nuances of the original Greek quite faithfully. Waterfield's endnotes are an added bonus and invaluable for an in-depth dive into the Meditations. Second, you need to keep in mind that there is no internal structure to the book, except for the first notebook, which, as I've mentioned, is a long exercise in gratitude. This means that similar themes will re-emerge across various notebooks, though Marcus will often approach them in a different fashion and from different angles. In this block of 6 lectures, I will highlight important passages as they appear in sequence in the text, attempting to minimize redundancy. But do remember that this is the Emperor's personal philosophical journal, so redundancy is a feature, as they say, not a bug. The very first section of the second notebook is a classic in Stoic thought and packs an enormous amount of ideas and wisdom. It reads like this: "Say to yourself at daybreak, I shall come across the busybody, the thankless, the bully, the treacherous, the envious, the unneighborly. All this has befallen them because they know not good from evil. But I can neither be injured by any of them, for no one can involve me in what is debasing, nor can I be harmed by my kinsman and hate him. For we have come into being for cooperation, as have the feet, the hands, the eyelids, the rows of upper and lower teeth. Therefore, to thwart one another is against nature, and we do thwart one another by showing resentment and aversion." There are a number of interconnected concepts to be unpacked here. To begin with, Marcus reminds himself that on any given day he is bound to encounter people who will not behave at their best. This is an unwelcome, yet inevitable aspect of reality and of the human condition, so he simply needs to accept it. What he is doing in reminding himself of this from the outset is to engage in an exercise that the Stoics call premeditatio malorum, which roughly translates to premeditation about bad things. The idea is that we handle problems and setbacks much better if we expect them and are prepared for them, as opposed to taking a more rosy view of things and then finding ourselves caught off guard by the inevitable and the predictable. Marcus then goes on to say that he cannot be injured by such behaviors. Why not? Because for a Stoic, the only truly bad things are one's own bad character and judgment, and those are entirely up to us, not to other people. Others may annoy or anger us, but annoyance and anger are our own responses to external situations. They're not inherent in the situations themselves. Say, for instance, that a colleague at work gets irritated with you and starts hurling insults your way. The normal reaction would be for you to get angry in response, because insults are unjust and hurtful. But are they really? Is what your colleague says to you unjust in the sense of being undeserved? There are only 2 possibilities. Either the remark is factually correct, in which case, why are you getting upset? You should instead acknowledge the mistake and try to redress it. Or the remark is false, in which case it is your colleague who is making a mistake, not you. Either way, why get angry? What exactly does that accomplish? In the second half of the passage we're examining, Marcus says that we are made for cooperation, like rows of upper and lower teeth in our jaws, and that to resent other people is equivalent to rejecting the notion that we are all in it together, that we thrive when we work with each other, not against each other. That's why we are not supposed to hate our fellow human beings, but to try our best to work with them, for everyone's sake. As we've seen in the lesson on Stoic philosophy, this is what it means to live in agreement with nature. Homo sapiens is a species of social primates capable of reason. So the best human life is one in which we use reason and cooperate with others in order to solve our problems. Later on in the second notebook, Marcus turns to a topic that must have been constantly on his mind while fighting a frontier war against the Quadi and the Marcomanni: death. Here too, his thinking is strongly informed by Stoic philosophy. To depart from the human race if there are gods, is nothing dreadful, for they would not involve you in evil. But if indeed there are no gods, or if they do not concern themselves with the affairs of people, why live in a universe where there are no gods, where providence is not? Nay, but there are gods, and they do concern themselves with human things, and they have put it wholly in humanity's power not to fall into evils that are truly such. This is one of several passages in the Meditations that are often referred to as the God or atoms set. Marcus is considering two possibilities. Either there is a God, or there are only atoms and the void. The first is the Stoic take. The second one is the opinion of the Epicureans, one of the chief rivals of Stoicism throughout the Hellenistic period. You may have noticed that here at least Marcus uses the plural, gods. But don't think of the classical Roman pantheon featuring Jupiter, Minerva, Mars, and Venus bickening with each other. It's more a slip of the pen, so to speak, than a serious acknowledgement of popular religion. For the Stoics, there is one God, and it is the same thing as the cosmos itself. It is thought of as a living organism endowed with something they call the logos, which translates to the ability to reason. According to Stoic theology, which is best understood as a type of pantheism, we are literally bits and pieces of the cosmic God, just as the cells of our own bodies are bits and pieces of us. Marcus explicitly mentions the concept of providence, but resists the temptation to interpret that in terms of Christian theology. For the Stoics, God is not external to the world, which is created by him. God is the world, which is periodically self-created and self-destroyed by way of fire in a universal conflagration. Providence, then, is simply the notion that whatever happens to us is good for the cosmic organism as a whole, and we should therefore accept it gladly. Think of yourself as a single cell, part of the skin of a gigantic body. Your job is to protect the body from cold, sun rays, and other possible sources of injury. And at one point, when you will have exhausted your resources, you will die in order to make room for a new generation of cells, so that the body can keep thriving. That's more or less what Marcus means when he says that he is glad that there is a God that concerns himself with us. It's the kind of concern you may have for one of your skin cells. Still, he concludes this passage by saying that he thinks such a God does exist, and that he is glad of it, because he finds solace in the sort of providence that results from it. As we shall see later on, Marcus is more agnostic on this topic in other parts of the Meditations. Concluding that it really doesn't matter whether there is a God or not, we still need to act reasonably and cooperatively toward other human beings, because that's the way that nature established. One of the fascinating features of Stoic philosophy is how interrelated metaphysics is to ethics. That is, how the Stoics connected their view of how the world works with their take on how to act rightly within the world. Take the passage that we have just discussed. Superficially, it looks like a set of abstract musings on the nature of the cosmos. Yet, a little later on in the second notebook, Marcus turns them into very practical considerations on how to improve his own character. He frames it in terms of 5 ways our soul can harm itself. Our soul does wrong to itself most of all when it makes itself, as far as it can do so, a tumor, as if it were a malignant growth in the universe. For to grumble at anything that happens is a rebellion against nature, and the soul wrongs itself again when it turns away from anyone or even opposes them with intent to do them harm, as is the case with those who are angry. It does wrong to itself, thirdly, when it is overcome by pleasure or pain. Fourthly, when it assumes a mask, and in act or word is insincere or untruthful. Fifthly, when it directs some act or desire of its own towards no mark, and expends its energy on anything whatever aimlessly and unadvisedly, whereas even the most trifling things should be done with reference to the end in view. Notice that the first way in which the soul can harm itself is by behaving like a tumor, recalling my analogy between ourselves and a skin cell. We don't want to be a malignant growth in the universe, and we are precisely that if we insist in rebelling against the dictates of nature. What are such dictates as far as human beings are concerned? They are, as we saw earlier, that we act reasonably and pro-socially. Second, we hurt ourselves when we intend to do harm to others, for instance, as a result of anger. Anger, in the Stoic view, is a particularly destructive emotion, because when we are angry, we act by ignoring reason. As a result, we risk doing things that we will later regret, even though we may be angry because of a genuine injustice that we or others have received. Third, we undermine our soul when we allow ourselves to be overwhelmed by either pleasure or pain. Both of these are natural human experiences, so the idea is not to avoid them altogether, which is pretty much impossible anyway. Instead, the notion is not to yield to the temptation of too much pleasure, nor to succumb to the feeling of pain. Pleasure needs to be managed, and pain endured. Fourth, we harm our own character when we, as Marcus puts it, assume a mask, meaning that we utter insincere or untruthful words and act accordingly. To tell lies or to be treacherous is another example of antisocial behavior, something that, again, goes against the dictates of nature. Finally, says Marcus, we do ourselves a disfavor when we engage in actions that have no particular point, when we waste our limited time on earth instead of using it to do some good. This last observation, especially, is borne out by contemporary psychological research, which has found that when people approach the end of their life, they regret not having done enough meaningful things, and especially not having been close enough to their loved ones. By contrast, no one regrets not having spent more time on social media or attending endless meetings at work. Think about that from now on, and consider carefully how you structure your day and why you do what you do. The second notebook ends by posing a question that emerges from the considerations we've made so far, a question to which Marcus gives a clear answer. What then is it that can help us on our way? One thing and one alone: philosophy. And this consists in keeping the divine genius within pure and unwronged. Philosophy is the answer. Not philosophy understood as a specialized academic discipline of the kind that yours truly practices every semester at the City University of New York, but philosophy understood as love of wisdom, as a way of life, a path to ethical self-improvement. And Marcus tells us how such a path unfolds. We need to train ourselves to keep our divine genius pure and unwronged. The reference is to what the Greeks called a daimon, the same root from which we get the English word demon. But while within the Christian tradition demons are unequivocally bad influences on people, the Greek daimon was understood more like a spirit guide, or a conceptualization of our own conscience, if you will. Socrates, who greatly inspired the Stoics, always said that he tried to pay attention to what his personal daimon told him, and that most of the times the daimon would simply say, "No, don't do it." The idea, in a broad sense, is to always pay attention to what we do and to try to do only what is reasonable and prosocial. That will keep our daimon pure and ourselves on the right path. In the third notebook of the Meditations, we see Marcus approaching again the theme of how to spend our time on earth, along with more direct discussions of death. This notebook, remember, was the one written after Notebook 2, while Marcus was stationed in Carnuntum, presumably during a rather quiet phase of the Marcomannic Wars. The idea of death was still close at hand, but he had enough time for contemplation. The notebook begins with a difficult subject matter, which must have weighed on Marcus's mind as he was getting older, at least by the standards of his time. If someone has entered their declining years, there will still be their power of breathing, and digestion and thought and desire and all such like faculties. But the full use of themselves, the accurate appreciation of the items of duty, the nice discrimination of what presents itself to the senses, and a clear judgment on the question whether it is time for them to end their own life, and all such decisions, as require well-trained powers of reasoning, these are already flickering out of him. At first glance, this is just a mundane observation about aging. As we enter our final years, we can still perform basic biological functions, like breathing, digesting, and so forth, and we still experience desires and wants. However, our faculty of judgment may begin to be impaired, which is a problem because it is, according to the Stoics, the most important of our faculties by far. If we can't think straight, then we are bound to make errors of judgment, and it won't matter how good our physical health is going to be, our soul will do wrong, and our daimon will no longer stay pure. What to do then? Marcus hints at it here in a subtle way, but returns to the same theme over and over later on in the book. We should contemplate what the Stoic teacher Epictetus called the open door, that is, suicide. Epictetus says that if the room we are in is too dense with smoke, and we can't take it anymore, then the door is open. It is up to us when to leave. Conversely, however, if we don't wish to leave, then we should stop complaining and get on with the business of living the best life possible. For the Stoics, life itself is not sacred, as it would be for a Christian. It falls into that strange category we have already encountered and referred to by the apparently oxymoronic phrase, preferred indifferent. Life is indifferent, not in the sense that it doesn't have value, otherwise it wouldn't be preferred, but in the sense that its value comes from what we actually do with it. If our mental or even physical abilities are severely impaired, as it may be near the end, then there isn't much we can contribute to the big human family, the cosmopolis. If so, we may decide that it is time to leave. This is obviously a very delicate topic, even today, and for good reasons. But the Stoic way of thinking here is sophisticated and nuanced. Neither Epictetus nor Marcus are treating life with casual disregard. Rather, they are endorsing the very same attitude that we moderns take when we talk about medically assisted suicide. It is a question of human dignity and autonomy. Marcus goes on to approach the theme of death in a way that exemplifies an important Stoic spiritual exercise, the so-called view from above. He writes, Hippocrates, after healing many a sick man, fell sick himself and died. Alexander, Pompeius, and Gaius Caesar many times utterly destroyed whole cities and cut to pieces many myriads of horse and foot on the field of battle. Yet the day came when they too departed this life. And lice caused the death of Democritus, and other vermin that of Socrates. What of this? You have gone aboard, you have set sail, you have touched land, go ashore. If indeed for another life, there is nothing even there void of gods. But if to a state of non-sensation, you shall cease being at the mercy of pleasure and pain. The view from above exercise works in a number of ways, and we'll encounter other examples in our close reading of the Meditations. Here Marcus is reminding himself of famous people who achieved a lot and yet in the end all died anyway. Hippocrates of Cos lived from 460 to about 370 before the Common Era, and was the most famous doctor of antiquity. He healed many, but in the end fell sick and died. Alexander the Great, Pompey, and Julius Caesar were among the most admired generals of all time, often brought up as role models to ancient Romans like Marcus. They destroyed many cities and killed many people, but in the end, they themselves died. I find the bit about Democritus and Socrates to be a rare example of Marcus's dark sense of humor. The philosopher Democritus of Abdera, who lived between 460 and 370 before the Common Era, apparently died of actual lice, meaning bitten by a disease-carrying insect. Socrates, says Marcus, died because of a different kind of vermin that is, the three Athenians who accused him of impiety and corruption of the youth, charges for which the city assembly condemned him to death in 399 BCE. Notice, though, how Marcus follows up on such thoughts. He shrugs and says, "So what? You were born, you lived, and now it's your turn to get ready to depart. No big deal. It's a law of nature." He then immediately revives the God or atoms thought we discussed earlier. This time, he comes across as a bit more agnostic. If there is an afterlife and a God, very good. But if not, then there will be no sensation, no pleasure, and no pain. So why worry? Meanwhile, Marcus is still very much alive. And in fact, he is on the frontier defending the empire. So he has things to do. A reasonable question then is, what is the best use of his time and energy? An issue that he has already explored in the second notebook. Here is how he now takes it up again. Do not waste what is left of your life in thoughts about others, unless you can bring these thoughts into relation with some common interest. Stop thinking what so-and-so is doing and why, and all the many like things that distract you from keeping close watch over your own ruling reason. You have to eschew the aimless and the unprofitable in the chain of your thoughts, and you should accustom yourself to think only of those things about which, if one were to ask on a sudden, "What is now in your thoughts?" you could quite frankly answer at once, this or that. Marcus here is engaging in yet another standard Stoic exercise, which we might call mind cleaning. What is it that you're thinking? Is it the sort of thing that, should someone suddenly ask, you could honestly and promptly discuss in the open? If not, that may be a sign that you should nudge your thoughts in more productive directions. Above all, Marcus is telling us not to concern ourselves so much with the opinions and doings of others, unless such concern is actually providing some benefit to humanity, which it probably isn't. Our only concern should be toward the good functioning of what Marcus calls the ruling reason. In modern terms, the ruling reason may be identified with what cognitive scientists refer to as the executive function of the brain, which is located anatomically in the prefrontal cortex. It oversees a number of cognitive processes and functions, including planning, monitoring, attention, inhibition, problem-solving, and working memory. You can see why it's so important, and why the Stoics, with their emphasis on the human capacity to reason, regard it as such as well. Near the end of the third notebook, Marcus reminds himself, and therefore us, of why the ruling reason is so important. Nothing is so conducive to greatness of mind as the ability to examine systematically and honestly everything that meets us in life, and to regard these things always in such a way as to form a conception of the kind of universe they belong to, and of the use which the thing in question subserves in it, what value it has for the whole universe and what for people, what it actually is, and compounded of what elements, and likely to last how long, and what virtue it calls for from me, such as gentleness, courage, truth, fidelity, frugality, and the rest. Our ruling reason is what allows us to do everything that is good about humanity, and also to avoid doing everything that is bad. The trick, say the Stoics, is to carefully analyze every one of our impressions. You may recall from our discussion of Stoic psychology that an impression is our first, usually automatic judgment of a situation or perception. For instance, I'm walking by an electronics store at the airport and I see a shiny new smartphone available for purchase. My first impression is that it would be nice to get it because it's cool looking and possibly even useful. But then I engage my ruling reason, which asks the obvious questions. Do you really need a new phone? Don't you have one that is only 1 year old and works perfectly well? Don't you think you should spend your money on something that is actually useful? And so on. Yes, I agree that the ruling reason can be a bit of a fun killer at times. But it has a point. So I deny assent to the impression, ignore the phone, and keep walking. I have just exercised the virtue of temperance, and my character, and therefore my soul, is better off for it. So this is the exercise I will leave you with at the end of this lecture. Go back over the last few days and come up with a list of impressions you have assented to, even though with hindsight you probably shouldn't have. Write them down and add the virtue that, as Marcus says, was called upon on that particular occasion. Now you have a list of virtues you need to work on for the immediate future.
Lecture 5. Personal Character and the Inner Citadel.
Have you ever felt the need for a break from your troubles? If you're like most people, that usually means you thought of taking a vacation. What could be better, more relaxing, and further away from your day-to-day problems than lounging on the beaches of Bermuda, or hiking on the Alps, or visiting temples in Japan? The Stoics beg to differ, and so does Marcus Aurelius, right at the beginning of his 4th notebook. People seek out retreats for themselves in the country, by the seaside, on the mountains. But you can, at a moment's notice, retire into yourself. For nowhere can someone find a retreat more full of peace or more free from care than their own soul. Make use then of this retirement continually and regenerate yourself. Let your precepts be short and elemental, such as, when set before you, will at once rid you of all trouble, and send you away with no discontent at those things to which you're returning. An earlier Stoic, Lucius Annaeus Seneca, made the same point in his 28th letter to his friend Lucilius, where he writes, "Are you surprised, as if it were a novelty, that after such long travel and so many changes of scene, you have not been able to shake off the gloom and heaviness of your mind? You need a change of soul rather than a change of climate." Indeed, Seneca goes on to say that the very same sentiment was expressed by the chief role model of the Stoics. Socrates made the same remark to one who complained. He said, "Why do you wonder that globe-trotting does not help you, seeing that you always take yourself with you? The reason which set you wandering is ever at your heels." Is this yet another example of the Stoics being cynical party poopers? Really, what's wrong with taking a vacation? Nothing, but it depends on why you do it. If the goal is to relax and distract your mind for a little so that you can recharge your batteries, then by all means, book that trip to Bermuda, the Alps, or Japan. But if your intention is to get over your problems by changing scenery, then be prepared for disappointment. As Socrates says, inevitably you will bring yourself along, which means your problems will travel with you. What you need, as Seneca puts it, is a change of soul. And how do we change our soul? Arguably, the whole point of Marcus's meditations was precisely to answer this question. And the suggestion he makes to himself to retreat into his own mind from time to time is one of the most famous self-help approaches devised by the Stoics. The French scholar Pierre Hadot, who has written one of the best books ever on the meditations and how it is informed by the philosophy of the first century teacher Epictetus, called this the inner citadel. The idea, which finds resonance with certain Buddhist practices, is to focus our attention inwardly rather than outwardly. Unlike the standard Buddhist approach, however, the goal is not to clear our mind and let our thoughts gently go. On the contrary, it is to sharpen our attention on whatever troubles us, analytically dissect it, and realize that it shouldn't be troubling in the first place. Retreating into the inner citadel is an idea that stems from one of the fundamental aspects of Epictetus's philosophy: the sharp separation he makes between external facts and events, on the one hand, and, on the other hand, the value judgments we apply to those same facts and events. Say, for instance, that I find myself thinking about the pleasure I will feel tonight once I come home and pour myself a nice glass of Amarone, one of the best Italian red wines. In so thinking, I'm actually mixing two distinct things, which Epictetus says we're better off keeping separate. On the one hand, the objective chemical and olfactory properties of a particular type of drink made in a particular way. On the other hand, the pleasure that I may or may not derive from exposing myself to those chemical and olfactory properties. What's the point of engaging in this apparently pedantic distinction, you say? The point is to remind ourselves that while facts about externals are what they are, our opinions and judgment are up to us. For instance, normally it would indeed be relaxing for me to enjoy a glass of Amarone. But it just so happens that tomorrow morning I have to meet a deadline for a manuscript to a publisher. So it would actually be highly counterproductive to indulge in the anticipated pleasure just now. Indeed, the pleasure in question may quickly turn into a source of worry and stress if it becomes an obstacle on my way to meet the deadline. The inner citadel, then, is a reminder that our worries and desires are not objective features of the world. They are the result of our judgments. And we have the power to change or modulate them as we think appropriate. To do that, we don't need Bermuda, the Alps, or Japan. We need what Marcus refers to in the last bit of the passage we just discussed. Ready at hand simple precepts that we can use as guides and reminders in daily life. In fact, immediately after that passage, Marcus writes a short explanation which we may benefit from as well. Among the principles ready at your hand, upon which you will rely, let there be these two. 1. That external things do not lay hold of the soul, but stand by themselves outside of it, while disturbances are but the outcome of that opinion which is within us. A second, that all this visible world changes in a moment, and will be no more, and continually think of how many changes you have already been a witness. The universe is change, life is opinion. The first principle he reminds himself of is exactly what we have been discussing so far: Epictetus' separation between facts and value judgments. The second principle has to do with the notion that everything inevitably changes, and that we should accept change as a natural and in fact beneficial feature of the world. We will return to this particular theme, which is derived from the pre-Socratic philosopher Heraclitus of Ephesus. For now, just notice how Marcus neatly brings the two together at the very end. The universe is change, life is opinion. One value that has apparently always been prominent on people's minds is how well regarded or not they are by other people. Fame is alleged to be one way to assess this, and I don't have to tell you that we live in a society that is obsessed with it. The Stoics do not put much stock into the whole notion of fame, for a variety of reasons, which Marcus repeatedly explores in the Meditations. Here is how he approaches the subject in the fourth notebook. Those whose heart flatters for fame do not reflect that very soon every one of those who remembered them, and they themselves, will be dead, and their successors again after them, until at last the entire recollection of the person will be extinct, ended on as it is by links that flare up and are quenched. Toward that person, I need scarcely say, praise is nothing. But what is it to the living, unless it has some other purpose? This is a Stoic spiritual exercise we have encountered before, and which we have referred to as the view from above. It consists of zooming out, so to speak, from the here and now, while reminding ourselves of the vastness of either time or space, or both. In this case, Marcus focuses on time, reflecting on the fact that fame is short-lived, given the typical human lifespan and ephemeral memory of human beings. Of course, it is rather ironic for us to read those lines, since Marcus's own fame has obviously withstood the test of time, reaching us over 18 centuries after his death. Yet, 18 centuries are but a blip if we consider the lifespan of the universe. So it is only a matter of a very short time, cosmically speaking, before Marcus also will join countless others in permanent oblivion. Notice, however, his comment right at the end of the passage we are considering. To a dead person, I need scarcely say, praise is nothing. But what is it to the living unless it has some other purpose? That last caveat is important. Praise is nothing, as someone's deeds or character cannot possibly be improved by being praised, just like they cannot be demeaned if someone misguidedly denigrates them. But if fame is used for a virtuous purpose, then it has a point. Marcus's own life provides us with a great example of fame used for good purpose. His renown throughout history has helped countless people to approach Stoic philosophy and live a better, more mindful life. The view from above is best practiced by recalling specifics, which is what Marcus does near the end of the fourth notebook. Think by way of illustration of the times of Vespasian, and you will see all these things: people marrying, rearing children, getting sick, dying, making war, taking holidays, trafficking, farming, flattering others, acting in their own interest, suspecting others, scheming against others, praying for the death of others, complaining about their circumstances, loving, hoarding, coveting political office, coveting a kingdom. Not a vestige of that life of theirs is left anywhere any longer. Change the scene again to the times of Trajan. Again, it is all the same. That life too is dead. In like manner, contemplate all the other records of past time and of entire nations, and see how many, after all their high-strung efforts, sunk down so soon in death and were dissolved into the elements. Vespasian was emperor between the years 69 and 79 of the Common Era, while Trajan reigned between 98 and 117. The first one was considered a tyrant, and several Stoic senators openly opposed him, risking and sometimes losing their lives. Trajan, by contrast, was the second of the famous 5 good emperors, of whom Marcus happened to be the last. The contrast between the two examples, therefore, may be taken to imply that it doesn't really matter whether you've done bad or good things. Eventually, the memory of you will recede and then vanish forever. That said, we better not take any of this as suggesting that what we do here and now is not important. On the contrary, as Marcus writes elsewhere in the Meditations, it is the only thing that matters, the only thing we should focus on. And if you think that Marcus is being a bit pessimistic about the human lot in general, perhaps he is. He had good reasons by this time in his life, having endured multiple wars, pestilence, earthquakes, floods, the betrayal of one of his lieutenants, and possibly that of his own wife. But as we shall see shortly, he keeps finding good reasons to work with others on behalf of the human cosmopolis, to do what he can in order to make life better not just for his subjects within the Roman Empire, but even for the enemy at the gates. Before we get there, though, let's take a look at the following passage from very near the end of the fourth notebook. Ah, unlucky am I, because this has befallen me. No, rather lucky am I, that though this has befallen me, yet am I still unhurt, neither crushed by the present nor dreading the future. For something of the kind could have befallen everyone, but everyone would not have remained unhurt in spite of it. Why then count that rather a misfortune than this a good fortune? This is about one of the fundamental Stoic values, resilience. It is often confused with sporting a stiff upper lip attitude, but it has in fact nothing to do with it. Modern psychological research shows that people with a stiff upper lip are actually more likely to suffer from depression, and they tend to have a shorter lifespan. By contrast, resilient people are more optimistic about their own ability to cope with life's inevitable setbacks, and they're able to reframe situations in ways that allows them to do so more effectively. Reframing is precisely what Marcus is doing here. Say something happens that you might be prone to complain about. For instance, your flight to that nice vacation in Bermuda has just been cancelled. Instead of saying, "Poor me, this is the sort of thing that happens to unlucky people," reframe and rephrase. "Ah, here comes a challenge that I can use to exercise my virtue. Bring it on." You may then proceed to focus on what can be done, given the situation. Instead of yelling at the poor airline employee, you get on your phone, click on the airline's app, and immediately begin the process of rebooking. Once done, you figure that you now have a few extra hours of time on your hands. After having checked that your destination hotel is aware of your late check-in, you head for the nicest bar at the airport terminal. Order yourself that glass of Amarone we were talking about before, open a book, and catch up with your readings. Of course, not all setbacks in life are so rather inconsequential as a canceled flight and a delayed vacation. But the principle applies to all challenges, big and small. You will always be better off by keeping your cool, focusing on what can actually be done, and accepting the rest with as much equanimity as you can muster. That is the Stoic way. Let us now move to the fifth notebook of Marcus's Meditations to discover how to face every new day. It begins like this. At daybreak, when you don't want to get up, have this thought ready in your mind. I am rising to do the work of a human being. Do I still resent that I am going to do that for which I was born and for the sake of which I came into the world? Or was I made for this, that I should nuzzle under the blankets and keep myself warm? But this is pleasanter. Have you been made then for pleasure, for feeling rather than acting? It's one of my favorite passages in the Meditations, as I sometimes do feel exactly like Marcus is describing. The blankets are so warm, it's so cozy inside the bed. Let me stay a little longer. I'll do whatever I have to do later. What's the harm anyway? The harm is, first and foremost, to my own character. It's not very important if, say, I show up a few minutes late at work, but that contributes to make me the sort of person who shows up late, because, as Marcus puts it, I prefer pleasure to action. My character suffers as a result, and for a Stoic, there is nothing worse than a damaged character. We are self-inflicting harm to our only true possession, the only thing that really matters in life, because it determines how we use everything else. I've actually made a shortened paraphrase of this passage, one of my personal mantras. Get up and do the job of a human being. But what exactly is the job of a human being? We already know the answer to this question. It is to live in agreement with nature. And since human nature is that of a social animal capable of reason, the job of a human being is to reason well and cooperate with others. How hard can it be, really? Never mind, that was a rhetorical question. A little later on, in Notebook 5, Marcus writes, "Someone, when they have done another a kindness, are ready also to reckon on a return. Someone else is not ready to do this, yet in their heart of hearts rank the other as a debtor, and they are conscious of what they have done. But another one is like the vine that has borne a cluster of grapes, and when it has once borne its due fruit, looks for no reward beyond. And so a human being, when they have done one thing well, do not broadcast it loudly, but go on to the next thing, as a vine to bear afresh her clusters in due season." The topic here is what the ancients called benefits, about which the Stoic philosopher Seneca wrote an entire book. The problem, then and now, is that we don't know how to properly give and receive, and all sorts of nefarious consequences follow from this ignorance, affecting both us and others. Consider the first two hypothetical individuals mentioned by Marcus. One, we're told, has done a kindness to a fellow human being. But is it really a kindness if the person in question is already counting on the favor to be returned? Looked at it this way, it seems more like a business transaction than a nice gesture toward another human being. The second individual, Marcus says, is not quite going as far as the first one, and yet, in his heart of hearts, still thinks of the receiver of the favor as being in their debt, which amounts to the same thing, a business transaction. But the third person, the one Marcus aspires to be like, has the right attitude. They do something for another person without expecting a return, or waiting to be praised, or anything else of the sort. They are simply conscious that they have done their duty and move on, ready to do it again. The analogy used by Marcus to drive the point home is beautiful. We should try to behave like the vine that produces grapes. Once the cluster of fruits is mature, the vine doesn't look for a reward. It just gets ready to do the same again during the next appropriate season. The broader point is that in virtue ethics, of which Stoicism is a particular example, what matters are our intentions, nothing else. Not only should we not seek to be praised for doing the right thing, but we should do the right thing only because it is the right thing, not for any ulterior motive. For example, suppose I decide to volunteer some time at the local soup kitchen. Generally speaking, we consider such an action to be a net positive, since someone is taking the time to help others. But a virtue ethicist doesn't stop at that rather superficial level of analysis. Why exactly am I volunteering? If it is because I wish to help others, then all is good. But if my motive is, say, to add a line to my resume so that I will perform better on the job market, my action is not virtuous, even if it does end up actually helping others. Who is being harmed in this case? Me. My character is undermined, as I am now the kind of person that pretends to care for others, even though what I do is actually self-serving. Be careful, therefore, in always inquiring into your own motives for doing something, and make sure you don't fool yourself by rationalizing your own behavior, rather than honestly inquiring into it. By now, you may have gotten the impression that Stoicism is a rather unforgiving philosophy. We have seen Marcus being rather pessimistic about people's intentions and behaviors, not to mention his own ability to do the right thing. We know that Stoics demand high standards when it comes not only to action, but even to their inner motivations. And yet, believe it or not, Stoicism is actually incredibly forgiving toward both others and ourselves. We've seen forgiveness in action when Marcus says at the beginning of Notebook 2 that people don't do bad things on purpose, but simply because they don't know better. It's not that they are evil, they're ignorant of the true good, or lacking the wisdom to see it. Therefore, they need to be helped if possible, or endured, if nothing better can be done. And here is a clear example of self-forgiveness. Do not feel qualms or despondency if you do not invariably succeed in acting from right principles. But when your art is foiled, come back again to those principles and rejoice if, on the whole, your conduct is worthy of a human being, and love the course to which you return. The point is that, for a Stoic, a happy life is one in which we do our best to be good human beings. Naturally, there will be times when we won't succeed. There will be setbacks. When that happens, we pick ourselves up and try again, confident that we are striving to do the right thing. An oft-mentioned analogy is with physical health. You're doing well if, generally speaking, you get some exercise, eat nutritious foods, drink in moderation, and go get checked by your doctor on a regular basis. Of course, occasionally you'll skip the gym or your daily walk. Sometimes you'll eat a dessert or some junk food that you might have normally avoided. You will occasionally drink a bit too much, or postpone one of your checkups because you just didn't feel like seeing a doctor that day. None of those missteps imperils your overall project. So long as you don't obsess over them and instead nudge yourself back onto the right path, you'll be okay. Marcus is telling himself the same thing, though he is concerned with the health of his soul rather than that of his body. But how exactly do we improve our character so that we are more likely to stay on the right track than to veer off of it? We have already seen a number of Stoic spiritual exercises that all aim at that general outcome, and we will encounter several more during the next few lectures. But here's one powerful concept of which Marcus reminds himself near the middle of the 5th notebook. The character of your mind will be such as is the character of your frequent thoughts, for the soul takes its dye from the thoughts. Dye her then with a continuous succession of such thoughts as these. Where life is possible, there it is possible also to live well. It is possible to live in a palace. Well, in a palace too, it is possible to live well. To begin with, please take a moment to appreciate the lyricism of this, just as of many others of Marcus's writings. And remember, of course, that he wasn't writing like this with the intention of impressing readers. He was writing to himself. The basic idea expressed in this passage is that we become what we think about. If we dye our soul, so to speak, with the proper thoughts, then we're doing good work on our character. Conversely, if we allow ourselves to be polluted by improper thoughts, we are undermining that same character. Proper and improper here, of course, does not mean according to or against the dictates of arbitrary social etiquette. It means virtuous or unvirtuous. Direct then your thoughts toward wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, and away from their opposite, folly, cowardice, injustice, and intemperance. Luckily, nobody can color our thoughts for us. We are the ones doing the coloring, as we choose what to dwell on and what to avoid. I want to leave you with one more thought from section 20 of Marcus's 5th notebook. It goes like this. Your mind can adapt any impediment to action in order to serve its purpose. Something that might have gotten in the way of your task instead contributes to it. What appeared to be an obstacle becomes a new way forward. This passage has been cleverly summarized by author Ryan Holiday, who made it into the title of one of his books. The obstacle is the way. A moment's reflection shows that this Stoic concept is very much analogous to a major aspect of Taoist philosophy. We don't have any reason to think that Taoism, which began in China with Lao Tzu during the 6th or 5th century before the Common Era, had any influence on Greek philosophy in general and Stoicism in particular. Instead, we're probably looking at an example of convergence between different philosophies, tackling the same aspect of reality in similar ways. A classic Taoist story tells of a mythical character named Da Yu. His land faced the threat of a flood. He was advised to use force to oppose nature by building a dike to resist the torrential water. Instead, he dredged new channels to redirect the water, using it to irrigate distant farmland. Da Yu's response to the dire situation is still used today to exemplify a fundamental Taoist concept, that of flow. The Tao, it is said, flows like water. Zeno of Citium, the founder of Stoicism, also referenced the idea of flow. He is reported by the commentator Diogenes Laertius to have said that when we live in agreement with nature, that is, virtuously, we ensure a smooth flow to our life, and we are consequently happy.
Lecture 6. Make the best of the present moment.
One of the fundamental lessons from Stoicism is that we should live in the here and now, and to try to make the best of the moments we have. Marcus reminds himself of this very clearly right at the beginning of Notebook 6. And it is this notebook and this idea that we're now going to explore in depth. Marcus writes, "It should make no difference to you as long as you're acting appropriately, whether you're cold or warm, drowsy or refreshed by a good night's rest, unpopular or popular, dying or otherwise engaged. For even dying is an action taken in life. So there too, it's a matter of making the best use of the present moment." There are at least two crucial concepts embedded in this passage. The first one, that of appropriate action, or katekon in Greek. What we need to make sure is that always, under all circumstances, we try our best to engage only in actions that are appropriate to a human being. As we now know very well, what is appropriate is what is in agreement with nature, which for our species means only actions that are rational and pro-social. That, of course, is setting up a pretty high bar. But nobody ever said that practicing a philosophy of life, be it Stoicism, Buddhism, or Christianity, was going to be easy. Marcus tells himself that engaging in katekonta, the plural of katekon, is something we ought to do not just when we're perfectly healthy and comfortable, but regardless of circumstances. Being cold, tired, or unpopular is simply not an excuse. Indeed, he adds, not even being on the verge of dying is an excuse for acting unvirtuously, because dying is just another action we undertake in life, even though it is, by definition, the last one. If you think this is all good and dandy for an emperor who was riding near the battlefield, but it doesn't really concern the rest of us mortals, think again. Here's an example of the importance of engaging in katekonta even on our deathbed. Research shows that one of the major issues concerning end-of-life care is the extremely high turnover of caretakers. This in turn is due to a severe burnout effect. A common cause of burnout among caretakers is the fact that they get regularly abused by the very people they're taking care of. It seems like a pretty good number of folks who are nearing the end of life are sufficiently scared, sick, and stressed out that they turn against those whose job is to help them. I have witnessed the phenomenon myself with a close loved one who was terminally ill. While this response is human and understandable, it is unvirtuous by Stoic standards, not only because it obviously undermines what the Stoics think is the most precious thing we have, our own character, but because it hurts other people both directly and indirectly. Directly, since it contributes to stress and burnout of the caretakers, and indirectly, because it leads to a shortage of individuals willing to take on that kind of job, and therefore lowers the quality of care for other terminally ill patients. As you can see, you don't have to find yourself on a battlefield in order to be challenged by the Stoic concept of appropriate action. As Seneca puts it in his 78th letter to his friend Lucilius, sometimes it is an act of bravery even to live. The second aspect of the passage we are discussing is Marcus's emphasis on the present moment, which is typical of Stoicism. Why? Remember that the Stoics, most especially Epictetus, divide things into those that are up to us and those that are not up to us, meaning things for which we're responsible and things for which we're not responsible. According to Epictetus, a good life is the result of putting all our efforts on the things that are up to us, because that's where our agency lies, while at the same time developing an attitude of equanimity toward the things that are not up to us. Christians too have a similar concept, which in fact they borrowed from the Stoics. You may have heard of the famous Serenity Prayer, written by Protestant theologian Reinhold Niebuhr in the early 1930s. And adopted by 12-step organizations like Alcoholics Anonymous ever since. It goes like this: God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. What does that have to do with living in the here and now? Well, the past is not up to us in the sense that we cannot change it. The future too is not up to us, because it depends on a large number of factors that are not under our control. The only thing that is truly up to us is this moment, right here, right now, which is where Marcus is focused. Of course, this doesn't mean that we should ignore either past or future. We can certainly learn from our past experiences, and we can just as obviously plan for possible futures. But according to Marcus and the Stoics, the way to do that is still by determining what the most appropriate action is for us, here and now. That action will ideally take into consideration what we have learned from experience, as well as what we may reasonably project about the future course of events. A bit later on, in Notebook 6, Marcus engages in yet another spiritual practice, sometimes referred to as a decomposition exercise, to remind himself how to behave appropriately in any given moment. Here's how it goes. How useful it is, when you're served roast meat and similar dishes, to think to yourself, this is the corpse of a fish, this is the corpse of a bird or a pig. Or again, to see Falernian wine as mere grape juice, your purple-hemmed cloak as sheep's wool dyed with shellfish blood, and sexual intercourse as just the rubbing of an organ and the spasm-induced emission of a little slime. How good these thoughts are at reaching and getting to the heart of things. They enable you to see things for what they are. This should be a lifelong exercise. Whenever things particularly seem to deserve your acceptance, strip them bare so that you can see how worthless they are and dispense with the descriptions that make them seem more significant than they are. People who read this passage without much of a background on either Stoicism or Marcus and the Meditations come out disgusted by how unromantic and apparently unfeeling the emperor-philosopher turns out to be. I mean, think of sexual intercourse as just the rubbing of an organ and the spasm-induced emission of a little slime? Don't use that line on your next Valentine date. But in fact, what Marcus is doing here is highly effective and backed up by modern research in cognitive behavioral therapy. It's not that he doesn't like good food, good wine, sex, or being in charge of things. The reference to a purple-hemmed cloak is to the classical garment of an emperor. And Falernian was a highly prized type of wine in antiquity, similar to the Amarone I mentioned in a previous lecture. On the contrary, it is precisely because he realizes that he likes those things a bit too much. After all, he did have at least 13 children with his wife, Faustina, that he is talking himself into looking at them for what they factually are. The exercise is called a decomposition because it attempts to break down things and describe them in neutral, objective terms, in order to counter an excessive emotional attachment we may have to them. For instance, if you like gourmet food too much, from time to time, remind yourself that you are salivating after the carcass of a dead fish. If you enjoy drinking too much, recall that what you pine for is just fermented grape juice. And yes, if you're obsessed with sex, focus on its biological mechanics instead, at least once in a while. There is very good evidence that such a technique works well and accomplishes what it is meant to: a bit more detachment from things and activities, so that we don't overvalue them and lose track of what is really important in life. Let us go back for a moment to the concept of katekonta, or appropriate actions, to see how Marcus balances the many things he values in life and turns his values into action in the world. Near the end of Notebook 6, he writes, "As Antoninus, my social community and my country is Rome. But as a human being, it's the universe. So it's only things that benefit these communities that are good for me." Antoninus, you may recall, was Marcus's official last name, because he had been adopted by the previous emperor, Antoninus Pius. What he's saying is that as emperor, he obviously has duties toward the citizens of Rome. But as a human being, he has duties toward the entire cosmopolis, that is, the full family of humanity. Marcus is implicitly articulating an important Stoic concept that we discussed in an earlier lecture: role ethics. You remember that as Epictetus describes it, we play three different kinds of roles in life: the fundamental role of a human being, a member of the cosmopolis, roles that are given to us by circumstances, like being someone's son or daughter, and roles that we choose given the circumstances, like being a colleague or a friend. Sometimes these roles come into conflict with each other, and we have to figure out the best balance, the one that allows us to act as virtuously as possible. But Epictetus is very clear that the role of cosmopolitan overrides all others at all times. We're never, ever supposed to do something that harms the cosmopolis. Did Marcus manage to balance his potentially conflicting roles as Antoninus and as a cosmopolitan? That's obviously an open discussion. By modern standards, heading an empire isn't exactly the best example of a cosmopolitan attitude. But we should be wary of applying contemporary standards to past times and cultures. It is notable, for instance, that Marcus only and always engaged in defensive wars, never in conquest or aggression. That was pretty unusual in those times, though it may also have been an attitude dictated by the necessities on the ground, given the already large size of the Roman Empire. Marcus also acted generously toward his enemies, offering good terms for peace and helping resettle some of the Germanic tribes, who actually wanted to be admitted within the empire. And we know that this was in line with his Stoic principles, as he understood them, because he comments on such things repeatedly in the Meditations. Marcus is using his reflective journaling to confirm to himself that his actions at any given time and his principles stay in alignment. Let me conclude our reading of the 6th notebook with another spiritual exercise that Marcus relies on to make the best of the present moment. He writes, "When you want to cheer yourself up, think of the positive qualities of your friends and acquaintances. The efficiency of one, for instance, the moral sensibility of another, the generosity of a third, and so on. Nothing is more cheering than when the virtues are manifest in the characters of your friends and acquaintances, and especially when they occur all at once, insofar as that is feasible. So, you should keep them in the forefront of your mind." In a sense, this is exactly what we've seen Marcus do in the very first notebook of the Meditations, which we discussed at the beginning of this course. There, he engaged in a series of gratitude exercises. Here, he is reminding himself that it feels good and reinvigorating to think of the virtues of others. If we keep in mind that our friend or brother or mother has been acting wisely, courageously, justly, or in a temperate manner, it will be easier for us to practice those very same virtues, which are the foundations of Stoic ethics. Let us move on to Notebook 7, which is the longest in all the Meditations, and the analysis of which we will eventually continue into the next lecture. Right at the beginning, Marcus writes, "Whatever happens in life, you should keep readily available the thought that what you're seeing is nothing you haven't often seen before. As a general rule, look where you will, sameness is all you'll find. History books on ancient times, recent times, and the period in between are filled with the same things, and they are the same things with which states and households are fully occupied now. Nothing is new. Everything is both familiar and temporary." This may strike us as rather odd. Nothing new under the sun? Really? Boy, if only Marcus could come back to life now and see just how different the 21st century is from the second one. But is it? Sure, technologically speaking, Marcus would simply be astounded. He would have no concept of smartphones, computers, interplanetary travel, atomic weapons, or television sitcoms. And yet, let the novelty fairy dust settle, and he would begin to see more clearly. Humanity still goes to war, suffers from diseases, and is struck by countless other crises, both manufactured by humans themselves and imposed on us by nature. Most human beings still want the same things and are afraid of the same things. Superficially, there is a lot new under the sun, But deep down, things have not really changed that much. Which is why we're studying the Meditations in the first place, or indeed, why we study ancient history and philosophy. Why listen to people who have been dead for a couple of millennia? Of what possible use can their insights and knowledge be? Well, nobody who wants to be a physicist or a biologist today would be advised to pick up Aristotle. But when it comes to human psychology, sociology, and history, the ancients had insights into the human condition that are unparalleled so far. And while science and technology have made giant leaps forward, human nature, alas, has not. So we better listen and learn as best we can. And what is it that we all want? Why, of course, we want to be happy. The problem is that we tend to disagree and, in fact, to be downright confused about what happiness is in the first place. Marcus here comes to the rescue with a very straightforward sentence. Happiness is a good guardian spirit or a good command center. This simple utterance contains a lot, so let's unpack it. We've already encountered the two fundamental concepts Marcus is referring to, our daimon, or guardian spirit, and the hegemonikon, what we previously called the ruling reason, and Marcus here refers to as the command center. To begin with, the fact that Marcus treats the daimon and the hegemonikon as similar, if not necessarily identical concepts, reinforces a common interpretation of the daimon. It is a conceptualization of our own conscience. Since the hegemonikon is the seat of the executive function of our brain, from which spring all decisions we make to act or not to act, one can see how the hegemonikon would also be where our conscience resides. After all, to have a conscience just means to critically analyze the moral dimension of what we think and do. Fine, but what does that have to do with happiness? The word is more than a bit ambiguous. We use it in at least two very different ways. On the one hand, I may be happy to eat a dark chocolate gelato. But that's not at all the same concept that I deploy when I say something like, I'm happy about how my life is going. Clearly, Marcus is referring to the second meaning. Even there, though, confusion reigns supreme, as some people think that happiness is the result of a continuous quest for pleasure. Others point to wealth as the source of it. Still more talk about the importance of relationships or of meaningful projects. There may be some truth in all of these ideas, but for a Stoic, it all reduces to a good guardian spirit or command center. That's because Stoics believe it is impossible to be happy unless our conscience is clear and our decisions are sound. Everything else stems from these two conditions. Hence, Marcus' emphasis on them. Be that as it may, if there is one thing that many people think is a threat to their happiness, it's change. Or at least, some kind of change they don't want. That's why so many fairy tales end with, and they lived happily ever after, implying that all the turmoil that has characterized the story told so far is going away, and the two main characters will be happy forever precisely because things will no longer change. Of course, anyone who has had any actual experience of life will tell you that that's nonsense on stilts. That is, a very tall order of nonsense. The Stoics took perennial change for granted, as a result of their adoption of the metaphysics of Heraclitus of Ephesus. He famously said that we never step into the same river twice, because the river constantly changes, and because we constantly change as well. This notion, introduced by Heraclitus, became a distinctive way of looking at the world, nowadays known as process metaphysics. There are no stable, static objects or things. There are only changeable patterns and the processes that produce them. Interestingly, the Heraclitean view of the cosmos is very much in agreement with the latest from fundamental physics. In a book entitled Everything Must Go, James Lediman and Don Ross have argued that, according to physicists, there are no fundamental things of which the world is made. Atoms are made of subatomic particles, and some of those particles are themselves made of other things called quarks. But if we push as far down as we can, we only find rarefied fields and no particles at all. It seems like at bottom things are disturbingly evanescent. Marcus, of course, knew nothing about fundamental physics, but he accepted Heraclitus' insight nevertheless, writing, "Can you take a warm bath unless the firewood undergoes change? Can you be nourished unless your food undergoes change? Can anything else worthwhile take place without change?" And a bit later in the 7th notebook, "It's no more terrible for a box to be broken up than it was for it to be put together." The first passage is both an acknowledgement of the inevitability of change by way of examples, and a value judgment that change is good. Worthwhile things could not take place without change, and that includes our own birth, of course. The second passage is an indirect reference to death, the ultimate fear that most human beings harbor. The box is a stand-in for a person. Just like it is not terrible for the box either to be assembled or to be broken up, so for us it is not terrible either to be born or to die. These processes, after all, are a kind of assembling and disassembling from bits and pieces floating in the cosmos. As astronomer Carl Sagan put it, we are literally stardust. The elements that make up our bodies were once forged in the explosion of a supernova. And when we are dead, they will re-enter the cosmic recycling program. There is much beauty and poetry in that. Another common source of unhappiness, especially in contemporary consumerist societies, is the feeling that we just don't have enough stuff, as ridiculous as that should be even at first glance. Marcus, as emperor, surely had more stuff than most of his contemporaries. And yet here is his attitude about material possessions. Instead of imagining that you possess things you don't, select from among those you do have the ones you count yourself most fortunate to have, and remind yourself in their case how much you'd have wanted them if you didn't have them. But at the same time, take care not to let your pleasure in them get you into the habit of valuing them too highly, to the extent that you'd be upset if you ever lost them. As usual, there are multiple layers here. The first part of the passage is yet another Stoic spiritual exercise. Focus on appreciating what you have rather than going after what you don't have. An anecdote from Stoic lore makes the point quite vividly. One day, Socrates is walking with some of his friends through the Agora, the main market in Athens. He takes a careful look at all sorts of items on display for sale. When he gets to the other side of the Agora, he comments, "Wow, I had no idea there was so much stuff I didn't need." The second part of the passage reminds Marcus of not getting too attached to what he already has. This can be interpreted as ratcheting up minimalism so that it applies not just to the things you don't have and need, but even to those you currently have. Ideally, we need to work toward a Zen-like state of mind, characterized by light attachment to things, so that should we lose them, we would not get upset. As Epictetus puts it in his discourses, if a mug breaks, remind yourself that it is in the nature of mugs to break, and move on. Let us wrap up this lecture with an interesting passage in the middle of the 7th notebook, where Marcus seems to summarize to himself a number of crucial points. On death, if atoms, dispersal, if one substance, either extinction or a change of place. On pain. Unendurable pain carries one off. Chronic pain is endurable. The mind preserves its tranquility by withdrawal, and the command center isn't impaired. As for the parts that are armed by the pain, it is up to them to protest if they can. On fame, look at the kinds of thoughts they entertain and what they like or dislike. Consider also that just as sand dunes drift over other dunes and hide the earlier ones, so in life, what went before is very soon covered up by what came later. We have already seen him express similar thoughts on the first and last topic, death and fame. Though it's interesting that he feels the urge to put them together again here and accompany them with a third topic, pain. Marcus's take on pain is remarkably very similar to that of Epicurus, most definitely not a Stoic philosopher. Epicurus was the guy that said that happiness in life derives from not experiencing pain, lack of which he considered to be the highest possible pleasure. Both Marcus and Epicurus appear to have an optimistic view of pain, which was shared by other Stoics like Seneca. For them, it falls into two categories, acute or chronic. If it is acute, it usually doesn't last long, either because it abides or because we die. If it is chronic, then it is bearable, and Marcus even goes so far as saying that it affects our limbs and other parts of our body, but not the hegemonikon, the command center. Indeed, Marcus gets downright dismissive toward the other parts of the body, writing that it is up to them to protest if they can. While this is relying a bit too much on the concept of the inner citadel we have encountered earlier, we do know from a combination of modern medicine and meditation techniques that chronic pain can indeed be managed. That it is, in a sense, in our mind, and therefore that our mind can handle it. Still, one of the advances of contemporary science is the availability of broadly efficacious painkillers, and something tells me that Marcus would gladly have taken advantage of them, just as he did take advantage of a concoction of opioids that his personal physician, Galen, put together so he could manage his chronic pain. Though we learned how and why Marcus attempts to make the best of each moment, he has more to say in the 7th notebook of the Meditations, which we'll investigate during the next lecture. And we'll discover why thinking of bitter cucumbers is a way to become a better human being.
Lecture 7. Anger Management in the Meditations.
Have you ever gotten upset with a computer because it failed to do what you wanted? Did you find yourself getting angry, yelling at the machine? If you've ever vented your feelings at an inanimate object, you're not alone. Recently, I have even seen a comedy skit about people who get so upset when their favorite sports team loses that they destroy their television sets in a fit of rage. This problem isn't new, as Marcus reminds us halfway through Notebook 7 of the Meditations. It's useless to get angry with things, for they don't care. This is actually a direct quote from a now unfortunately largely lost play by Euripides, the Bellerophon. Marcus wrote it down very likely because he realized that he too probably indulged in this sort of nonsensical behavior from time to time. By reminding himself that things don't really care about our reactions, or anything else for that matter, he was poking fun at his own conduct. As I mentioned in an earlier lecture, anger is a major concern for the Stoics. So much so that the 1st century Stoic philosopher Seneca the Younger wrote a whole book about it. It's now time to take a deep dive into this issue. The Stoics divided what we call emotions into two broad categories, healthy and unhealthy ones. This subdivision was not arbitrary, but based on a single crucial criterion, the relationship of the emotion to reason. If a given emotion tends to override or even simply go against reason, then it is unhealthy. If the emotion is aligned with reason, then it is healthy. This may sound quite absurd if we think of emotions as independent of and usually opposed to reason. But that way of thinking, as common as it is, actually goes back to Plato, and it has been discredited by modern science. By contrast, cognitive behavioral therapy, one of the most efficacious evidence-based types of psychotherapy, was inspired by Stoicism and very much makes the same assumption as the ancient Stoic writers. Emotions are aspects of our cognition and are therefore subject to being challenged and even overturned by a reasoned analysis. Accordingly, we should regard the intercourse between reason and emotions as the partial integration of aspects of our thinking. With that in mind, let us take a closer look at anger. Typically, anger is a violent emotional response to something we dislike and cannot control. Remember the example of the comedy sketch making fun of people who attack their televisions, or the case of the person who gets upset at a computer. Anger, even when directed at other human beings rather than objects, springs from our inability to bend outside forces to our will. The problem is, the Stoics say, that this is a waste of mental energy and likely to lead us to act in unreasonable ways, which we will regret once reason reasserts itself. The standard ancient Stoic example of the dangers of anger is the mythical story of Medea, told by Euripides and retold in a more explicit Stoic fashion by Seneca. Medea was a barbarian, that is, a non-Greek princess, who helped Jason the Argonaut steal the golden fleece. Jason and Medea got married and had 2 sons. But upon their return to Greece, Jason announced that he could not possibly have a foreigner as a companion, and intended to marry a Greek princess instead. Medea went mad with anger and concocted a plot that resulted in the death of the princess and of her own sons. Medea's anger did not take the form of an impromptu reaction to an unwelcome situation. It was the result of festering thoughts and careful planning, and a perfect example of what happens if we let anger take over our healthy emotions, such as love for our children and compassion for others, even for those who wrong us, like Jason. All I'm saying is, be careful the next time you feel like yelling at your computer or smashing your television. According to the Stoics, anger is never healthy. You can tell that Marcus often has a bit of a hard time acting virtuously without anger in response to the variety of stressful situations that keep presenting themselves to him, from plagues to wars, from earthquakes to rebellions. At some point, in Notebook 7, he writes, "The business of life is more akin to wrestling than dancing, for it requires of us to stand ready and unshakable against every assault, however unforeseen." Perhaps your own life is more like dancing than wrestling. I sure hope so. But the metaphor is interesting because it conjures the image of someone who is always alert, since threats may come from unexpected quarters. While this quite obviously applies to an emperor with the responsibilities of Marcus Aurelius, we too might be better served by taking the metaphor to heart. Even when things are going nicely and smoothly, life has a way of suddenly hitting us with obstacles and setbacks, such as the death of a loved one. According to Marcus and the Stoics, our guard should therefore always be up, so that we don't get punched all of a sudden, the shock making us unable to react appropriately. Despite the use of metaphors rooted in fighting, we have already noted that Stoicism is a highly forgiving philosophy, both towards ourselves and towards others. Marcus reminds himself of this near the end of Notebook 7. "Every soul," says Plato, "is deprived of truth against its will. Therefore, it is the same also with justice and temperance, and loving kindness, and every like quality. It is essential to keep this ever in mind, for it will make you gentler towards all. Marcus is referring to a famous sentiment that is found in several Platonic dialogues, including both the Gorgias and the Protagoras. The basic idea is that, according to Socrates, when we do something bad, it is the result of the lack of appropriate knowledge of what is truly good. This is another notion that will strike the modern mind as rather odd, if not downright preposterous. But let's give it a fair hearing before we discount it. Think about it this way. When was the last time you did something that later on have come to regard as wrong, that you now regret? It can be something very modest, like a decision to stay at home and watch TV instead of going to the gym. Or something more consequential, such as cheating on your partner. Or maybe even something decidedly big, which I will leave to your imagination. If you consider similar situations from your own life, I bet that you will be able to recall that at the moment of making the fateful decision, you thought you had good reasons in favor of it. For instance, you talked yourself into not going to the gym on the basis that you deserve the break and that eating potato chips instead of exercising, at least tonight, isn't really that bad for your health. Or, if you did cheat on your partner, you probably articulated a similar story to the effect that the thrill of the situation and the immediate sensation of pleasure outweighed the pain you and your significant one will have to process later on. This is what Plato means when he says that every soul is deprived of truth against its will. But Socrates will point out that in both cases, what happened was that you only had false knowledge of the situation. For instance, in the sense that you discounted future ill effects and overvalued current good ones. That is, you misjudged the situation. At an even bigger scale, what Socrates is saying is that in life there are no Disney-style villains who get up in the morning, go to the mirror, and, while sporting an evil grin, ask themselves, "What sort of bad things can I do today?" Even the worst villains in history told themselves stories about why what they were doing was actually good. As Marcus says, it is essential to keep these ever in mind, because this Socratic attitude fosters understanding and compassion towards both others and yourself. This, of course, does not mean that we should condone bad actions, as we shall see in a few minutes. Think of it, rather, as the Stoic equivalent of the Christian thought: hate the sin, but not the sinner. We have already seen that one of the standard Stoic practices is to formulate pithy reminders of important precepts, to keep close at hand in order to guide our daily practice of Stoic philosophy. We find one such example near the end of the 7th notebook. Judgment can say to situation, "This is your real essence, whatever else opinion would have you be." And good use can say to circumstance, "I've been looking for you." There's actually a lot densely packed in these short lines. The first part is about the relationship between our judgment and any given situation we encounter in our life. The reminder here is never to go with the first opinion that comes to mind, but always to take the time to assess what the situation is really about, so that we can act in the most appropriate way possible. The second part is about action. We don't know what circumstances we will find ourselves in. That depends on a lot of factors that are outside of our jurisdiction. But whatever we're facing, what is up to us is to make good use of the materials the universe throws our way. Think of a good Stoic as similar to a good poker player. The player has no control over the hand that will be dealt during any particular round in a game. The only thing they can do is to use their judgment to assess their hand in the most rational way possible, and then make the best use of those cards, given the current situation around the table. Excellent poker players are not guaranteed to win, of course, but to play well is up to them, which naturally correlates fairly highly, if imperfectly, with actually winning. And speaking of what is and is not up to us, here's what Marcus writes also near the end of the 7th notebook. It is absurd not to avoid our own wickedness, which is possible. It is also absurd to try to avoid that of others, which is not possible. This is yet another reminder to himself of the ubiquitous fundamental rule articulated by Epictetus. Some things are up to us, while others are not. The chief thing that is up to us, Marcus adds, is to avoid doing bad things, because that's eminently possible. Symmetrically, it is absurd to try to avoid the bad things that others do, because that's up to them. If we combine these two thoughts, we arrive at an attitude of equanimity toward other people's actions, and at the same time, at an appreciation of our own duty to do the right thing. Accept that the world is what it is, but don't find excuses to avoid doing your part in making it a better place. With these principles in mind, let's add another layer of advice about how to thoughtfully engage with the realities of life, from Notebook 8, which begins with an interesting comparison for someone who was both a general and a philosopher. What are Alexander and Caesar and Pompey to Diogenes and Heraclitus and Socrates? For these latter had their eyes opened to things and to the causes of things, and their ruling faculty was their very own. But those, what a host of cares, what a world of slavery. The first group comprises 3 famous generals: Alexander the Great, the founder of the short-lived Macedonian Empire that preceded the Roman one; Julius Caesar, the guy who made the Roman Empire possible by famously crossing the Rubicon River and thus declaring war against the Roman Senate; and Pompey the Great, a friend and ally of Caesar who then turned against him once the Roman Civil War began, and who was defeated by Caesar at the famous Battle of Pharsalus in 48 BCE. In contrast, the second group is comprised of philosophers: Diogenes of Sinope, the irreverent and unconventional cynic who Plato famously referred to as Socrates gone mad; the pre-Socratic Heraclitus of Ephesus, whose metaphysics we have seen strongly influenced the Stoics; and of course Socrates himself, the quintessential reference point, not only for the Stoics, but throughout the whole of Greco-Roman philosophy. Marcus contrasts these groups in a very sharp fashion, rhetorically asking himself, what is the relationship between them? He then answers his own question. The first group, the generals, devoted their life to ephemeral things like fame, wealth, and power. The second group, the philosophers, kept their eyes open and made sure to be in charge of their own ruling faculty, that is, reason. There is no doubt about which group made the right choice, according to Marcus. And it is interesting to note that Heraclitus himself was famous for berating his fellow Ephesians and accusing them of sleepwalking through life. The general idea is the same famously expressed by Plato in his allegory of the cave. Only the philosopher, in control of her mind, is capable of seeing the world as it truly is and acting accordingly. The rest of us are like the prisoners in the cave, looking at shadows projected on the wall and being duped into thinking that we understand reality. But how exactly do we open our eyes and make sure we don't spend our existence sleepwalking? Marcus tells us a bit later on in the 8th notebook. What is this thing made of? What is the substance and material of it? What is its cause? What does it do in the universe? How long does it subsist? For everything we think important, we should ask ourselves these questions, which are somewhat reminiscent of Aristotle's famous 4 causes. In 2 books devoted to physics and to metaphysics, Aristotle says that we can ask ourselves 4 questions whenever we become interested in the nature of something. He calls them the material, formal, efficient, and final causes. Say, for instance, that we go to Rome, climb up the steps of the Capitoline Hill, which were designed by Michelangelo, and pause to admire the famous equestrian statue of Marcus Aurelius. The statue we see there is actually a copy. The original is on display inside the Capitoline Museum nearby. Why the copy? Well, it's a surprisingly rare statue. Let me tell you an instructive story that explains why this particular one is the only known equestrian statue of a Roman emperor to have survived the systematic destruction of pagan artworks by the Christians. Turns out, Christian authorities mistakenly believed that the statue represented another emperor, Constantine I, who famously, or infamously, depending on your point of view, turned the Roman Empire into a Christian one. It was this mistaken veneration of Constantine that allows you, 2 millennia later, to stand in awe of Marcus Aurelius on a horse. Anyway, back to Aristotle and his 4 causes. Let us apply them to our understanding of Marcus's statue. First, what is its material cause? That is, what is the statue made of? Bronze. Second, what is the formal cause of the statue? That is, what does it represent? Unlike medieval Christians, we know the answer to this one as well. The 2nd century Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius. Third, the efficient cause, that is, how was it made and by whom? We do not know the artist who sculpted the statue, though historians have a pretty good idea of the techniques for working bronze that have been developed by the ancient Romans. Lastly, the final cause. What is the statue for? Obviously, to honor the famous emperor. We know that it was erected in the year 175 or 176, that is, 4 or 5 years before Marcus died, and it probably stood either in the Forum or near the column that commemorates the wars against the Germanic tribes on the northern frontier. According to Aristotle, if we can account for all 4 causes, then we have a pretty good understanding of the nature of a thing. Notice, however, that Marcus's questions do not exactly map onto Aristotle's. Marcus adds 2 more. What does it do in the universe? How long does it subsist? These are more characteristically Stoic questions. We want to know how the thing we're interested in fits within the rest of the cosmos. What is its broader role? Everything is interconnected with everything else. So to appreciate the function of a thing is to better understand the universe itself. We also want to know how long the thing is likely to exist, because we want to remind ourselves of the impermanence of everything, which in turn reminds us of how precious life is, precisely because it is ephemeral. So, asking ourselves questions about the nature of things is the Stoic path to avoid sleepwalking through life. And Marcus immediately goes back to the same theme by recasting the answer in a more strictly Stoic fashion. Persistently, and if possible in every case, test your impressions by the rules of physics, ethics, logic. As we're seen in Lesson 3, Stoicism is a complete and coherent philosophical system, rooted in the very same 3 disciplines that Marcus mentions: science, which he calls physics, logic, and ethics. The idea is that in order to live a good life, ethics, we need to grasp how the world works, science, and we have to reason correctly about it, logic. For instance, let's say that we find ourselves contemplating the possibility of a career change. In order to make the best decision possible and keep flourishing, ethics, we need to have at least a basic understanding of a number of factors, including the quality of the job market, the economics of the new career, and so forth. Science, facts. We also need to reason appropriately about those things in order to draw the right conclusion, which then informs our behavior, logic. If we fail at either facts or logic, we might deeply regret our decision, which will negatively affect the quality of our life. And this brings me to the next passage I want to highlight from the 8th notebook. No one is to blame, for if you can, set the offender right. Failing that, at least set the thing itself right. If that too is impracticable, what purpose is served by imputing blame? For there is no point in doing something pointless. This is a beautiful bit for more than one reason. First, I appreciate Marcus's sense of pragmatism, bordering on dry humor, right at the end of the quote. There is no point in doing something pointless. Indeed. More importantly, he lays out a crucial sequence of attitudes that are considered proper by the Stoics whenever we deal with potential problems and challenges. Here's the sequence. 1. Do not blame anyone, including yourself. Blaming never solves anything, and likely it makes things worse. 2. If you can, explain things to the other person. Persuasion, rooted in the correct use of reason, ought always to be the first step when tackling any issue. 3. If persuasion fails, then see if you can set things straight yourself. That is, instead of complaining about other people's stubbornness, try to fix the issue. Again, complaining doesn't do anything. Acting does. 4. If nothing can be done to fix the problem, you still have no reason to complain. You've done your best, first in the persuasion department, then in the action department. Now, it is simply time to accept the situation and endure the outcome without anger. Just imagine how different the world would be if we all kept in mind and put into practice the sequence in question. Engage with others in rational discourse, do something about the problem, endure whatever outcome emerges. And again, never blame anyone. We now get to one of my absolute favorite passages from the whole of Meditations, which comes near the end of the 8th notebook. It goes like this. The cucumber is bitter, toss it away. There are briars in the path, turn aside. That is enough. You don't need to add, why are such things found in the world? For you would be a laughingstock to any student of nature, just as you would be laughed at by a carpenter and a cobbler if you took them to task, because in their shops are seen sawdust and parings from what they're making. The cucumber is bitter has actually become one of my personal mantras. And there are plenty of occasions when I deploy it in order to remind myself of what the appropriate frame of mind and action is in any given circumstance. Someone has been rude to you today? There are briars in the path. Turn aside. The evening news is upsetting you? The cucumber is bitter. Toss it away. And so forth. Notice that Marcus here is not saying that we should act like carpets and let other people or events walk all over us. He is talking about accepting the inevitability of certain features of life. Hence, he's conjuring the image of how ridiculous you would be if you walked into the shop of a carpenter or a cobbler and started complaining about sawdust and parings. You cannot work wood without producing sawdust, and you cannot make shoes without leaving around leather parings. The same is true in life. We want to do certain things, engage with certain people. That's fine, but it all comes with inevitable side effects. We're not obliged to do those things or engage with those people if we want to avoid the side effects. But to feel angry or upset and complain about the inevitabilities involved is just silly and useless. Immediately after the cucumber and briars passage, Marcus uses a single short line to remind himself of something important. Do not fill your life with busyness. Business here is spelled with a Y, as in acting busy for the sake of being busy, even though much of what we do is pointless, or at the very least, not important. Busyness, in this sense, is a major problem in contemporary society, as research in social psychology amply demonstrates. We're all busy all the time, and yet we don't seem to do much that is actually worth doing. And I'm not talking just at work, but throughout our lives, private and public. The Stoics were keenly aware of the fact that the human lifespan is limited. While some contemporary billionaires see this as a problem to be solved and seek to drastically extend the length of their lives, the Stoics realized that it is precisely the fact that we'll soon be gone that gives meaning to what we do. As Seneca puts it, we die a little every day, which means that every moment is precious, and we should be focused on making the best of it. To be busy for the sake of being busy is a supreme way of wasting one's life. And since we're speaking of death, a theme to which Marcus returns over and over again, let me conclude with a passage from the very end of the 8th notebook. Dread of death is a dread of either lack of sensation or of a new sensation. But either you will feel no sensation, and therefore no sensation of evil, or a different kind of sensation would be yours, and so the life of a different creature, but still a life. This is a variation on a meditation we have already encountered, often referred to as either God or atoms. Marcus is once more considering the two alternatives presented by Epicurean and Stoic philosophy. Either death is the end of everything, and therefore also of sensation, or it gives rise to a different kind of sensation from what we're used to. The first is the Epicurean option, the second the Stoic one. Marcus finds consolation in both. If death means perennial oblivion, then we will suffer no evil. If it means a new kind of life, then let's embrace it and make the best of it, just as we do in our current life. Contemplating death, as Marcus does here, is a Stoic practice that helps us put all things into perspective, which brings us again back to anger. In the face of mortality, your anger about any situation feels small and pointless. When considering whether the hereafter is oblivion or new life, you're unlikely to feel quite so angry with your computer or television, no matter what appears on the screen.
Lecture 8. Marcus Aurelius does not wait for utopia.
Is Stoicism a religion? Good question. The straightforward answer is no, it is a philosophy of life. The more nuanced answer is that it depends on what you mean by religion or by philosophy of life. We've seen already multiple times that Marcus does mention both God in the singular and gods in the plural throughout the meditations. Here's another example from the beginning of the 9th notebook. Injustice is impiety, for in that the nature of the universe has fashioned rational creatures for the sake of one another, with a view to mutual benefit based upon worth, but by no means for harm. The transgressor of her will acts with obvious impiety against the most venerable of the gods and goddesses. The concept that he is expressing is one that is by now familiar from our understanding of Stoic philosophy. Rational creatures, such as human beings, are made for each other, and it is therefore good for them if they act pro-socially and cooperatively. When someone fails to do that and actually harms another rational creature, according to the Stoics, they harm first and foremost themselves. Modern practitioners of Stoicism, such as yours truly, tend to read this in secular terms. Since I'm a social being, whenever I undermine social bonds, I, directly or indirectly, harm myself. So it is eminently rational for me not to do that. Here, however, Marcus is couching the concept in what appear to be exquisitely religious terms. He's labeling harmful antisocial behavior as impious, and he explicitly says that the transgressor offends what he calls the most venerable of the gods and goddesses. What's going on? First of all, we have to remember that the ancient Stoics did believe in God. They thought that the universe itself is a living organism endowed with reason. And that's what they called God. This made them pantheists, a word that indicates belief in a God that is immanent in and pervading the cosmos. A corollary of such belief is that human beings, and indeed every other living creature, share in the divinity, since we are literally bits and pieces of God. Humans in particular are special bits of the cosmos, because we, like the universe itself, are endowed with reason. So far, so good. But Marcus uses the word deities, plural, as if we were thinking of the Greco-Roman pantheon. You know, gods like Zeus, Athena, Aphrodite, and so forth. Most scholars don't think that Stoics in general, or even Marcus in particular, believed in the gods of Olympus. But apparently they, including Marcus, were in the habit of speaking interchangeably of God and gods, likely because they were used to talk in public as if they were referring to the Olympians. Of course, Marcus probably had to do that often, as he was also the chief priest in Rome, overseeing standard religious rites and sacrifices. Regardless of whether and exactly why the Stoics talked of God or gods, what are we to make of their constant reference to divinity? Does that make Stoicism into a kind of religion? Not really, since the Stoics did not worship or pray to the God they acknowledged existed. There is one exception, a hymn written by the early Stoic Cleanthes of Assos. But it is far from clear that it was meant as a prayer as opposed to just a poetic reminder of basic Stoic principles. You can judge for yourself. The hymn goes like this. Lead me, Zeus, and you too, destiny, to wherever your decrees have assigned me. I follow readily, but if I choose not, wretched though I am, I must follow still. Fate guides the willing, but drags the unwilling. This is a beautiful capsule version of a fundamental Stoic notion, determinism. The Stoics thought that the world is made of matter and works by an unbroken web of causes and effects. What Cleanthes is saying is that Zeus and destiny, which are often used interchangeably by the Stoics, are to be followed in their dictates, because we really have no alternative. If we go along with our fate willingly, we'll enjoy the ride. If we are unwilling, we will still be dragged. There is no choice. The universe will do what the universe will do. Does this sound like a prayer to you? That said, it's reasonable to suggest that religions are, in fact, a subcategory of philosophies of life. Look at it this way. As we're seeing clearly in the case of Stoicism, philosophies of life typically have at least three components. First, a metaphysics, meaning an account of how the world works. In the case of Stoicism, the world is made of matter and behaves deterministically by cause and effect. Second, an ethics, that is, an account of how to behave in the world. Stoics try to live in agreement with nature, which means rationally and prosocially. They consider themselves citizens of the world, and they try to act appropriately, following the four cardinal virtues of wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. Third, a set of practices to help people live ethically. The so-called spiritual exercises, of which we have already encountered several instances in the Meditations, with more to come, comprise just such a set as far as the Stoics are concerned. Now consider a religion, like Christianity. Christians too have a metaphysics, which involves a creator God responsible for the very existence of the universe, but who is external to it. They have an ethics, made concrete by the Ten Commandments and the teachings of Jesus. And they have practices, including going to church, praying, and reflecting on Scripture. The differences between philosophies of life, like Stoicism, and religions, like Christianity, then, lie in the fact that Christians, but not Stoics, worship God, and in fact that Christians put more emphasis on faith than reason, while the Stoics have no use for faith at all and try to reason their way to understanding how the world works. Given this context, it is interesting to read the following a little later in the 9th notebook. He that does wrong to himself. The unjust man is unjust to himself, for he makes himself bad. Why do unjust people commit injustice against themselves first and foremost? Because they make themselves bad, meaning that they undermine their own character. Since our character is the spring of all our judgments, and our faculty to judge is the most precious thing we have, this makes eminent sense. But notice that Marcus here arrives at this conclusion with no mention of gods or impiety. Yet another piece of evidence that we can read Stoicism either as a secular philosophy or as a divinely inspired one, with little practical difference between the two approaches. I mentioned earlier that Stoics were determinists, believers in the notion that the principle of cause and effect governs the entire universe at all times. One implication of this way of looking at things is that there is nothing inherently good or bad in what happens. Things just are. Sure enough, Marcus reminds himself of this very clearly when he writes, "The stone that is thrown into the air is none the worse for falling down, or the better for being carried upwards." The implication is that we too are neither better nor worse off when change happens to us, including the biggest changes of them all, being born and dying. It is only our self-centered ego that pushes us to think that we are special, that we represent exceptions to the workings of the universe. This attitude is a major cause of human foolishness, according to the Stoics. A bit later on in the 9th notebook comes one of my favorite passages, which tells us a lot about Marcus's attitude toward governing, which he did for almost 20 years during the last part of his life. "Dream not of Plato's utopia, but be content if the least thing goes forward, and count the outcome of the matter in hand as no small achievement." Plato's utopia, the ideal city known as Callipolis, is described in detail in his famous book, The Republic, which Marcus had obviously read and, as a ruler himself, found both fascinating and relevant to his own life and experience. Callipolis, according to Plato, will be ruled by a class of philosopher kings, which is precisely the label often associated with Marcus Aurelius. Plato did not mean that academic philosophers, like myself, should rule a society. He meant that those in charge should be practicing philosophy, that is, love of wisdom. Despite a number of features of Callipolis that we moderns would find objectionable, like censoring poets on the ground that they have the power to emotionally manipulate people, it does stand to reason that we would want wise and impartial individuals to run things. But Marcus here is being pragmatic. He's telling himself not to wait for Callipolis to be created on earth, because it is an ideal, not a practical project for government. Meanwhile, he says, work on whatever small improvement you can achieve and be happy if you do achieve it. This is astounding when we think that Marcus was absolute ruler in the Rome of the 2nd century of the Common Era. We tend to think of absolute rulers as endowed with near infinite power. Why exactly couldn't Marcus have established Plato's Callipolis? A specific example will make the point and at the same time give us some food for thought about political power and reform. There is good evidence that Marcus was concerned about the well-being of enslaved people throughout the empire. Rome's economy, like every major empire of antiquity, was based on slavery. It would seem obvious to us denizens of the 21st century that slavery is incompatible with the Stoic fundamental principle of cosmopolitanism, which Marcus, as we saw in Lecture 6, tells us he embraces. Why then did he not simply abolish slavery? The short answer is that even if he had wanted to, he would have been killed and slavery would have been instantly reinstated. So-called absolute rulers still have to play by a number of rules in the society in which they find themselves. And we know of a number of Roman emperors who were killed either by the Senate or by their own bodyguards for much less. Nevertheless, in his biography of Marcus, Paul Byron Watson devotes a significant amount of space to detailing several pieces of legislation that the emperor passed in order to make the life of enslaved people better. For instance, one of Marcus's predecessors, Hadrian, had declared that a master could not kill a slave without just cause, thus beginning to limit the hitherto unchecked power that slave owners had up to that point. Marcus built on this precedent by passing a second law that allowed owners to bring claims of injury against their slaves in the courts. While at first sight this may appear to be a law that favors the owners, in reality it made it possible for slaves to be protected by the courts, and contributed to the elimination of the horrible practice of allowing masters to torture slaves suspected of a crime in order to induce them to confess under duress. Indeed, Marcus wrote a letter in which he recommended to the courts that a slave who had been unjustly accused and tortured be freed as compensation for the injustice he suffered. The emperor also made illegal a common practice by which a slave could be sold for the purpose of being pitted against wild animals in the arena. Moreover, Marcus published a number of ordinances that made it easier for slaves to be manumitted, that is, to gain their freedom. These are all actual examples of what Marcus meant when he told himself not to wait for Plato's utopia, but instead to work toward incremental improvements, and to be happy if they could be achieved. Much of Marcus's daily work had to do with interacting with people, at court or during a military campaign, who would either criticize him or flatter him. This must have happened pretty often, because there are several allusions to it throughout the Meditations. One of the clearest is found near the end of the 9th notebook. What is the ruling reason of these men? And about what sort of objects have they been in earnest? And from what motives do they lavish their love and their honor? View with the mind's eye their souls in their nakedness. What immense conceit this of theirs, when they fancy that there is bane in their blame and profit in their praises. Notice the reference to the ruling reason, the hegemonikon, as the Stoics called it. That is, the ability that all human beings have to make decisions based on our best understanding of things. Marcus is reminding himself that often enough, people's ruling reason just doesn't work too well, so that they are misguided about their priorities and values. As a consequence of such mistakes in reasoning, those same people then fool themselves into thinking that their criticism of Marcus actually causes him distress, or that their praise will gain them some profit. In this passage, Marcus uses the mental trick of reminding himself of just how different other people's values and priorities are from his own, so that he won't be fooled into allowing them to flatter him. But in other places in the Meditations, he uses the same approach in order not to get angry with some of the same people, trying to understand rather than condemn their worldview and the behaviors that stem from it. Both techniques are obviously advantageous for an emperor who wields much power and bears much responsibility. And Marcus is keenly aware of just how much damage he could do if he allowed his hegemonikon to be manipulated or to be overpowered by anger. Along the same lines, though, he also constantly tries to check himself and be as charitable as possible about others. Near the end of the 9th notebook, he says, "If he did wrong, With him lies the evil. But maybe it did no wrong. The first sentence is a restatement of the by now familiar concept that evil lies with the people who do it. But the second sentence is a reminder that maybe the other person has actually not done any wrong, and that we need to be careful with the assumptions we make about other people's behavior. This is an attitude that we could all use to much profit. When you perceive that someone has wronged you, say by suddenly cutting you off on the highway, why don't you pause and consider that perhaps this wasn't about you at all, and that maybe, just maybe, the other guy had some good reasons, or at least reasons that seemed good to him, to act as he did. At the beginning of the 10th notebook, Marcus writes something that we need to discuss, because it is often a cause of some confusion, not only about his own thinking, but about Stoic philosophy more generally. Will you, O my soul, ever at last be good and simple, and single and naked, showing yourself to be better than the body that encases you? From sentences like this one, as well as a number of others we find in the Meditations, in Epictetus's discourses, and in Seneca's letters, one might think the Stoics were dualists about body and mind. Dualism is a metaphysical stance that posits the existence of a profound qualitative distinction between physical matter on the one hand and spiritual essence on the other. Plato was the quintessential dualist of antiquity, and Christian theology also very much falls into this category. But dualism is most definitely a minoritarian stance in modern philosophy, as the overwhelming majority of professional philosophers are monists, meaning that they think there is only one kind of fundamental substance in the universe. Perhaps surprisingly, a small minority of monists believe that only mind and the mental exist, and that matter is, in a sense, an illusion. For example, the 18th century philosopher George Berkeley, after whom the homonymous university in California and the nearby town are named, was an idealist, meaning not someone who cultivates lofty principles, but rather someone who thinks that only the mind and its products, ideas, make up the fabric of reality. That said, most contemporary monists are materialists, not in the sense that they love to buy as much stuff as possible, but that they think that fundamental physics got it right. The world is made of matter and energy, and the two of them are, in fact, one and the same thing, as established by Einstein with his famous equation, E = mc squared. It is therefore important to understand that, for all their talk of body versus mind, the Stoics nevertheless were materialists and monists. They thought that everything that exists has causal powers, and that those causal powers derive from the fact that things are made of matter. This included the soul, and it means that Stoic philosophy taught that the soul is perishable and in fact dies with the body. No afterlife as in Christianity, no transmigration of souls as in Platonism, no reincarnation as in Buddhism. Indeed, there is no permanent essence that is us. Even the soul is a set of ever-changing processes, as the pre-Socratic philosopher Heraclitus maintained. This kind of metaphysics had important implications on the Stoic view of life as a whole. Life is meaningful and precious precisely because we, as thinking entities, don't exist forever. Sure, the materials that constitute our body get recycled into the vastness of the cosmos, but we simply cease to exist. That's why we need to make the best of what is happening to us here and now. The past is gone and will not return, and the future is uncertain and of very limited duration. Okay, but then why do Marcus, Epictetus, and Seneca keep talking about body and mind as if they were radically distinct kinds of things? It all goes back to the fundamental rule of Epictetus, which we have already encountered a couple of times. As you will recall, the idea is that some things are up to us and others are not, and that a good life is the result of focusing on the things that are up to us and develop an attitude of acceptance and equanimity toward the rest. But what exactly is up to us? As we discussed in Lecture 3, the only things that are truly up to us, according to Epictetus, are our considered judgments, our decisions to act or not to act, and the values we consciously decide to endorse and make our own. Where do these three things come from? They are the result of our prohairesis, our faculty of judgment, which resides in what we have called the inner citadel. Modern scientists refer to it as the executive function of our brain, a set of cognitive processes that help us to plan, monitor, and successfully execute our goals. These processes include attentional control, inhibition, problem-solving, and working memory. And they're thought to originate in the prefrontal cortex of the brain. For the Stoics, that, and only that, is who we truly are. We're not our limbs, our fingers, our eyes, or any other anatomical part of our body. We're not even some of our mental activity, which is automatic and subconscious. We are, at the end of the day, the decisions we make, and nothing else. That is why the Stoics put such an emphasis on the contrast between our ruling faculty and everything else, which makes them sound like dualists, even though they very clearly were not. That said, and perhaps precisely because of their view of the universe as one large web of interconnected causes and effects, the Stoics also put a lot of value in the connection between the individual human being, society at large, and the universe itself. For instance, in the 10th notebook, Marcus writes, "As I am apart, I shall not be displeased with anything allotted me from the whole. For what is advantageous to the whole can in no way be injurious to the part." Marcus at other times uses metaphors to remind himself of the same concept. For instance, by saying that what is good for the beehive is good also for the bee. While this is an important bit of Stoic metaphysics, and is often expressed in rather poetic form, it does not really follow logically. In fact, Marcus can reasonably be seen multiple times engaging in the so-called fallacy of composition, perhaps a consequence of the fact that Marcus was a good thinker, but not really a trained philosopher like Epictetus. The fallacy of composition consists in incorrectly scaling up properties of parts to those of wholes, or vice versa, going from properties of wholes to those of the constituent parts. Marcus may or may not be correct that what is good for the beehive is good for the bee. But here are a couple of other instances where that kind of reasoning clearly doesn't work. From whole to parts. Water is wet, therefore individual molecules of water are wet. From parts to whole. Atoms are not alive, so nothing made of atoms is alive. Clearly, these are both wrong. Indeed, Marcus's whole parts reasoning may not work in the case of living organisms either, especially in the case of bees. As is well known, when female honeybees, the workers, sting another animal, say a Roman emperor, their stinger remains embedded in the skin of the victim. As the bee tries to pull out, she tears open her own abdomen, which results in the release of molecules of venom in the air. These molecules alert the rest of the hive to the presence of a danger. Since the worker dies in the process, one can reasonably say that what is good for the hive is most definitely not good for the individual worker bee. Then again, perhaps the Stoics were onto something a bit deeper when they used this particular example. Worker bees are sterile, which means that they are not capable of transmitting their own genetic material to the next generation. And genetic inheritance is kind of the whole point of evolution. Since the worker's sacrifice makes it more likely that the queen bee, which is deeply genetically related to each worker bee, will survive and reproduce, maybe this act of gruesome altruism is good for both the hive and the bee after all. As a matter of fact, that's how the Stoics saw the relationship between ourselves and the cosmos. Remember that they thought that the universe is a living organism endowed with reason. We are like the cells of that gigantic organism. What happens to us, including our own death, serves the purpose and the well-being of the cosmos as a whole. Just like the fate of the worker bee with respect to the whole hive. From a logical perspective, Marcus's reasoning is still fallacious, but his oft-used analogy may have been more meaningful than even he may have appreciated at the time. Despite the occasionally questionable argument, Marcus Aurelius was obviously an attentive thinker who appreciated the value of philosophy. From time to time, however, he also very sharply reminds himself that there is no point to philosophy if it's not put into practice. In the middle of the 10th notebook, he writes, "Put an end once for all to this discussion of what a good man should be, and be one." That is, enough talk, where's the action? This practical attitude, too, is a result of the influence of Epictetus, who multiple times in his discourses is seen berating his students for coming to his classroom, learning the theory of Stoic philosophy, and then going outside and not actually putting it into practice. Epictetus applies this distinction between theory and practice even to the study of one of the fundamental fields of inquiry to which the Stoics dedicated themselves, logic. At one point, one of his students asks him why he should bother to study logic in the first place. You can imagine, if you will, the student in question as a smug teenager who thinks he has posed a difficult question to his teacher. Epictetus responds, "Would you like me to make an argument in favor of studying logic?" To which the student, blind to the trap being laid in front of him, says, "Yes, please, do." At which point Epictetus says, "And how would you know whether my argument is a good one if you don't understand logic?" Ouch. Then again, in other parts of the discourses, the very same Epictetus chides his students for being so enamored with the intricacy of some logical puzzles laid out by the great Stoic logician Chrysippus that they spend hours and hours studying them, turning themselves into the equivalent of literary critics who endlessly discuss Homer while entirely missing the beauty of his poetry. This tension between theory and practice reverberated throughout the Middle Ages and into the Renaissance. In the Inferno, Dante sets up a scene where he meets Odysseus, one of the Stoic role models. Dante discovers that Odysseus, after having finally returned home from the Trojan War, left Ithaca again on board a ship headed toward the Pillars of Hercules to cross into the Atlantic Ocean. The voyage cost him his life. "Why," asks Dante, "did you do that?" Odysseus responds, "We humans were not made to live like brutes, but to follow virtue and knowledge." Virgil, Dante's guide in the Inferno, points out that Odysseus was driven by curiositas, that is, curiosity for its own sake, not by studiositas, that is, by the pursuit of knowledge that actually has a point. Curiosity, as we know, killed the cat, and apparently also Odysseus. Marcus, while not using the medieval terms deployed by Dante, is referring to the same concept, which has deep roots in Stoicism. The idea is that if knowledge of logic and of what makes a good person doesn't translate into action, that is, actually being a good person, it is utterly useless, or worse.
Lecture 9. The 10 Commandments of Marcus Aurelius.
We tend to think of Marcus Aurelius as a philosopher king. And in a sense he was, though the ancient Romans were allergic to the word king and preferred imperator, which technically just meant supreme commander of the troops, the equivalent of a modern American president being hailed as commander-in-chief. Emperors ever since the first one, Octavian Augustus, the adopted son of Julius Caesar, also liked to present themselves as princeps, which literally meant, somewhat oxymoronically, first among equals. As an added bonus, both imperator and princeps were terms that traced their origin back to the time of the Roman Republic, which many still considered to have embodied the ideal form for a state. Anyway, back to the philosopher part of philosopher king. Marcus had not just studied philosophy, but also rhetoric, history, and the arts. Accordingly, we find this stunning comment near the beginning of the 11th notebook of the Meditations. After tragedy, the old comedy was put on the stage, exercising an educated freedom of speech, and by its very directness of utterance, giving us no unserviceable warning against unbridled arrogance. In somewhat similar vein, Diogenes also took up this role. After this, consider for what purpose the middle comedy was introduced, and subsequently the new, which little by little degenerated into ingenious mimicry. There's a lot going on here. Marcus is distinguishing four kinds of popular entertainment that succeeded each other in ancient Greece and eventually in Rome. It begins with tragedy. Think of names such as those of Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, among the greatest playwrights of all time. They all lived during the 5th century BCE, during what is considered Athens' Golden Age. The writings of the classical tragedians were meant not just to entertain, but to impart lessons in morals and history. Consider Aeschylus's The Persians, about the second invasion of Greece by the Achaemenid Empire of Xerxes the Great, or Sophocles' Antigone, about a woman defying the decree of a king in the name of universal moral law, or Euripides' The Trojan Women, an overtly critical treatment of the horrors of war, written in the middle of the Peloponnesian conflict that pitted Sparta against Athens, and eventually led to the destruction of the latter. After such classic works, Marcus recalls to himself, we saw the rise of old comedy, most deservedly represented by Aristophanes, who engaged in satirical commentary on the society of his time. For instance, with his racy anti-war farce, Lysistrata. That sort of thing, says Marcus, still had value because it embodied freedom of speech and allowed criticism of the powers that be, whose chief representatives were singled out by name. It is notable that Marcus associates the name of the Cynic philosopher Diogenes of Sinope to old comedy. The Cynics were iconoclasts bent on ridiculing the prevalent social mores, and one of them, Menippus of Gadara, actually originated a new form of satire that took his name. The only intact surviving example of it was written by the Stoic philosopher Seneca the Younger, entitled The Pumpkinification of the Divine Claudius, and is a parody of the bizarre Roman custom of making dead emperors into gods. But after the valuable old comedy came middle and then new comedy, which clearly Marcus does not think very highly of. Why not? Middle comedy no longer featured actual recognizable individuals as targets for satire, say a prominent politician. Instead, it made fun of generalized caricatures, or stereotypes as we would call them today. Middle comedy stayed away from political issues, and its stock characters included courtesans, revelers, philosophers, and conceited crooks. As modern comedians might put it, it was about punching down, not up. New comedy became popular after the death of Alexander the Great in 323 BCE, and is best exemplified by Menander of Athens. It was comparable to our sitcoms and comedies of manners. That is, again, with little or no political content or social commentary, written just for laughs. Marcus's point here is very interesting, particularly because it comes from someone who personified the powers that be. He's saying that a healthy society needs the likes of Sophocles and Aristophanes, and that if it instead gets a menander, as entertaining as he may be, something important in public discourse is lost. What does that say about our own society, which is overwhelmed by sitcoms, but where there are very few Sophocles to be found? And by contrast, what does it say about us that arguably the best political and social commentary around is offered by late-night comedians? The next important bit of the 11th notebook that I wish to bring to your attention, section 18, is both crucial and a little long. So we're going to take it a few lines at a time. Think of it as Marcus's version of the Ten Commandments, except that they are aimed at himself and his own self-imposed ethical training, not at issuing injunctions to other people. We will see a number of themes that we have encountered before, but they're now put all together to form a powerful, coherent whole. It begins in this way. Firstly, consider your relation to humankind and that we came into the world for the sake of one another. A Stoic is a cosmopolitan who thinks that every other human being is his brother or sister, and who understands that humans were made by nature to help each other. Cooperation is the key to our survival and thriving. Secondly, what sort of men they are when they eat or are in bed and elsewhere. Above all, they are the self-made slaves of their principles, and how they pride themselves on the very acts in question. It is a fact of life that we get irritated by other people. This apparently happened a lot to Marcus. Probably both because he had an anger issue and because as emperor he was inevitably surrounded by sycophants. He is therefore training himself to see people for what they are, warts and all, as we might say, and not for what he would like them to be. In particular, he reminds himself that lots of people simply have the wrong priorities in life, and that is why they act the way they do. Thirdly, that if they are acting rightly, there is no call for us to be angry. If not rightly, it is obviously against their will and through ignorance. Continuing the previous thought, there are two possibilities concerning how people act. Either they do the right thing or they don't. In the first case, Marcus tells himself, there is no need to get upset. In the second case, he willfully adopts Socrates' opinion that people do evil as a result of ignorance of what is truly good. Therefore, the right attitudes are tolerance, education, and pity. Fourthly, that you too do many a wrong thing yourself and are much as others are, and if you do refrain from certain wrongdoings, yet you still have a disposition that is inclined, even though through cowardice or a regard for your good name or some such base consideration, you do not actually commit them. Here, Marcus says, let's remember that we are capable of the same sort of wrongdoing that we impute to others. Perhaps we end up not doing it ourselves. But is that because we're truly virtuous and righteous, or is it simply because we're cowards and do not dare doing it? Or maybe because we're too concerned with superficial things like maintaining a good reputation. Fifthly, speaking generally, a person must know many things before they can pronounce an adequate opinion on the acts of another. If all of the above fails to rein in our criticism of other people, perhaps we should remember that we often simply rush to judgment on the basis of little information. Yes, maybe the guy that has acted rudely at the supermarket line really is a jerk. And so is that other fellow who played music at a high volume in the middle of a train car. But what do we really know about either of them? Do we know enough to judge their characters, who they truly are, just on the basis of a single episode that annoys us? Would we like to be so summarily and superficially judged by others? Sixthly, when you're above measure angry or even out of patience, remind yourself that man's life is momentary, and in a little while we shall all have been laid out. Judgment aside, Marcus continues, there is still no point in getting upset. Let us practice the spiritual exercise known as the view from above, and remind ourselves that pretty soon we'll be gone into oblivion. Compared to that, is it really worth getting angry because of someone's behavior? Seventhly, that in reality it is not the acts men do that vex us, for they belong to the domain of their ruling reason, but the opinions we form of those acts. Here Marcus shifts into a line of thought that we have seen comes straight from Epictetus. It isn't things that upset us, but rather the opinions we have of those things. We may not be able to change the things themselves, but we can certainly alter our opinions. This, incidentally, is precisely the approach that cognitive behavioral therapists use to help their patients. I have mentioned that CBT, as well as its cousin, Rational Emotive Behavior Therapy, or REBT, were inspired by Stoicism back when they were invented in the 1950s and early 60s. The founder of REBT, Albert Ellis, kept telling his clients not to catastrophize, but rather to purposefully reconsider their initial assessment of a given situation. For instance, instead of saying, "My God, I lost my job, this is a catastrophe," say, "I no longer have my old job. This may be bad, but it may also turn out to be an opportunity." Again, the trick is not to be Pollyannish about life, but rather to keep separate the straight facts from the value judgments. They're not the same thing, and a given fact does not necessarily logically entail a particular value judgment. Eighthly, remind yourself of how much more grievous are the consequences of our anger and vexation at such actions than are the acts themselves which arouse that anger and vexation. As you can appreciate, Marcus is going at it from multiple complementary angles. This one is about comparing the consequences of the original act with those of the anger we feel entitled to as a result of that original act. Consider once more the case of someone cutting you off on the highway. Assuming that no accident has resulted from the action, it is done, and there are no further consequences to be dealt with. But if you let yourself be angry, you will suffer emotionally for hours, possibly for the entire day. As a result, maybe you'll be less careful driving the rest of the way, which may cause an accident. Or perhaps you'll take your anger out on your coworkers or on your family, who are of course entirely innocent of any offense. Isn't it better to just forget all about it and go on with your day? Ninthly, that kindness is irresistible, be it but sincere and no mock smile or a mask assumed. For what can the most unconscionable of men do to you if you persist in being kindly to him? And when a chance is given, exhort him mildly, and at the very time when he is trying to do you harm, quietly teach him a better way. Perhaps Marcus truly is being a bit too optimistic about human nature in this case. Or maybe not. The attitude he is trying to instill in himself is not fundamentally different from the Christian injunction to turn the other cheek, though with a positive twist added to it, since he is saying that we can quietly try to teach others to do better. It certainly wouldn't hurt if more of us were to switch our default approach to perceived offenses, from one of revenge and retribution to one of tolerance and constructive feedback. Once more, I'm going to bet that following the Stoic way, would result in a better world for everyone. Finally, take a 10th gift from Apollo, the leader of the Muses, that to expect the bad not to do wrong is worthy of a madman, for that is to wish for impossibilities. But to acquiesce in their wronging others, while expecting them to refrain from wronging you, is unfeeling and despotic. The 10th and bonus suggestion comes, like the others, from Apollo, the god of culture, and, as Marcus says, leader of the 9 Muses. We already know about the first part of this last bit of advice. It's crazy to expect things to be not what they are, and for the universe to align instead with our wishes. But the second part is worth pondering carefully, because it gives the lie to the common misconception that Stoicism counsels passivity in the face of injustice or adversity. On the contrary, Marcus says that it is unfeeling and despotic not to intervene when someone wrongdoing is being done, all the while expecting ourselves not to be the targets of such wrongdoing. For instance, if you belong to a socioeconomic or ethnic category that doesn't usually experience police brutality, that doesn't license you to do nothing when such brutality is visited on others. Or maybe you're a man. That doesn't mean you can ignore the injustice and discrimination that often affects women. Or perhaps you're lucky enough to live in an area of the planet that is not enmeshed in a violent conflict. That doesn't justify your passivity in the face of other people's suffering from war. And so on. The applications of this concept are, unfortunately, endless. Marcus must have been in the mood for lists while writing his 11th notebook. And there is another one, much shorter, that we need to take a look at. Against 4 perversions of the ruling reason, you should above all keep unceasing watch, and, once detected, wholly abjure them, saying in each case to yourself, "This thought is not necessary. This is destructive of human fellowship. This could be no genuine utterance from the heart." The 4th case is that of self-reproach. Recall that the ruling reason, the seat of which lies in the hegemonicon, is our own inner citadel, where we can retreat whenever there is trouble outside. But in order for it to be an effective retreat, the place needs to be kept clean and tidy. Marcus enumerates to himself 4 common sources of mess within the hegemonicon. 1. Thinking thoughts that are not actually necessary. That is, wasting our time with things like regrets and recriminations, or indulging in anxiety-inducing ruminations about the future. 2. Having thoughts that undermine the welfare of the human cosmopolis, the other citadel, so to speak, to which we all belong, in accordance with the Stoic doctrine of cosmopolitanism. 3. Saying something that we know not to be true, although there may be exceptional circumstances under which it might be virtuous to lie. Generally speaking, that's not a good habit. And from the point of view of Stoic philosophy, it does double damage. It undercuts our bonds with other members of the human family, and it damages the most precious thing we have, our own character. 4. Self-reproach is also a habit that Stoics aim at banishing, because it doesn't do any good. It is certainly important to learn from one's mistakes so that we keep making progress as human beings. But reproaching ourselves and generally indulging in self-flagellation is a waste of emotional resources that accomplishes nothing. Near the end of the 11th notebook comes one of my favorite spiritual exercises, which actually predates Stoicism. Here's how Marcus summarizes it. "Look," said the Pythagoreans, "at the sky in the morning, that we may have in remembrance those hosts of heaven that ever followed the same course and accomplished their work in the same way, and their orderly system, and their purity, and their nakedness. for there is no veil before a star. This is a very good example of the poetry that Marcus Aurelius occasionally exhibits in the Meditations. For there is no veil before a star. Beautiful. The exercise itself is referred to as the sunrise meditation, and it is what it sounds like. Pick a day when the forecast is good, set the alarm for before sunrise, giving yourself time to make some coffee and to head out to a nearby spot, which you will have chosen ahead of time, making sure you are properly dressed for the weather. Then wait until sunrise and simply enjoy the spectacle, obviously without looking directly into the sun. The point of the exercise is to remind ourselves of our connection with nature. Too often we tend to think of nature as something that is out there, of which we are not a part, except when we go for a hike or to the beach. Such perception is, of course, entirely unwarranted. We are just as much a part of nature as everything else. And it's good to explicitly remind ourselves of that, at least from time to time. Who knows? Doing so may encourage an attitude that could lead us to cause fewer mischiefs against the environment. The next entry from the 11th notebook ranks among my absolute favorite passages from the Meditations. Or perhaps I should say from the discourses of Epictetus, because that's where Marcus gets it from, rephrasing from memory. Only a madman will look for figs in winter. No better is he who looks for a child when he may no longer have one. Figs, one of the three fruits of the so-called Mediterranean triad of major crops, the other two being olives and grapes, do not normally grow in winter, though these days we have hardy varieties that actually do grow in the cold. But never mind that. The point is that in the times and places of Epictetus and Marcus, figs were found only during the summer. So it would indeed be foolish to search for figs during the winter time. The Stoics use this as a metaphor for all sorts of things that we should learn to enjoy when we have them, but not to regret when they're gone. People die or simply move to a different location. It is common and understandable to miss them when they are no longer around. But part of that feeling results from our awareness, somewhere in the recesses of our mind, that we did not really enjoy them enough when they were around. We're always busy. We always say that we'll call, and we don't. We always plan on getting together, but then we postpone. Meanwhile, the seasons inevitably move on, and we're left pining for figs in winter, or for relatives and friends who are no longer with us. So, make the best of what you have while you have it. If you do, you're less likely to regret things later, when you'll have sweet memories to keep you company. Marcus strikes the same theme, but quite a bit darker, near the end of the 11th notebook. A man, while fondly kissing his child, says Epictetus, should whisper in his heart, "Tomorrow perhaps you will die." Ill-omened words these. Nay, said he, nothing is ill-omened that signifies a natural process. Or it is ill-omened also to talk of ears of corn being reaped. This is one of the things about Stoicism that most people have the hardest time accepting. So it's worth unpacking it a bit. Marcus is citing a famous passage from Epictetus, which is found in both the Discourses and the Manual for a Good Life, the Enchiridion. The idea comes across as harsh and unfeeling by modern standards, but there are a number of things we need to keep in mind. First and foremost, at the time it was fairly common for children to die before reaching adulthood. Marcus lost several, including all but one of his potential male heirs. And he was the emperor, with access to all the resources that such position allows, including the aid of Galen of Pergamon, the most famous doctor of antiquity after Hippocrates. You can imagine what the mortality rate must have been among the common people. Second, the idea is the basic Stoic one of readying ourselves to accept things that are natural and inevitable. Death is a fact of life, so to speak. And as difficult as it may be, we better steel ourselves for it, because it's coming. Lastly, let us not forget that the ancient Stoics believed in a type of cosmic providence, according to which everything that happens to us, including things we may not at first like, is for the well-being of the universe itself. There is much consolation to be found in such a belief, if one shares it. The 12th and last notebook of the Meditations begins on a very different note, but one that nonetheless we can now appreciate is vintage Marcus Aurelius. It goes like this. Often have I marveled how each one of us loves himself above all men, yet sets less store by his own opinion of himself than by that of everyone else. That is so true even today that by itself this passage makes quite a good case for the conclusion that human nature has not really changed much over the last several thousand years, which is why we find the writings of Marcus still so relevant in the 21st century. The point is well taken. Many of us are very preoccupied with other people's opinions. When we seek approval at work, fame on the internet, or more likes on social media. And yet, we also tend to value, rather naturally, ourselves above everyone else. A moment's reflection shows that it's a bit difficult to reconcile the two tendencies. But many people just go through their lives sleepwalking, as Heraclitus put it, unconcerned by the fact that they hold mutually contradictory ideas. Now that you realize this, which one would you rather do without? Self-love or the quest for other people's approval? Or perhaps both? During the past few lectures, we have repeatedly encountered so-called spiritual exercises, through which Marcus in particular and the Stoics in general attempted to become better human beings. At the beginning of the 12th notebook, we find a direct reminder of the importance of practicing these exercises. Practice that also whenever you have no expectation of success. For even the left hand, which for every other function is inefficient by reason of a want of practice, has yet a firmer grip of the bridle than the right, for it has had practice in this. Training in Stoicism is like exercising different muscles of our body. Some are better for certain tasks, others for different ones. But so long as we keep them all in good working order, we'll be able to face any situation, including those that only happen occasionally. The equivalent of the left and right hand in Marcus's analogy might be the famous 4 cardinal virtues that we encountered in lectures 3 and 7: wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. Although the Stoics, following Socrates, thought that the 4 virtues are all aspects of an underlying, more generalized conception of wisdom, they nevertheless distinguished them because each virtue may have special applications under specific circumstances. Some situations will chiefly require courage, others will depend on our ability to be temperate, and so on. We should keep all of these behavioral inclinations ready to be deployed, just like we take care of exercising both the right and the left hand, despite the fact that we typically use one more than the other. At the end of the day, though, Marcus's advice to himself boils down to something that is as simple and straightforward as it is truly difficult to actually apply. If not right, do it not. If not true, say it not. Let your impulses be in your own power. Don't do or say things that are not right. In order to act according to this maxim, we need, as Marcus says, to control our own impulses. Think first, act later, not the other way around. This requires an enormous amount of self-discipline, which can be achieved by patient and mindful repetition over an entire lifetime. We have now arrived at the very end of the 12th notebook, and therefore of our close reading of the Meditations as a whole. In section 36, Marcus almost sounds like he is bidding farewell to himself. But I have not played my 5 acts, but only 3. Very possibly, but in life 3 acts may count as a full play. For what is responsible for your composition originally and your dissolution now decides when it is complete. You are responsible for neither. Depart then with a good grace, for what dismisses you is gracious. Recall that Marcus wrote the Meditations near the end of his life, and at some point he clearly sensed that this was the case. He died in the year 180 of the Common Era, aged 58. This was not too old even by the standards of the time, but average life expectancy was certainly lower than that, and Marcus had always suffered from health problems, likely made worse by the ongoing plague, which probably killed him, and by years in the field battling one enemy or another. The passage makes reference to the then standard length of a play, 5 acts, and he tells himself that his own play may be ending after only 3 acts, which is enough. Recall that for the Stoics, it isn't the duration but the quality of one's life that is important. The references to what is responsible for your original composition and current dissolution is to the cosmos itself, which the Stoics identified with God. It is a gracious universe in Marcus's conception, and it is up to us, accordingly, to exit the play with grace. We are not responsible for its staging, only for the quality of our acting. It is a beautiful way to look at life, and one that is surely a comfort when one faces the final curtain.
Lecture 10. Historical Impact of the Meditations.
Though we know a great deal about Marcus through the Meditations, we know remarkably little about how his personal journals managed to survive after his death. For generations, scholars have pieced together evidence to trace the long and winding path that the book has taken to get into the hands of readers like you and me. Over the course of almost 2,000 years, the Meditations has become a text of great historical and even practical significance. But many questions come to mind, like why were the notebooks placed in the order we know them today? Why was it written in Greek? Who was the first documented reader of the Meditations? What did he have to say about it? And how have more recent scholars and thinkers responded to the book, both positively and negatively? I hope to answer all of these questions and others that you may have asked yourself along the way. We'll also discuss 3 major themes that you may have noticed emerging from the book as a whole, which will help us see how the Meditations fits within a broader category of similar works, one that it may have helped create. The history of the Meditations as a manuscript is fascinating and somewhat mysterious. We see just a handful of mentions that perhaps refer to it, and other writings by Marcus within a few hundred years after his death in 180. The historian Herodian, writing in the mid-3rd century of the Common Era, makes a reference to Marcus's literary legacy, saying, "He was concerned with all aspects of excellence, and in his love of ancient literature he was second to no man, Roman or Greek. This is evident from all his sayings and writings, which have come down to us." Descriptive reference is likely to the Meditations, though it may refer to other now lost writings of Marcus. Another early source is the Historia Augusta, specifically the biography of Avidius Cassius, the governor who rebelled against Marcus. The Historia, likely written in the 4th century, says that before Marcus went to the northern frontier to deal with the Marcomanni and other Germanic tribes, he was asked to publish a composition of his referred to as Precepts of Philosophy, in case something would happen to him during the conflict. As far as we know, he never did publish such a book. In 364, the orator Themistius wrote addressing the Emperor Valens, "You do not need the exhortations of Marcus." Was he talking about the Meditations? Perhaps. A bit later on, in the 7th century, scholars have reason to believe that the Byzantine author Theophylact Simocatta made a passing reference to the Book of Marcus in a piece of writing later preserved in the Palatine Anthology, a collection of poems from the 10th century. All of these references are vague and somewhat uncertain. The first definitive mention of the Meditations comes only in the 10th century, from Aretas of Caesarea, a Christian bishop who was also a great collector of ancient manuscripts. He sent what was likely a copy of the Meditations to the Archbishop of Heraclea, Demetrius, together with an accompanying letter that said, "I have had for some time an old copy of the Emperor Marcus's most profitable book, so old indeed that it is altogether falling to pieces. This I have had copied, and am able to hand down to posterity in its new dress." The same Bishop Aretas refers to the Meditations in notes he wrote on the margin of books by other authors, like Dio Chrysostom and Lucian. In those notes, he uses for the first time the title Treatise to Himself, which later became popular. Unfortunately, Aretas's copy of the Meditations has now been lost, but scholars think it is the source of the surviving manuscripts, which means that the earliest version of the book that we have a definite record of dates from 8 centuries after the time of Marcus. Historians do not know what the original sequence of notebooks was, though it is unlikely that the Meditations started with the current first notebook, as we've previously discussed. Probably one of the early editors of the manuscript noticed the uniqueness of Notebook 1 and decided to use it as the opening for the entire collection. It is possible that Notebooks 2 and 3 of the modern editions, the only ones for which Marcus gives us the location where he found himself while writing them, were the original openings of the series, though again, this is speculation. The original text written by Marcus, and first copied by others, was in Koine Greek, also known as Hellenistic Greek, or Common Attic. Koine evolved during the Hellenistic period and spread throughout the Mediterranean world because of the conquests of Alexander the Great. It became the unofficial language of the Roman cultural elite during the empire, which explains why Marcus used it. Interestingly, the discourses of Epictetus, which were actually written by his student, Arrian of Nicomedia, and which so greatly influenced Marcus, were also written in Koine. Koine is also the language of the Septuagint, the 3rd century BCE translation of the Hebrew Bible, and of the Christian New Testament. After the collapse of the Western Roman Empire, Koine was adopted by the Byzantines, thus originating first medieval and then modern Greek. The Suda, a 10th century Byzantine encyclopedia of the Mediterranean world, mentions the Meditations in one of its whopping 30,000 entries. It says that the Meditations is a work about his own life by Marcus the Emperor in 12 books. The first time that the 12 notebooks are ever mentioned. Indeed, the Suda quotes extensively from several of Marcus's notebooks, for a total of 30 passages. Several centuries later, Nicephorus Callistus Xanthopoulos writes in his Ecclesiastical History that Marcus Antoninus composed a book for the education of his son Marcus, that is, Commodus, full of all worldly experience and instruction. If true, this would be a significantly different interpretation of the Meditations from the one commonly accepted. From this point on, the Meditations is quoted fairly regularly and becomes an increasingly popular book, first translated into Latin in 1558. All modern versions can be traced back to just two manuscripts, one of which is now lost to the sands of time. The lost manuscript is known as the Codex Palatinus, so called because it was obtained from the library of Otto Heinrich, referred to as Prince Palatine. This was the basis for the 1558 printed edition. The other manuscript, known as Codex Vaticanus 1950, is still at the Vatican Library in Rome. We have a number of very good English translations of the Meditations available to us. As I mentioned at the beginning of our deep dive in Lecture 4, we have been using the classical translation by C.R. Haynes, originally published in 1961 and part of the Loeb Classical Library, recently reissued by Delphi Classics. The language is slightly archaic sounding, which is one reason I like it. It just sounds right to me. But if you prefer a more modern language, you have an embarrassment of choices. The translation put out by Gregory Hayes is one of the most popular ones, and it is indeed a delight to read. However, the author takes a number of poetic liberties with the original text. So if you wish to stick as close as possible to what Marcus actually wrote, I will lean toward the Oxford World's Classics version, translated by Robin Hard. My personal favorite is the recent version by Robin Waterfield, which comes with invaluable endnotes that are a must if you really wish to get every nuance from the text. In many ways, the Meditations is a unique book. Then again, there are other respects in which it is rather representative of a whole genre invented by the ancient Greco-Romans, and that continues to this day. The Greek word for the genre is hypomnema, which literally means under memory. Common English translations include words like reminder, note, commentary, and draft. 20th century French philosopher Michel Foucault helps put the Meditations into the larger context of a category of writing called the hypomnemata, plural of hypomnema. He writes that hypomnemata constituted a material memory of things read, heard, or thought, thus offering these as an accumulated treasure for rereading and later meditation. They also formed a raw material for the writing of more systematic treatises in which were given arguments and means by which to struggle against some defect, such as anger, envy, gossip, flattery, or to overcome some difficult circumstance, a mourning, an exile, downfall, disgrace. This sounds very much like what Marcus was doing, regardless of whether he truly meant the Meditations to be solely for self-improvement or as drafts for his thoughts for later reorganization and publication. Foucault continues, in this period, there was a culture of what could be called personal writing, taking notes on the reading, conversations, and reflections that one hears or engages in oneself, keeping kinds of notebooks on important subjects, which must be reread from time to time so as to re-actualize their contents. Which is exactly what we have seen Marcus practicing. He was putting together notes based on his readings and reflections, and was doing so in order to assist himself in his personal struggles, such as his anger management issue. While we have a few other examples of hypomnemata from ancient Roman times, the suggestion has been made that the Meditations is a prototype of sorts for a number of important works in the Western canon, which span millennia, from Augustine's Confessions to the book by the same title penned many centuries later by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Another famous example of hypomnemata is Attic Nights by Aulus Gellius, a Roman author and grammarian who lived between 125 and 180, and was therefore a contemporary of Marcus. Aulus was a friend and student of Herodes Atticus and Fronto, both of whom were among Marcus's teachers. Attic Nights is a compilation of notes spanning a variety of subjects, from grammar to history to philosophy. The book takes its name from the fact that Aulus began writing it during a period of long winter nights he spent in Attica, the area of Greece where Athens is situated, and where Aulus lived for a good part of his life. Just like the Meditations, Attic Nights does not have an internal structure, and appears to be a sequence of observations, jotted down by its author whenever he came across something he thought was interesting. There are several references to Stoicism, and one story in particular is well worth recounting, because it focuses on the kind of ideal Stoic behavior that Marcus was trying to emulate. Aulus begins the story by setting the stage. He finds himself on a ship that had left Cassiopa, a town on the modern Greek island of Corfu, in the Ionian Sea, heading to Brundisium in southeastern Italy. The sea was, we are told, violent, vast, and storm-tossed. The situation was bad enough that the passengers were put at work with the water pumps in order to keep the ship afloat. The bad weather continued the following day, and is described by Aulus as a typhoon, a word etymologically related to the name of a gigantic monster in the form of a serpent, one of the most deadly creatures in all of Greek mythology. During the storm, Aulus turned to look at a fellow passenger whom he knew to be a Stoic philosopher of some renown. Just to check if it was true that the Stoics are not afraid of death, which they characterize as an indifferent, meaning that it does not affect their moral character. To his surprise, Aulus noticed that the Stoic in question was pale, as if he were scared, although he also observed that the fellow was not openly despairing and crying, as most of the other passengers were. Aulus files the information away, but remains curious. Once the storm has passed and the ship is approaching its destination at Brundisium, he approaches the Stoic and asks him to explain why earlier on the fellow appeared to be afraid for his life, if it is true that for the Stoics life itself is indifferent. The Stoic answers Aulus with courtesy, but instead of providing him with a direct explanation, he gives him a copy, of all things, of the Discourses of Epictetus. Aulus then tells us what he read in the book given to him by the mysterious Stoic. It is a very clear explanation of the Stoic theory of emotions. The crucial bit is the distinction being made between proto-emotions and cognitive emotions. A proto-emotion is involuntary and therefore not under our control. For instance, I may say something that causes you to blush, even though you may be convinced that there is nothing you should be ashamed of in what I said. Indeed, you then explain to me that you're not really embarrassed because you understand, when reasoning about it, that there is no cause for shame. This means that you are not feeling the corresponding cognitive emotion. The same goes for fear, which explains the apparently contradictory behavior of Aulus's Stoic. Remember that while the Stoic went pale during the storm, he was quiet and did not engage in cries of desperation. He was, in other words, experiencing the proto-emotion, but not its cognitive counterpart. Since the Stoics reserved the word emotion only for the cognitive version, he was not, in fact, afraid of the storm. As I said before, Marcus's Meditations are often compared to the Confessions of both Augustine of Hippo and Jean-Jacques Rousseau. But that comparison is a bit questionable. Augustine's Confessions were written in Latin between 397 and 400. They tell the story of how, over many years, a sinful Augustine came to reject his early ways and to finally embrace Christianity. The author recounts that he once believed in astrology and followed the Manichaean religion. As hard as it is for us to imagine now, Manichaeanism was a major world religion between the 3rd and the 7th centuries, and the chief rival of Christianity in the West. The Manichaeans believed that Mani was the last prophet after the Buddha, Jesus, and Zoroaster, and understood their religion as a combination of an improvement upon the teachings of Buddhism, Christianity, Judaism, Zoroastrianism, and the Hellenistic philosophies. It wasn't therefore strange at all that Augustine embraced it at one point in his life. That said, Augustine's Confessions were clearly meant for publication, unlike Marcus's Meditations. Also, unlike the Meditations, or Aulus's Attic Nights, they have an obvious internal structure. They're organized in 13 books, the first 9 of which follow Augustine's spiritual evolution from his infancy to his maturity. The remaining 4 books are meant to be reflections on the meaning of his memories and their critical evaluation, concluding with an allegorical interpretation of the book of Genesis in terms of the Holy Trinity. The Confessions of Rousseau display far more similarities with those of Augustine than with Marcus's Meditations. Published in 1782, they cover the first 53 years of the author's life. The goal is clearly stated by Rousseau himself. I have resolved on an enterprise which has no precedent and which, once complete, will have no imitator. My purpose is to display to my kind a portrait in every way true to nature, and the man I shall portray will be myself. Rousseau was wrong both in stating that nobody had done this before and that nobody would imitate it later. Before him, we have not only Augustine's Confessions, but also Teresa of Avila's Life of Mother Teresa of Jesus. And after Rousseau, the autobiographical genre really took off, with the first imitators including the likes of Casanova, Goethe, Stendhal, and Wordsworth, to mention but a few. In any case, again, there seems to me to be little correspondence between Rousseau's project and Marcus's. A bit more similar to the Meditations is yet another book that is often counted among more recent exemplars of Epimnemata, Blaise Pascal's Pensées, or Thoughts, published in 1670, a few years after his death. The Pensées were certainly not meant for publication, although they likely were notes put together by Pascal for the possible preparation of a book in defense of the Christian religion. Just like the Meditations, they have become one of the most read books of all time. As we've seen, the Meditations has been around in pretty much the version we have been studying since its first distribution as a manuscript by Bishop Aretas of Caesarea in the 9th century. Naturally, its availability and therefore popularity has increased dramatically after the so-called Editio Princeps, that is, the first printed version, was published by the German humanist Wilhelm Xylander in 1558, based on the now lost Codex Palatinus. The reception of the book has been almost uniformly positive. In his introduction to the Meditations, published in 1964, for example, the Anglican priest Maxwell Staniforth commented favorably on the impact of Stoicism on Christianity. The classicist Michael Grant wrote that Marcus was the noblest of all the men who, by sheer intelligence and force of character, had prized and achieved goodness for its own sake and not for any reward. Another classical scholar and public intellectual, George Gilbert Aimé Murray, said that the Meditations is characterized by as much intensity of feeling as in most of the nobler modern books of religion, only with a sterner power controlling it. The English economist and feminist social reformer Beatrice Webb called the Meditations her manual of devotion, and modern admirers include former US President Bill Clinton and former Prime Minister of China Wen Jiabao. Not everyone, however, sang Marcus's praises. One of the most harsh reviews came from Bertrand Russell, a preeminent British philosopher of the early part of the 20th century, author of the best-selling A History of Western Philosophy. Russell said that the Meditations was, in his assessment, the product of a tired age, a time when real goods lose their appeal. He wrote, "According to the Stoics, we can't be happy, but we can be good. Let us therefore pretend that, so long as we're good, it doesn't matter being unhappy." With all due respect to Bertie, who has actually been a major influence on my own academic career since I was young, He really didn't get either Stoicism or Marcus right at all. For the Stoics, there is no such thing as being happy without being good, common assumptions notwithstanding. But there can be such a thing as happiness without, or with very little, material goods, because a life well lived consists precisely in using externals wisely. Stoicism has had enduring appeal because it is a philosophy practiced across the wide spectrum of human conditions, literally ranging from slaves like Epictetus to absolute monarchs like Marcus. And in spite of what Russell wrote, we can say that Stoicism was practiced for over half a millennium in antiquity, most of which time certainly cannot be fairly characterized as a tired age. During our deep dive into the Meditations, we have paid close attention to a number of recurring issues that Marcus addresses, ranging from metaphysics to ethics and how the two relate to each other. But it is possible to zoom out further and pick up on the fact that there are three broad themes that characterize Marcus's reflections throughout the book: the ontology of parts and wholes, time, and the relationship between virtue and vice. My colleague William Stevens has written extensively about this in his highly recommended Marcus Aurelius, A Guide for the Perplexed, and I will follow his lead to discuss three examples, one per theme, so that we can get a better idea of the big picture of the Meditations. Let's begin with the ontology of parts and wholes. Ontology is the branch of metaphysics that deals with what exists, and a sub-branch of that is mereology, from the Greek word meros, meaning part. Mereology then studies the relationship between things and the parts of which they are constituted. This sounds pretty esoteric. Why would Marcus, ever the practical philosopher, be interested in something like that? The short answer is that understanding mereology helps us better understand the world, and for the Stoics, a good life depends on being able to do just that. Let's take a look at an example. At one point in section 2 of the second notebook, Marcus asks himself what a person truly is. He answers that a person is made of three parts or aspects: flesh, spirit, and intelligence. Flesh is made of blood, pieces of bone, a woven tangle of nerves, veins, arteries. Nothing special, in the specific sense that we share all of that with other animals. Spirit is made of air, pneuma in Greek, the principle that makes it possible for us to be alive. Again, nothing special, since all animals have spirit. Intelligence, by contrast, is special, because it is present only in humans, at least to a much greater extent than in any other living being. Not just that, intelligence is precious because it allows us to understand the cosmos and to live according to such understanding. In a sense, then, the intelligent aspect of the soul represents our real self, the most important part of who we are. The second overarching theme has to do with the nature of time. Marcus repeatedly reflects on the relationship among present, past, and future in an attempt to gain a broad view of things and, through that, achieve equanimity and serenity. One instance comes in section 32 of the sixth notebook. First, using again his grasp of mereology, Marcus tells himself that he has a body and a soul. The body is unable to separate events and understand them, but the soul is. Lucky for us, while we don't ultimately control our bodies, we do have sovereignty over our own souls. However, the soul, or mind, does not control either the past or the future. It can only act in the present. So, a proper understanding of the nature of time, an issue in metaphysics, yields the insight that the present has a privileged position, which has ethical consequences because it tells us where we should focus our efforts. What then should be our attitude toward the past and the future? Regarding the past, we should not indulge in regret, wishing that things had been different. We cannot change what happened. though of course we can learn lessons from it, switching from an emotion to a reason-driven approach. What about the future? It also is not up to us, and it is not here yet. When it comes, we will have the same resources that allow us to deal with the present, namely our pro-social nature and our ability to reason, which for the Stoics translate into our practice of virtue. So there is no point worrying anxiously about what is to come, though of course planning for possible outcomes is wise. Again then, Marcus' advice to himself is to shift from an emotional attitude to one rooted in reason. As Stevens summarizes it, the correct understanding of the 3 parts of time is this. 1. Use the past only to draw lessons about the world, yourself, and other people, which help you gain wisdom and promote the virtues. Let go of wanting to change the past in any way. 2. Don't worry about the future, since your logos, that is, reason, equips you with the resources for handling whatever the future brings. And trust the future to providence and embrace whatever will happen, confident that you can deal with it virtuously. 3. Concentrate on doing what is under your control now by exercising reverence, justice, wisdom, and all the virtues in your present circumstances. Sounds like excellent advice to me. Finally, the third major theme in the Meditations has to do with the polar opposites of virtue and vice. Progressing through the book, we begin to sense that Marcus is laying out a sophisticated philosophical account of how the world works, metaphysics, and how to live in it, ethics, by way of his training in logic. His conclusion, in line with Stoic teachings, is that vice is the only real problem to overcome, and virtue the only true guide in life. This, in turn, leads Marcus to an interesting conception of the very task of philosophy itself. In section 29 of the 9th notebook, he uses his broad understanding of the world and his place in it to remind himself that the sort of things that most human beings busy themselves with, like wealth and fame, are irrelevant in the big picture. At the same time, though, making the human cosmopolis better is never a waste of effort, which is why, in the same section, he famously reminds himself not to wait for Plato's utopia on Earth, but to be content with whatever small improvement he can effect through his efforts. One of the basic lessons of philosophy, says Marcus, is the distinction between what is and is not up to us, which comes straight from Epictetus, one of the major influences on Marcus. This means that we need to focus on our efforts, which are up to us, while simultaneously accept that outcomes are not under our control. I want to leave you with the idea of how philosophy, then, provides us with a simple 3-step approach to life. First, don't be anxious about what is going to happen because it isn't up to you, but to nature itself. Second, keep your eyes on what needs to be done, which is up to you. Third, act, but always with humility, kindness, and lack of hypocrisy. Follow these 3 steps, and your life will be eudaimon, that is, worth living. Philosophy also teaches what may appear to be a paradox. While the lives of virtuous people don't ultimately matter, virtue itself is all that is important. Another way to say this is that we, as individual human beings, are ephemeral, but the good we manage to do is precious nevertheless because it helps others. Philosophy for Marcus, as well as for the Stoics, is a kind of therapy of the soul, in the words of French scholar Pierre Hadot. Just like the doctor takes care of our body, the philosopher takes care of our soul. But while not everyone can be a doctor, everyone has the ability to be a philosopher, in the practical sense of the word. In the 9th section of the 5th notebook, Marcus makes the parallel between medicine and philosophy explicit, choosing the analogy of someone whose eyes are inflamed. The doctor will provide the man with ointments that will help him to regain his eyesight. Similarly, The philosopher helps us to see things as they really are, to bring us outside of the cave, as Plato would put it, or to awake us from our sleepwalking, as Heraclitus said. That is the true value of philosophy.
Lecture 11. The Meditations as a Spiritual Exercise.
Stoicism is a practical philosophy, and it serves no purpose if we limit ourselves to the theory. Indeed, the Stoics would say that we're wasting our time unless we earnestly attempt to apply their lessons in our daily lives. Which is why we're going to now take a look at Marcus Aurelius' Meditations from a different perspective. Not just as the critical self-reflections of a remarkable human being who happened to be the most powerful man in the Mediterranean world of the 2nd century, but as a book of what I have already referred to from time to time as spiritual exercises. The phrase comes from a famous volume by that title, originally published in Latin in 1548 by Ignatius of Loyola, a priest, theologian, and founder of the Society of Jesus, the Catholic order known more commonly as the Jesuits. Ignatius meant the exercise to be helpful to people who wish to renew and deepen their Christian faith, and nowadays are widely used by spiritual directors and retreat leaders the world over. The idea came to Ignatius while he was recovering from a leg wound sustained at the siege of Pamplona in Spain in 1521. During his convalescence, he went on a retreat with Benedictine monks, staying at the abbey in Montserrat in Catalonia. Ignatius decided to hang his sword and devote himself to his faith, learning the very concept of a spiritual exercise from the monks who hosted him. He then realized that such exercises would be useful more widely, and wrote down 4 sets of them, thematically organized and meant to be practiced over the course of 4 weeks, for a total of 28 to 30 days. But neither Ignatius nor the Benedictine monks invented the notion of spiritual exercises. It goes much further back in time. French scholar Pierre Hadot, in his Philosophy as a Way of Life, tells us that the Platonist philosopher Philo of Alexandria, who lived from approximately 20 BCE to 50 CE, compiled a couple of lists of such exercises in 2 of his books, Who is the Heir of Divine Things and Allegorical Interpretations. The Meditations also contains a number of exercises for the betterment of the soul, which Marcus derives from a variety of sources, mostly Stoic, but some even predating the Stoics, such as the Pythagoreans, who flourished during the 6th century BCE. Although I pointed out a number of these exercises during our deep dive into the Meditations, let's now look at some of them more systematically and in a bit more detail, so that you too can not just learn about Stoicism, but practice the philosophy and see if it makes a difference in your life the way it did for Marcus Aurelius. First off, let us be clear on what the point of a spiritual exercise is in the Stoic context. The idea is that just as we improve our muscles and aerobic capacity by going to a gym or otherwise systematically engage in physical exercise, so too for our character and judgment. If we wish to be more temperate, for instance, we need to practice temperance, methodically and mindfully. Second, although there are different ways to organize and conceptualize a set of spiritual exercises, we will look at a sampler of those practiced by Marcus while adopting a framework first proposed by Epictetus, arguably the most important influence on the emperor-philosopher throughout the Meditations. In section 2 of the 3rd book of the Discourses, Epictetus explains, "There are 3 things in which a person ought to exercise themselves who would be wise and good. The first concerns the desires and the aversions, that we may not fail to get what we desire, and that we may not fall into that which we do not desire. The second concerns the movements toward an object and the movements from an object, and generally in doing what a person ought to do, that we may act according to order, to reason, and not carelessly. The third thing concerns freedom from deception and rashness in judgment, and generally it concerns the assents. These are the famous three disciplines of Epictetus, respectively known as the discipline of desire, of action, and of assent. Desire here refers to what we should want or stay away from. So a better translation would probably be the discipline of values and disvalues. Action, or what Epictetus calls movement toward and from an object, has to do with the proper way to act in the world, especially with respect to other people. And assent means evaluation or judgment, arguably the most important thing for a Stoic, since good judgment is what leads us to do good things, while bad judgment leads us to do bad things. My friend and colleague Gregory Lopez and I have put together a number of Stoic exercises in a book entitled A Handbook for New Stoics: How to Thrive in a World Out of Your Control. The selection we are about to look at from the meditations is explored in more depth in that book. Let's begin with an exercise called Take Another's Perspective, which belongs to Epictetus' first discipline, the one concerned with values and disvalues. Consider the following quote from section 26 of Notebook 7 of the Meditations. Does someone do you a wrong? Go to and mark what notion of good and evil was theirs that did the wrong. Once you perceive that, you will feel compassion, not surprise or anger. For you have still yourself either the same notion of good and evil as they, or another not unlike it. You need to forgive them then. But if your notions of good and evil are no longer such, all the more easily shall you be gracious to those who see awry. The idea behind the exercise is that we often make what psychologists call the fundamental attribution error. That is, we tend to think that other people's actions are reflections of their character, while our own actions always have some kind of justification. As a result, we forgive ourselves a lot, but are much less charitable toward others. This leads us to cultivate our own righteousness rather than humility and forgiveness. The Stoic take, by contrast, is that we should try our best to understand why the other person is acting the way they are, even if we disagree with them. We should be wary of righteous anger and work to develop the most charitable interpretation of what others are doing. If it does turn out that they're clearly wrong, then we should pity them in the same way in which we should pity someone who makes an elementary mistake in logic or math. And we ought to do our best to gently correct them, rather than chastise or humiliate them. We also ought to keep in mind that we have made similar mistakes ourselves, or that we may do so in the future. And surely we would rather be kindly corrected than yelled at, no? Moreover, says Marcus, we may have changed our mind about certain things so that we know better now, but didn't back then. Perhaps the person who is irritating us will go through the same process. Shouldn't we help them along? The basic Stoic notion underlying the exercise is that nobody acts wrongly on purpose. People always have what seem to them very good reasons for doing or saying things. The idea is not necessarily to agree with them, but to do our best to understand them and to be charitable toward their mistake, if indeed it is a mistake. Modern psychology backs up this practice with empirical evidence that strongly suggests that taking another person's perspective on purpose makes us more compassionate toward them. So, how do we practice this exercise? For a week, choose a time of the day when it is convenient for you to set aside a few minutes. At that time, direct your thoughts towards someone who has recently frustrated you, or think of a situation when you thought someone else was clearly in the wrong. For instance, go back in your mind to that episode where you were in line at the bank, and after a long wait, the bank teller unceremoniously told you and everyone else there the computers were down and that they couldn't do anything about it. After having evoked the occurrence in your mind, write down your responses to the following prompts. What did the person in question do exactly? Why did you feel wronged? Why do you think they acted the way they did? What values might they hold that make sense of their actions? Do you or did you ever hold any of those values as well? If not, why not? Finally, take a moment to express how you feel about this person now that you've gone through the exercise. The goal is to gain perspective on why people's actions may seem reasonable to them and, through that, develop sympathy for them, countering your natural tendency towards self-righteousness. Let's try a second exercise from the discipline of values and these values. It's called Take a Broad Perspective and is derived from a passage in section 32 of the 9th notebook. The agitations that beset you are superfluous and depend wholly upon judgments of your own. You can get rid of them, and in so doing, will indeed live at large by embracing the whole universe in your view and comprehending all eternity and imagining the swiftness of change in each particular, seeing how brief is the passage from birth to dissolution, birth with its unfathomable before, dissolution with its infinite hereafter. We have already encountered the basic approach, known as the view from above, more than once. But this particular passage is very clear, so we'll make it the basis for the formal version of the exercise. The idea is that we are often bothered by emotional reactions, what Marcus calls agitations, that are not really useful in order to solve problems and move forward. On the contrary, they get in the way of a smooth flow of life. As usual for the Stoics, emotions have a cognitive component, and when they are dysfunctional, they are likely based on some kind of incorrect judgment, which can be challenged. Both common sense and modern psychology agree with the Stoics here. One way to deal with our anxieties is to put them in perspective, to remind ourselves that whatever bothers us is not, in the great scheme of things, all that important. The Stoics recommend 3 ways to gain perspective: reminding ourselves of the vastness of time, considering the immensity of space, and relativizing our problem by comparing it to others. I recommend taking a week to practice this exercise, alternating among the 3 approaches, in order to gain a sense of which, if any, works best for you. The first technique concerns the vastness of time. You can take a few minutes to close your eyes and meditate on all the people and events that have come before you and that will come after you. The exercise can be stretched by imagining the earth before there were people, and then again after the human race will be gone. We can go all the way back to the origin of the solar system, as well as all the way forward to the end of it, when the sun will expand into a giant red star and absorb most planets within its enormous mass. If you think that way, doesn't it seem a bit petty that you're so worried about making that appointment tomorrow morning? Second, the immensity of space. Similar to the first version, this is a visualization exercise, arguably even easier to implement. Close your eyes and imagine looking at yourself from a slightly elevated position, as if you were a camera hovering above the room. Then slowly move the camera outside your building, then higher and higher in the sky until you see your entire city, then your country, your hemisphere, and finally the whole Earth. If you wish, keep going. Visualize the Moon-Earth system, the solar system, the nearby group of stars, the Milky Way, and even further out, the local cluster of galaxies and even the entire universe. Again, does this help putting in perspective whatever has been bothering you lately? The third approach is significantly different, and it is perhaps best done as a written exercise, or by way of a mental rehearsal, a silent dialogue with yourself. Recall first for a moment the problem that has been vexing you. Then, compare it with a much larger problem currently faced by someone you know, like a friend, relative, or colleague. Failing that, make the comparison with people thousands of miles away who may be starving because of an ongoing famine, or whose lives are in danger because of a war. As you can see, your problem, as large as it looms on your own horizon, is really quite puny when compared to what other people may be experiencing right at this moment. The idea is not to trivialize our issues. They're ours, and they need to be dealt with. The goal rather is to bring them back to a reasonable size, so that we can deal with them rationally rather than being overwhelmed by them emotionally. Let us now move to the discipline of action. The next exercise is based on a passage of the Meditations found in the second section of the 8th notebook. Here it is. Of every action, ask yourself, what does it mean for me? Shall I repent of it? A little while and I am dead, and there is an end of all. Why crave for more, if only the work I am doing is worthy of a being intellectual, social-minded, and on a par with God? The exercise, called Question Every Action, is meant to improve our practice of Stoic mindfulness. While this is different from the perhaps more familiar concept by the same name from Buddhism, there are a number of similarities. The basic idea is to train ourselves not to act without thinking, but instead to slow down and question exactly why we're doing something, and whether that's a good idea or the best way to go about it. The Stoic word for mindfulness is prosoche, which literally simply means attention. Although it is not always possible to pause and reflect before acting, the notion is that whenever it is possible, then we ought to do it, because nothing has ever been improved by acting while not paying attention. Once again, modern research in cognitive science backs up the ancient Stoics' intuition. Psychologist and Nobel Prize winner Daniel Kahneman has proposed that the human brain works at two levels, fast and slow. The fast system deals with situations where a decision has to be made instantaneously, because there is no time to analyze things carefully, and our life may depend on responding quickly. For instance, a car suddenly appears while you are about to cross the street, and your body, prompted by the fast-thinking system, reacts quickly, allowing you, if you're lucky, to avoid being hit. The problem with the fast system, though, is that it is imprecise. Its very speed means that it doesn't have time to ponder and evaluate, which is what we want to do whenever we are considering a complex problem characterized by multiple variables and possible outcomes. That's when the slow system should take over, its slowness allowing it to analyze things and arrive at the best recommendation for a course of action that we are capable of articulating. For example, if you're pondering the pros and cons of a new job or of getting married, you really ought to engage the slow system and not make a rush decision. Kind of the opposite of the famous commercial, don't just do it, but pause and think about it. This is why Marcus is forcing himself to carefully consider the meaning of his actions, asking himself whether he will regret them. According to Stoic philosophy, things that are worth doing are rational and social-minded, which Marcus says put us on a par with God. So that's what we should ask ourselves always. Is this rational? Is it pro-social? If yes, let's do it. If not, let's skip it. The exercise itself may again be carried out for a week. Every day, pick a time when you have a few minutes. Sit down and open your philosophical journal. Focus on an action or decision you are contemplating for the near future, and write down your answers to the two questions Marcus asks himself. Why am I doing this, and will I regret it? Do this for the whole week, and then on Sunday, go over your notes and reflect on what you have written. Do you feel that you have enough room for your slow thinking system to engage? Is your decision-making process getting more deliberate and thoughtful? One of the best guides to action, that is, to dealing properly with other people, comes in section 18 of the 11th notebook, which we have discussed in some detail in lesson 9. I will not go over it point by point again here, but remember that Marcus there lists a whopping 10 principles, which I refer to as his 10 commandments, and by which he intends to abide. These include the notion that human beings are made for each other, that we are not exceptional, and we each probably make as many mistakes as other people, that we often cannot even be sure that someone else is in fact mistaken, that anger is unconscionable and antisocial, that kindness is what we want to practice, and so on. The exercise based on this list is called Deal Virtuously with Frustrating People, and it is meant to help you practice patience and magnanimity toward others. To carry out the exercise, each night for a week, pick one or two of Marcus's principles, those that most resonate with you, and write down in your own words how you will apply them the next time that someone gets on your nerves. The goal is to remind ourselves that we are first and foremost rational and social beings, and that it is virtuous to act accordingly. Also, following the Stoics, there is no such thing as frustrating people, because frustration is a personal value judgment, not an objective characteristic of the world. So it is up to us whether we allow ourselves to be frustrated by any particular individual or situation. We can now turn to the third of Epictetus's disciplines, dedicated to improving our ability to assent to true propositions, that is, our faculty of judgment. The exercise is called Catch and Examine Your Judgments. It is based on a passage from section 37 of the 11th notebook. Epictetus urged the need of a sound grammar of assent, and in dealing with the impulses, to take good heed to keep them subject to reservation, unselfish, and in due proportion to their object. Always to refrain from immoderate desire, and to limit avoidance to things within our own control. Notice that Marcus here refers directly to Epictetus, whose disciplines we are following in order to aid our spiritual practice. The first thing that Marcus reminds himself of is Epictetus' insistence on a sound grammar of assent, meaning that we need to exercise logic in giving or denying assent to any proposition. Marcus spells out the details of such grammar of assent shortly thereafter, where he mentions that when we act, what he calls dealing with the impulses, we need to make sure that three criteria are satisfied. 1. Whatever we do is subject to reservation, meaning that what is in our power is to try our best to accomplish something, but actually achieving the desired result depends in part on circumstances that are not up to us. So, we act with the Stoic reserve clause in mind. I will succeed, fate permitting. 2. The action we intend to carry out has to be unselfish, because we are social animals and everything we do has to be for the benefit of the human cosmopolis, not just our own. 3. Our actions have to be in proportion to the objective we wish to achieve, neither too much nor too little. In other words, we ought to act with temperance. For instance, suppose we're running late for an appointment and rush to our car, only to find that it won't start, no matter how hard we try. As Stoics, we knew from the get-go that we were not guaranteed to get where we wanted on time, because all sorts of unexpected things might happen, and we're ready to accept that those things are not up to us. Also, being social animals means that it is not cool for us to start yelling at whoever we may immediately be inclined to blame for the setback. Did a family member leave the lights on in the car, draining the battery perhaps? Let's just take stock of the situation and see what we can do instead. Whatever course of action we end up taking, we need to do it in just measure. In the case at hand, we may begin by alerting the waiting party that we will be late, and then see if we can get where we need to be by car service or public transport. We are not just sitting there doing nothing. But we are also not going overboard and overreacting. Setbacks happen, people will understand, and there will be other chances to meet up with them. Finally, Marcus reminds himself to limit avoidance to things within our control, which means to concern ourselves only with the subset of things that are up to us. The car suddenly not starting is not within our control. Therefore, it makes no sense to get upset about it. We will only add self-inflicted injury to the damage already done by the circumstances. By contrast, not blaming someone else for the problem very much is under our control. So that is what we should earnestly try to do. How do we do this kind of exercise in practice? The idea is to get used to identifying and, if necessary, challenging our assumptions or judgments about what is truly good or bad. In the case of the reluctant car, my immediate reaction, being annoyed or even angry at the ensuing delay, is based on the unexamined underlying assumption that delays are bad. But are they? According to the Stoics, external things like a car refusing to start and the setback this may cause in my schedule are neither good nor bad, because they don't affect my character. Only things that improve or undermine my character are respectively good or bad. The rest may be preferable or not, but they're not really good or bad. Imagine then a situation similar to that of the car not starting. First, ask yourself and write down what is presumed to be good or bad in that situation. Second, also write a response to yourself to counter your initial impression if it is not in accordance with Stoic principles. For instance, the situation is that you get anxious about what other people think of you. What appears to be bad here? The fact that someone may have a negative opinion of you. And here's how to counter that impression. People's opinions are not up to me, and so long as I conduct myself with honesty and integrity, it doesn't matter what others think of me. What is important is my honesty and integrity. Pick one such scenario per day for a whole week, preferably examining situations that have actually occurred to you or are likely to occur in the near future. By the end of the week, do you feel like you have a better grasp of your judgments? Have you been able to successfully challenge them whenever they appear to be incorrect? The last exercise we're going to try comes from section 19 of the 11th notebook, which we have already discussed in some detail in lesson 9 under the rubric of Marcus's 4 moods. Here Marcus tells himself that he has to be vigilant to counter 4 attitudes that sometimes creep into his inner citadel. He may give too much importance to something fancy that is not actually necessary. He may act antisocially. He may entertain a thought that doesn't come from his heart. And he may yield to pleasures that are not in agreement with his rational self. In other words, like the rest of us, Marcus has some bad habits. Unlike most of us, he wants to do something about it. Here's how to carry out the exercise. Of the 4 habits Marcus warns himself about, pick one that perhaps is particularly problematic for you, and focus on it for a whole week. The goal is to be vigilant and catch the mood in question while it tries to sneak into your inner citadel, thus disturbing your tranquility and the smooth flow of your life. This time, though, you're going to be prepared with short phrases that you will draw upon to immediately counter the unwelcome mood. For example, say you tend to be a people pleaser, which means you indulge in thoughts and actions that are insincere. You can then write down what psychologists call an implementation intention. That is, a suggestion to yourself to act in a certain way. This may read something like, whenever I feel the urge to please someone, I'll pause and say to myself, this is a people-pleasing impulse. I won't act on it. It is crucial that you actually write this down somewhere that is easily accessible, like on a post-it note that you put by your computer or on a bulletin board in your office. It is both the action of writing it down and its visibility that will help you implement the intention. These 6 exercises are just a sampler of what we can find not only in the Meditations, but in the writings of Epictetus, Seneca, Musonius Rufus, and other Stoics of antiquity. These techniques have withstood the test of time and contributed in the 1950s to the origin of cognitive behavioral therapy, one of the best evidence-based psychotherapies ever devised. If you want to bridge the gap from just being curious about Marcus and Stoicism to actually living as Marcus intended, There is no better way to do it.
Lecture 12. The Meditations in the 21st Century.
The Meditations of the Emperor Marcus Aurelius was written in the 2nd century of the Common Era. We're alive in the 21st century, so it's fair to ask whether any of this is still relevant today. In the course of the previous 11 lectures, we have learned about Marcus Aurelius as a historical figure, one of the 5 good emperors, and arguably the most famous practitioner of the philosophy of Stoicism. We have tried to understand the historical background in which he operated by sketching the situation of the Roman Empire at the time and looking into Marcus's predecessors, the other 4 good emperors. We also went through an overview of Stoic philosophy before doing a deep dive into each of the 12 notebooks that constitute the Meditations. Once we emerged, we metaphorically zoomed back to the big picture, exploring the major themes of the book and its impact over the centuries. In the last lecture, we turned to the practice of Stoicism that emerges from reading both the Meditations and some of the texts that influence Marcus, especially the discourses of Epictetus. We therefore examined closely a number of so-called spiritual exercises that Marcus carried out in order to improve himself from an ethical perspective. So let's bring our minds back to our own moment in time and see if what we have learned so far is primarily of historical and cultural interest, or if it can also provide the basis for a better life, even in the era of the internet, social media, and artificial intelligence. Much of our discussion will apply interchangeably to the Meditations in particular and to Stoicism more generally, because Marcus was a mainstream Stoic practitioner, and his approach did not differ much from the one recommended by the school, especially in the version of the philosophy developed by Epictetus. Let's start with the easy stuff. At one level, we already know that the sort of Stoicism practiced by Marcus Aurelius is indeed useful in modern times. This is because, as I mentioned on a couple of occasions, Stoicism, and particularly the version articulated by Epictetus and Marcus, was the inspiration for the beginnings of cognitive behavioral therapy, or CBT, back in the 1950s and early 60s. Since CBT is well grounded empirically, meaning that scientific research confirms that it works and actually helps people, we can infer that the Stoic techniques on which it is based also work in practice. At least up to a point, since CBT has certainly evolved over the past several decades. The first wave of cognitive behavioral therapy is the one that is most closely linked to Stoicism, focused as it was on guiding clients through cognitive restructuring of negative thought patterns or otherwise irrational beliefs. But CBT is science-based, and science evolves, in large part in response to new empirical findings. The second wave of cognitive behavioral therapy, which developed in the 1980s and early 90s, incorporated mindfulness and acceptance as additional key concepts of curative value. The third and current wave of CBT, which began in the late 1990s, strives to integrate concepts from Eastern philosophies, such as Buddhism, which themselves have close similarities to Stoicism. The emphasis is on compassion and emotional regulation, concepts that are also central in Stoic philosophy. The basic idea behind CBT is that all human core beliefs fall into one of 3 categories: about oneself, about others, and about the future. According to CBT, it is negative or irrational thoughts about one or more of these 3 core areas that generate a variety of mental issues, from depression to anxiety, as well as a number of deleterious behavioral patterns, including eating disorders and substance abuse. The way CBT practitioners go about treating a client's problems is very much what we have seen Marcus doing over and over in the course of his meditations. The first step is cognitive. We need to recognize that we have a problem, as Marcus does when he reminds himself that he gets angry too easily, or that he puts too much value on externals like gourmet food, quality wine, sex, or the power of the imperial purple. The second step is behavioral. Once we reframe whatever issues we're dealing with, we then nudge ourselves to behave differently. This is precisely what's happening in section 13 of the 6th notebook. Marcus reframes, for instance, partaking of expensive Falernian wine as drinking mere fermented grape juice. He then nudges himself to imbibe less at the next occasion. The third step is emotional, and in a sense is the chief target of CBT techniques. Marcus wants to bring himself to the point at which he does not feel much craving for Falernian wine. This sequence is repeated over and over again. Cognitive, behavioral, emotional, cognitive, behavioral, emotional, and so on, until sustained behavioral change made possible by cognitive restructuring results in underlying emotional change. The structure of the approach is similar to the sort of strategy we may use to take care of our body's fitness. First, we learn how to exercise, that is, the cognitive step. Then, we implement the new behavior at the gym or in other ways. And as a result, our targets, our muscles and aerobic capacity change in the desired direction. In that case, too, we repeat the various steps and allow them to reinforce each other. No wonder the Stoics often use the physical fitness analogy to explain what they were after. All of that said, we need to realize that there is a big difference between a psychotherapy and a philosophy of life. Psychotherapy is meant to address a specific problem, such as anxiety or a phobia. And CBT in particular is supposed to work within a short time framework, weeks or months. A philosophy of life, by contrast, is a lifelong commitment, like exercising or eating healthy. You don't just do it for a while, pat yourself on the back and move on. With this in mind, modern readers may want to be aware that a lot of what is presented as Stoicism these days is not really a philosophy of life, but rather more akin to a series of life hacks. That's why Stoicism is very popular with business leaders, Silicon Valley types, athletes and coaches, and even soldiers and military leaders. Whenever you hear that Stoicism will allow you to succeed in business, to become wealthy, to endure the battlefield, or to win the Super Bowl, be skeptical. It ain't Stoicism these people are talking about. Right at the beginning of the Meditations, in the 5th section of the 1st notebook, Marcus says that he has learned from his tutor not to side with the green jacket or the blue at the races, or to back the light shield champion or the heavy shield in the lists. He is, as we've discussed, talking about chariot races and gladiators' combat. But the underlying message is that those things are not important, because they do not concern our own character. In section 1 of the 5th notebook, he writes, "You seem to hold your own character in less regard than the miser his moneybags, or the popularity hunter his little applause." Again, the idea is that externals are not the point. Only one's integrity and virtue are. This doesn't square well with the sort of Stoicism as a life hack that fills the bookstores and saturates podcasts, blogs, and social media. Marcus would have been amused, and Epictetus would have likely made a sarcastic remark or two. There is one subspecies of Stoic-inspired life hackerism that is popular and that we need to discuss. It's often referred to as red pill Stoicism. Its practitioners, almost exclusively men, love to remind people that the word virtue comes from the Latin ver, which means man. Stoicism, then, is a manly philosophy. To be fair, Marcus does use the word manly as synonymous with virtuous in several places in the Meditations. For instance, in the 10th section of the 2nd notebook, or in the 1st section of the 8th notebook. This was a common way to write at the time, and other Stoic authors, from Seneca to Epictetus, do something similar. And yet, both Seneca and Epictetus explicitly tells us, in multiple places in their writings, that women are just as capable as men to think rationally, and therefore to practice philosophy, and consequently to act virtuously, which, by the way, was a very uncommon view back then and considerably ahead of the times. At any rate, the word ver itself comes from the Greek arete, which means excellence, and is not gender-specific at all. The Red Pill Stoics also tend to focus on just one of the 4 cardinal virtues, courage, which they narrowly interpret as bravery in the face of physical danger. However, they don't often discuss the other 3 virtues, wisdom, temperance, and especially justice, the latter meaning that we should treat everyone, regardless of race, ethnicity, or gender, with fairness and respect. The take-home message here is that the popularity of Stoicism has brought about a multiplication of approaches that don't always match up with the ideas of Marcus and other early Stoics. Remember, if it's not about making you into a better person and the world into a better place, it's not Stoicism. And yet, we still have only very partially addressed the central question with which we began. Is ancient Stoicism still relevant today, outside of the practical use of some spiritual exercises and the possibility of turning the approach into a series of life hacks? The answer is yes, broadly speaking. There are many aspects of the original Stoicism that very much translate to the 21st century. However, there are a few that don't, and some others that require a significant amount of updating in light of both modern science and philosophy. Let's take a look, beginning with what doesn't quite work. I pointed out during our deep dive into the text that there are several places in the Meditations where Marcus poses the famous gods or atoms question. This happens in section 3 of the 3rd notebook, sections 3 and 27 of the 4th notebook, section 10 of the 6th notebook, section 32 of the 7th notebook, section 17 of the 8th notebook, sections 28 and 39 of the 9th notebook, section 6 of the 10th notebook, and sections 14 and 24 of the 12th notebook. In other words, frequently. The number of places where this issue comes up in the Meditations indicates that Marcus himself was not only aware of it, but considered it important. The 2 alternatives that he contemplates are different metaphysical positions, which, broadly speaking, can respectively be referred to as the Stoic and the Epicurean take. Marcus is raising the question of the ultimate structure of the cosmos. The God's answer, in agreement with Stoic philosophy, is that the universe itself is a living organism endowed with reason. By contrast, the atom's answer, following Epicurean metaphysics, postulates that everything in the universe results from the collisions of atoms of different size and characteristics, and that human will manifests itself as a result of a special kind of movement by the atoms, called a swerve. Both theories are materialistic in nature, meaning that they both assume that everything that exists is made of matter and is subject to cause and effect. But while the Stoic scenario hints at general order and widespread rationality, the Epicurean one is inherently chaotic and resulting from random events. There is no doubt which version Marcus endorses. It makes it explicit in section 11 of the 2nd notebook, where he says, "To die, if there are gods, is not a thing to be afraid of, for the gods will not involve you in evil. But if indeed they do not exist, or if they have no concern about human affairs, why would I wish to live in a universe devoid of gods or devoid of providence? But in truth they do exist, and they do care for human things, and they have put all the means in man's power to enable him not to fall into real evils." It is crucial here to note that Marcus connects Stoic metaphysics with the Stoic concept of providence. If there are gods, and indeed there are, he says, then the universe is characterized by a type of providence, because the gods care for human beings. The Epicureans also believed in gods, but crucially, they thought that divine beings do not care for us, because they have better things to do. Consequently, there is no providence in the Epicurean worldview. Move forward 19 centuries, and the modern scientific view of the world turns out to be closer to the Epicurean than to the Stoic one. According to the modern view, the two schools got materialism and cause and effect right. The world is indeed made of matter and energy, and things that exist do interact according to relations of cause and effect. But the Epicureans were wrong about the swerve from a scientific point of view. There is no special cosmic phenomenon that makes human will possible, as our volition is no exception to the general materialistic picture. And the Stoics were wrong about the cosmos itself being a living organism endowed with reason. Instead, the universe is, in scientific terms, a set of dynamic processes that follow what we call the laws of nature. Why does any of this matter, though? Because of the connection with the notion of providence. Epictetus puts it best when he says that we are like a foot. If we have to step into the mud and we think of it just from the point of view of a foot, we will be disgusted and will not want to do it. But if we remember that we are connected to a body, and that it is the duty and indeed the very purpose of a foot to step into the mud if that's the only way to get the body safely home, then not only we will endure the ordeal, we will actually embrace it and be happy about it. This is how the Stoics made sense of bad things happening to them. If one of your loved ones dies, you will naturally be inclined toward grief and distress if you look at the event from the narrow point of view of a human being. But if you remember that you're literally a part of the divine, and that whatever happens to people is for the good of the entire cosmos, then you will endure and even welcome whatever happens. As Nietzsche said several centuries later, amor fati, love your fate. This is a very beautiful and consoling aspect of the nexus between Stoic metaphysics and ethics, though it doesn't offer consolation to many of us today, steeped in the science and philosophy of the 21st century. A second aspect of ancient Stoicism that needs revision in light of modern thought also recurs often in the Meditations. You will have noticed that several times Marcus reminds himself to despise the body and focus on the mind. He does that, for example, in section 17 of the second notebook, sections 7 and 16 of the third notebook, sections 3, 39, and 50 of the fourth notebook, and so on. This is a little odd, even by the standards of ancient Stoicism, since the Stoics were not dualists. They did not make a sharp distinction in kind between body and mind. The mind, after all, is also made of matter, and it is also subject to the laws of cause and effect, just like the body. What gives then? Remember Epictetus' fundamental rule. Some things are up to us and others are not. And a good life is the result of focusing on the first group and developing an attitude of acceptance and equanimity toward the second one. It turns out that, as a result of the way the universe is organized, the only thing that is truly up to us, according to the Stoics, is a small subset of our mental activity, specifically our prohairesis, our faculty of judgment. Everything else, including the rest of our body, is not up to us, meaning that it is not entirely under our control. That's the root of the mind-body distinction that Marcus makes so often. He is reminding himself that he should not be concerned at all about the kinds of things that are not up to him, precisely because they do not fall under the domain of his agency. I think the distinction underlying the fundamental rule does still hold today. Even modern science would agree that the sphere of our agency is very limited indeed, and it essentially boils down to a small subset of our conscious thoughts. What does not necessarily follow, though, is that we should go so far as despising the body and all that is not up to us. On the contrary, modern science supports the notion of a strong mind-body connection, whereby not only our mental states affect our physical ones, but vice versa as well. Contemporary health science says that if we want to keep our prohairesis functioning well into old age, we do need to take care of our body, insofar that is possible. Care, not contempt, is in order. Let's consider a third and last issue where modern Stoics may improve on the ancient version of the philosophy: social justice. We've talked about how Marcus's character sometimes is questioned by people who suggest that he should have abolished slavery. And we've seen that such a course of action was simply not an option at the time, even for an emperor. Had Marcus thought about it and tried it, he would not have survived the day, since slavery was the economic engine that sustained pretty much all ancient societies, from Rome to Egypt, from India to China. Nevertheless, we have also seen that Marcus was very much concerned with what we would today think of as social justice issues. He passed several reforms that made the lives of slaves easier, while at the same time curbing the otherwise pretty much absolute power of life and death held by their masters. We have also seen, for instance in section 29 of the 9th notebook, that Marcus tells himself to try to make a difference, however small, here and now, and not to wait for Plato's utopia. The general approach, typical of the ancient Stoics, is to take the social-political system one lives in as a given background against which one does his best to live virtuously. After all, said social-political system is, strictly speaking, indifferent for the Stoics, meaning that it isn't something that makes a difference to one's character and virtue. On the contrary, dealing with whatever system we happen to live under is one of the many ways in which we exercise our virtue and improve our character. Then again, in Lesson 1, we briefly talked about the so-called Stoic opposition, a group of senators and philosophers who dared stand up to the tyranny of the emperors Nero, Vespasian, and Domitian, and either lost their lives or were sent into exile for it. But even such courageous moral stances were, according to scholar David Sedley, more examples of passive, if principled, resistance than programmatic efforts to change the social-political system. In fact, according to Sedley, when Marcus Junius Brutus, the chief conspirator against Julius Caesar, wanted to recruit people for the deed he was planning, he studiously avoided those friends of his who were avowed Stoics, because he was convinced that Stoicism does not lead to political action of a revolutionary kind. This may or may not be a fair view of the ancient Stoics. After all, by scholarly estimates, we have lost the overwhelming majority of the written output by Stoic philosophers. So there is a lot we don't know about Stoicism. Regardless, in the 21st century, we certainly need a more social-politically conscious version of the philosophy. A number of authors, including Christopher Gill at the University of Exeter, Scott Aiken at Vanderbilt University, Emily McGill Rutherford at Coastal Carolina University, and yours truly, are working on this particular aspect of modern Stoicism. So, stay tuned. The notion that ancient Stoicism, as practiced by Marcus, needs to be revised and updated should not in general be surprising. Other philosophies of life, including religions, have gone through and continue to undergo a similar process. Nobody practices Buddhism or Christianity the way people did 2,000 or 2,500 years ago. And yet, there are roughly 500 million Buddhists around today, not to mention about 2.4 billion Christians, which means that these approaches to live a meaningful and ethical life are clearly still working for a lot of people. It's very hard to estimate how many Stoics there may be around. So I figured I'd ask my AI assistant to make an educated guess. The response was intriguing. It said, in part, there isn't a definitive number for how many people practice Stoicism worldwide, as it is a philosophy that may be adopted in personal practice without formal affiliation, making it hard to track. However, we can look at several indicators that suggest its popularity. It went on to mention a number of such indicators, including the existence of large online communities of Stoic practitioners, with the Stoicism subreddit currently counting about 620,000 people. It also mentioned the popular success of books and courses on Stoicism, including the one I previously made for the Great Courses. Though it's certainly not a definitive answer, AI's best estimate for a rough number of Stoic practitioners worldwide is several millions. Not bad. What is it then that makes Stoicism so popular and effective in the 21st century? One of the contributing factors is certainly that Marcus Aurelius' Meditations resonates across centuries and cultures. It has been translated into at least 20 languages, including Arabic, Chinese, English, French, German, Italian, Japanese, and Russian. Since it is in the public domain, it is next to impossible to estimate how many copies it has sold. But it is certainly in the millions, likely in the tens of millions. Let us therefore conclude our course with a broad look at what makes Marcus's version of Stoicism so apt for adoption in our own time. It seems to me that an obvious reason we are attracted to the Meditations is because it is explicitly a tool for self-improvement. The whole point of its author was to strive to become a better person, a goal that, for so many people, has not changed in the course of millennia. But how exactly does Marcus pursue this goal? The very title under which the work is known gives us a strong hint. The word meditation, however, in this case does not refer to the sort of practice we associate with Zen Buddhism and its westernized versions, such as the famous one popularized by American professor of medicine Jon Kabat-Zinn, the creator of the mindfulness-based stress reduction clinic and the Center for Mindfulness in Medicine, Healthcare, and Society. Meditation in the Stoic sense means deliberate, analytical, critical reflection on one's own thoughts and actions. In the Greco-Roman tradition, this traces back to the famous injunction at the entrance of the temple of Apollo at Delphi, "Note Selton," or know thyself. To know ourselves means, at least in part, to be aware of why we feel, think, and act in certain ways rather than others. This knowledge is, as Socrates would say, the beginning of wisdom, because it is the starting point from which we can embark on our process of self-improvement. To know oneself, though, is not a static thing. It is a dynamic process. The self for a Stoic is like everything else, a pattern that changes over time, as was taught by the pre-Socratic philosopher Heraclitus, the guy that also said that we never step into the same river twice. As you may recall, Heraclitus reproached his fellow citizens of the city of Ephesus for sleepwalking through life, warning them that they would be well advised to open their eyes and live more mindfully, as we might say today. That is precisely the goal of the Meditations, as well as of Epictetus's brand of Stoicism, which we have been studying all along. Okay, but what exactly should we be paying attention to or be mindful of? Marcus tells us, or rather tells himself, several times. First and foremost, we need to do only things that are helpful and certainly never harmful to the human cosmopolis, the great family of humanity. This means to be charitable, tolerant, and kind toward others, even when they do not behave at their best. Indeed, especially when they don't. Why should we do this in the first place? Because human beings are social animals capable of reason, and those two aspects of our nature are what makes it possible for us all to survive and thrive. To act reasonably and pro-socially, to live in agreement with nature, then, is the Stoic approach to living a life worth living. And surely we all wish to do that, something that was true in the 2nd century just as it is in the 21st. Follow Marcus, start your own meditations, and live the best life you can live.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.